on the link right now.
All right.
But man, the greatness that is Buggy. You know what I mean? There's so much to talk about here.
Buggy the God.
Facts.
Buggy the Goat.
Facts. All right, sharing the link right now so you guys can see.
See the bash.
Yeah. And there we go. The Buggy Bash is up. And make the announcement as well.
Got it. I will make the announcement right there. All right, perfect.
Hopefully the thumbnail edits, but it is what it is. All right, let's see. Let me get the phone chat up because I know how frustrating this Streamlabs stuff is. Because I don't know if it happens for you guys. Do you have to refresh the chat all the time, or is it just me?
I mean, sometimes, but I also have a YouTube window open up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I do.
I think my main issue with that is I think I need a second monitor because sometimes I can't have it all up on the screen at the one time. I know
I have a second monitor.
You do have the same.
Yeah. Bet.
Yeah. Let's see. We got HawkTap. Shouts to my guy HawkTap. We got Terrible TJ. We got 3Day. Let's go. We already got some goats in the chat.
What's up, everyone?
Love to see it. And we literally started less than 2 minutes ago. We already got some goats in the chat.
Pumped to bash Buggy. You know, that's what we're here for.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. We're gonna turn this clown into one of those punching clowns that like wobble back and forth.
Yep.
Oh my god. We got Boo. Prince is showing love in the chat as well. We got Edens. We got Moog. We got Vexy. We got a lot of people pulling up right now. A lot of people pulling up for the Buggy Bash.
Oh yeah, they're coming.
You gotta make sure to put in the Buggy emotes for real.
Yo, Dak is in chat. Shout out to Dak, bro. Oh my god.
Hey, everyone, you know, we got to start off with the real question, you know, what was it? Potatoes, pasta, beef,
oh no, I knew this was gonna happen. I didn't think about it.
Got to get started with the real question.
Bro, you know, honestly, the Buggy Bash.
This is the Buggy Bash. Everyone's getting their food, their concessions right now.
You know
because
it's like
the
right.
circus. What's
You're
everyone
right.
getting from the concession stands? What's everyone getting? What's everyone's favorite fair food? That's a good question. That's a valid
we
question.
should do carnival snacks. That's the best.
I'm gonna be honest. I hate funnel cake. I hate
funnel cake. Well, all right.
No way, bro.
I hate funnel cake. It's like, because like, here's the thing. It's like a donut, but there's too much of it. There's too much of it. You know what I mean?
Man,
you know what
just left my body, dude.
You know what's way better than funnel cake? Churros. Churros are so much better than funnel cake.
No, churros are good. I searched up
churros are
foods,
awesome.
Those are good.
Top 4 is cotton candy, churros, funnel cake, and kettle corn. Then you got your corn dogs, caramel apples. This is very American, but deep fried Oreo.
Those are great. Those are great.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it a stack, guys. Fair fries, they're the best.
They are.
I don't want.
They are the best. There's something about like how salty they are that hits.
Yes. And they're just greasy, like I don't even know what it is, but there's something. And also, you get them like in a cup, and you have no choice but to just like put the ketchup in the cup, like maybe with some salt and vinegar if you're about that life. And then you just have to eat all everything together in the cup. It's the best. So I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I think for me, I saw my friend in the chat. Shouts to my guy Edens. He says you got to stop with these food takes, bro. He doesn't understand.
Hey, Edens. Shout out Edens.
He's been flaming me. Yeah, Toon Plug Edens. Make sure you guys...
wasn't it Edens Blue like 3 minutes ago?
Yeah. No, it's the same guy. They're the same guy. Yeah, okay, we already got a dono. Terrible TJ, is this a podcast rating foods? No, it's a very professional podcast about Buggy the Clown, of course. But anyway, burgers are amazing.
I was streaming like 2 days ago, and Tenkaichi 3, and then everyone's in just because of Dak. This man Dak is like the instigator for this. He put the question in, what 4 foods would you choose? And the entire stream for like the next 2 hours was just talking about food.
I did that to hidden stream too, man.
It's the food stream now.
Once you plant the seed, it just grows.
I feel like I was patient 0, and then Dak turned it as like a virus. It's a
Yep.
virus. Oh,
Yo,
God.
dude, it's infected everybody. Everyone
Yeah.
knows.
Ever since I said mac and cheese isn't it, everything changed.
Hey,
It's like when the
oh,
Fire Nation
God,
attacked.
my first member stream might be a fast food tier list.
Oh, that
I'm
would be
serious.
fire.
That'd be fun,
That'd be
yeah.
Genius
fire.
idea.
For real.
Oh, that's a perfect segue. I had Raising Cane's for the first time yesterday.
Oh, what'd you think?
It was great. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was
Raising
a
Cane's is
solid.
good.
I thought it was a solid 7 or 8 out of 10. The sauce was worth the hype. It's not
Okay.
like I hate
No, yeah,
Chick-fil-A sauce,
Cane's is good, bro.
but cane
Yeah.
sauce was
It's
way
just
better.
the fries that I don't
It's
really. I don't mess with the
The
fries.
fries
though.
were
Yeah.
okay too.
They
The
get
fries were
soggy way
okay.
too quick. That's the
Oh,
problem.
they
I
do.
don't like the
They do.
fries. Everything
do.
else
I-
is good though.
Yeah,
Chicken's ridiculous.
The
Yeah, everything else
toast
is good,
was
yeah.
fire. The toast was
Toast,
fire. I didn't
toast.
expect it. but
Wait,
that
Kev, you know
really-
you can swap out the coleslaw for extra stuff.
For
I
extra
didn't
toast.
know. I
Yeah,
didn't.
you
Well,
can get an
that's a
extra
good-
toast. Yeah.
That's
like
that secret
a-
hack.
Yeah, that's a hack right
Yeah.
there. I
Yeah.
love how there are shouts to the over 20 viewers in here. Listen to us to
Big
talk
shout
about
out.
Raising Cane's.
Everyone,
And-
they're saying because
Stream.
they know. I bet you almost all 20 people know how good Cane's is. Everyone loves Cane's.
For me, I would put Popeyes still at the top. It's the pinnacle, you know. And then we would put
okay.
Raising Cane's is a solid second place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Popeyes is 5 for sure.
Their
100%.
sandwich. They have the
the
best
fry,
sandwich.
the Popeyes fries are elite.
They're so expensive, man. That's the
That's
only
the
thing.
issue. Yeah, it's like I feel like the same issue goes with Five Guys. You know what I mean? Five Guys is pretty
Oh,
expensive.
dude, those Cajun fries though. You get the extras in the bottom.
Bro, I know this is a hot take from me, but a chicken place that, in my opinion, is top tier is KFC. Hear me out. Overseas.
Oh, really?
KFC in the
Okay,
United
I
States
respect
is
that.
amazing.
I respect that.
But
I respect
KFC
that.
overseas, like anytime I would go like as a kid to like India or like visit my cousins in the UK, I ate KFC over there. It is top tier. It is so good. I don't
I've
know
heard
what they
that.
do overseas,
I've heard
but
it's like crazy.
it is much
yeah.
better than the United States.
But all right, guys, real quick, I have a suggestion.
Mhm.
What if we started talking about Buggy?
Ooh, that
that's
would
a
be
good idea.
crazy. That would be crazy. I
What
think that
about
would be a
that?
fantastic idea.
I'm sorry I derailed everything. It was my
No,
fault.
it's fine.
So I'll amend the situation now by bringing us back to the god himself.
I
It
mean,
would
we
be
can
really
bring this
synonymous
back.
with the title as well.
We could bring this back super easily because Buggy. I don't know if you remember, but in the Stampede cover spread, Buggy was eating a burger. So clearly,
Ooh.
burgers are
Oh.
Buggy's favorite. Clearly, but yeah.
Nice.
So anyway, now that we're done that, I guess prelude or whatever. Welcome to the stream. We'll probably talk about that again, knowing how these tend to go. But welcome to the stream, everyone. Shouts to the over 20 people in the stream. Listen to us talk about fast food and all that. But we're here to talk about the GOAT. To me, Buggy the Clown. With me, I got my man Dax Sake, Marshall Deep Reach, and Prince of All Anime right below me. Shouts to all you guys. Do you guys want to do like fun little intros for the people who don't know?
Yeah, sure. I'll go real quick. Everyone, I think most people here, I recognize almost every name in the chat, so I think most of you probably know me by now. But yeah, you know, I do One Piece theories and all that. Just dropped a short about Mass Deuce being the man marked by flames. We'll probably talk about that eventually. But I'm excited to be here to talk about the god. So yeah.
Love to see it. All right, Prince or Preach, you want to go?
Yeah, you can find me at Marshall D Preach. I make One Piece theories. I getting into a few new kind of videos, doing power scaling. More, I'm covering spoilers now too as well. So got a lot going on over there. And yeah, it's kind of crazy because just now, even when we just started streaming, I hit 40K like 5 minutes ago. So
Yo,
Oh,
that's
big!
awesome,
Oh,
man.
wow! Big time! Congrats!
You hit that's 2/5 the way to 100, man. That's crazy.
yeah,
On the grind. still.
Damn, that's nice. It's 40K exact. That's not. It looks nice.
Ooh. All right, I guess I'll go last. What's good, everybody? My name is Prince of All Anime. If you guys don't know me, I also make One Piece theories, One Piece videos, honestly, in general. Whether it's just very simple topics, stupid, interesting, like very like theory tinfoil type stuff. Honestly, anything One Piece related. Also do streaming on the side as well on the YouTube channel. That's been popping off recently. So shout out
Let's
to
go.
everyone who's been on the streams. Yeah. But Vex is in there saying Jester Gang. Hey, that's what's up. But yeah, you can find me on the Principal Anime channel on YouTube, and that's pretty much it. I'm trying to upload as much as I can, but just stay tuned for that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Everyone's getting on the grind set. You see, Preach with 40K. I'll read that in literally a second. Mr. Bushido with a super chat. Shouts to you, my guy. Dak with the fire short. Make sure to check that out. Dak was telling me the idea yesterday, but I haven't seen the short. But I'm assuming Dak's gonna give us the sauce on it through this stream. So, and all I know, Mass Deuce, cane sauce because it's peppery and it gives you that tingle.
It's spicy. I mean, it's a man marked by flames.
It's a spicy sauce. Yeah,
Ooh.
it makes sense. It is burnt, So, yeah, but I'm very excited for that because I read the Ace novels and stuff, and I thoroughly enjoyed his character. So I thought that would be a very interesting way to tie him in, and maybe some more Ace stuff into the story, like off rip. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's what's really selling me on it. Is we need to get Ace and
Ace's
even Whitebeard to a
Grave.
degree. Yeah, get them because Sphinx isn't far away.
Yeah,
Ooh.
exactly. That's why when Wano was first ended, I thought, okay, Sphinx might be it because Randy put out a vid about it. But before I forget, let me read the super chat from Mr. Bushido with a €5. Major shout outs to you, my guy. Hopefully this is the full thing, but I'll check right now. It says, Perona with Moria will come across Law. She will see Beppo and want him as the next Kumadori. I think you mean, is it Kumashi or is it called Kumadori? Which is like the creepy bear dude. She takes in Law and Moria to Mihawk. See, Bushido was telling me about this idea yesterday in the server, which is now up, by the way, guys, in case you don't know. Make sure to check it out in a link that I'll send to the chat in like a minute probably. And I like this idea a lot because it connects the tissue with the warlords being the cross guild members. So, for example, Moria joining would be another warlord. Law joining would be another warlord. And say Doflamingo does join, that'd be a really interesting connection, in my opinion, to have Law and Doflamingo not only be on the same crew, but equals on the same crew. I think that'd be very, very interesting. So, I'm curious, what do you guys think about that?
I'm currently working on a video on 1082, and there was this one panel during the Roger execution where you see Mihawk, I think it's Mihawk, Buggy, and Crocodile all next to each other, and it's the warlords, and they're all looking at Roger, and then right next to them on the outside you see Doflamingo and Moria. So I think like if those three are together in the middle, maybe it's like a foreshadowing that Moria and Doflamingo also join.
Yeah, I love that idea because it feels like, why would Oda put those 5 characters specifically next to each other? And I know that sounds like, oh, it obviously could just be because they're warlords and all that. But I feel like there might be something more to it with the reveal of all 3 of them being in the group already. You know what I mean? And with Moria and Doflamingo being like very out of the picture characters right now, this could be a great way to bring them back into the story. So I like the idea a lot.
Yeah.
And I think tying it into, like I said, with I called it Kumashi, but I think it might be Kumadori actually. But that's just
Kumadori, isn't that the Life Return guy with the hair? Isn't that?
Oh, is it? Then it is probably Kumashi.
Yeah.
Well, oh yeah, Kumadori is the CP9 agent, right?
Yeah, the guy with the hair.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but no, the Kumashi connection with Beppo, because Beppo's always had the cute gag. I feel like that's perfect, and it would be such a great moment for Perona, who is awesome.
And for me, the biggest thing is that we saw Moria apparently didn't want to work with Blackbeard. You know, like because I mean, by virtue of him being locked up and needing to be released by Kobe and stuff, that tells me pretty directly that he didn't want to work with him. So that's just like, okay, like Oda's setting it up so everyone stays relevant, and he's not going to go with Blackbeard. And I mean, him going with Shanks or Luffy is like a no-go. So like him going to the Cross Guild is just the de facto answer at this point in my mind.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
If you remember in go ahead.
I was gonna say, because like I feel like that's a plot that no one expected. You know what I mean? It's just so interesting because it's like, where's Law gonna go now? It's like with Buggy. Like, did anyone expect that? But no, I just think it's fascinating. I don't know.
No, yeah, and I love Perona. She's always been one of my favorite of the female characters in One Piece. Especially for the side characters, more kind of random, and the fact that she was with Mihawk for so long. In the anime, I really loved the dynamic between them. We saw a lot of fun moments between that, so I would like to see Perona and Mihawk come back together, and that'd be a great way to introduce Moria into the group. But as far as like Doflamingo goes, we did see in Marineford, we saw Doflamingo ask Kark to join him, so it would be kind of a fun way if we twist that around and say like Doflamingo now joins Croc.
That would be great.
Yeah, I like that.
And Crocodile would probably love it because he's in a higher position than Doflamingo, and he gets that sort of one up on him. Like, oh, now you're crawling to me. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, and the fact that Croc already has Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 under him because Mr. 3 was under Buggy, you know what I'm saying? So like they're back in the fold. To me, all of that's just like, okay, like Impel Down breakouts guaranteed. Like Mr. 2 is gonna go and work with the Cross Guild. Like obviously he's friends with Luffy and gonna like him and help him out, but like he's probably gonna go to the Cross Guild more directly because they're probably just gonna let everyone escape or whatever. And so that's just like that tells me, okay, well, I'm pretty much sold that that's gonna happen. And then Doflamingo's obviously locked up, so like it's just going to be a beautiful thing when Oda does it, I think. Like, he's going to be able to bring in so many different characters from the past, like, and it's going to seem realistic. Like, none of it's going to be like, you know, like a push or whatever. Like, it's just going to be a beautiful moment for One Piece. That's like what One Piece is all about, is bringing back old characters, like, meaningfully. And Cross Guild is like the conduit for that to happen, like, on a huge scale. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Also,
And
I feel like go ahead, Preach.
Yeah, just quick. If they do go to the Impel Down, it's like we break out everyone out. They did that for Buggy and Croc and stuff. So,
pretty sure.
Is he cutting out? Okay,
yeah, he's kind of cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out a
Like and
little
subscribe, everyone.
That's what he was saying. That's exactly what he was saying.
That's what he was
like
saying.
the
Like,
stream.
you should like and subscribe
Like
to the
the
channel.
stream, yeah.
Like the stream. That's exactly it.
Like the stream.
Hey,
But,
real talk though. 22 watching and 25 likes. Hey, that's
crazy.
The ratio I like.
That's a
called-
ratio.
That's a dub. That's a
There
dub.
we go.
Vex said Preach getting Lucian.
Yeah, he was saying something
nah.
to him Gorosei or at his doorstep.
But let me
all right,
Preach, you good now?
can you hear me better now? Or not?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right. No, yeah, I was just saying like Bonchan, if they do break Impel Down breakout, then Bonchan, it would be cool if he joins the Straw Hats.
that would be peak fiction right there. That would be it. I was like, we've been waiting for this moment forever. And
Even better, because I was saying this on Dax members only thing that it'd be great if Bonchan would go back to the Straw Hats immediately after the breakout. But then I realized, right? I was thinking, if you look at every single warlord, half of they're all beaten by Luffy if you really think about it, but half are just impacted by Luffy in a positive way, and half were literally beaten by Luffy.
Yeah.
So I could easily see a situation where every single previous warlord comes to Cross Guild and they have to make some decision of who to ally with, who to support in this final race. Like if they need like a final push or they go against, it's like they choose Blackbeard or they choose Luffy and like some sort of big decision. Half of them could easily sway the decision. Like I could see Bonchan being like, "Oh, I choose to be with Luffy's side." Like Boa would say the same thing. Law would possibly prefer like Luffy over Blackbeard in that scenario. And then there's like I can't think of all the warlords off the top of my head, but I could see a scenario where Cross Guild is split between people who would support Luffy and people who don't support Luffy whatsoever, like Doflamingo, Crocodile, Mihawk is
maybe
on the fence, Moria. So yeah, I could see like factions in between like Cross Guild, like both sides, and it's based off of Luffy. But since it is the Buggy Bash, I think that because Buggy is the head, he gets to make the final decision of whether to be with Luffy or not.
That's so great.
I think he is the final man who will decide. You know what? We should trust Mugiwara. We should go with him, or like we should go for it ourselves. Like screw Mugiwara, just like in Logtown, and like we are Cross Guild.
Let's see how
So
Buggy
like
changed and matured. You know.
I feel like the unifying factor for a lot of these villains, because obviously these are a lot of like people who have led their own crews, so like they're gonna need a lot of incentive to work together. And I feel like killing Luffy is gonna be a unifying factor. You know, like whenever Moria and Doflamingo and maybe some other villains like that we aren't expecting, like I don't like Captain Kuro or something. Like just all the villains maybe they're locked up. It might be a unifying thing where like maybe Croc, because maybe like Prince is saying there's like kind of two sides to it. What if Croc is over there saying like join us and you can all have a hand in taking down Luffy, and they're all like yeah, okay, yep, I'm with you. And then Mihawk on the other side says like something else because like he likes Luffy kind of, you know, he likes Zoro and stuff, right? Then it could be like like Blackbeard, or it could just be a separate thing where it's like or if you don't want to do that, you know, we're also doing this. You know, I don't know. Like it could just be like I definitely think taking down Luffy will be an aspect because I know they said, oh, like or Buggy said, we don't have to go fight any of the emperors. We just need to beat them to the One Piece. But that's I feel like that's not realistic. You know, like that is the plan, but like they're gonna have to fight somebody or they're gonna run into somebody. And Luffy getting the laugh tail or whatever like makes sense, right? Like or he's obviously going to. And so I could see a scenario where they run into Luffy because maybe they have like all the plans, but Luffy, you know, he's the protagonist, whatever. And so maybe that's the thing where it's like, yeah, they do have to fight Luffy, but because most of the people filed under him because they want to take out Luffy, it all kind of works out, right? So yeah, because I'm sure Doflamingo and Moria and stuff still hate Luffy a lot, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So that's the thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool idea because it shows like how the way you phrased it was the half of them betting on Luffy and half of them not betting on Luffy. I think it's genius because, for example, let's say Buggy, you know, being the underworld broker dealer guy, literally like bets on Luffy. Like this whole gag has been built up the whole time. Like the man worth betting on. That's not really a gag, but like the idea, the concept, and then they literally have to bet on Luffy, like literally with money, or Shanks or Buggy or Blackbeard, like picking the horse in the race to find the One Piece. You know what I mean? I think that's such an interesting way of phrasing it. You know what I mean? Because there might be people who do want Luffy to get the One Piece. Like, this is hypothetical, and I don't think this is going to happen 100%. But let's say Boa somehow ends up in the Cross Guild because she's a warlord as well. She would obviously be on Team Luffy. But even in the Cross Guild, there's people who like Luffy, like Bon Clay, if
exactly
he pulls up. You know? I
feel like and I would even say like even like Mr. 3 is probably going to like
because he's like I actually like believe in you. You could actually do something.
And here's the thing: is like Croc. I don't think Croc likes Luffy, but even Croc like worked with Luffy and only escaped Impel Down because Luffy agreed to work with him. You know what I'm saying, so it's kind of like there are a lot of people who want to kill Luffy, but like there are like you know a lot of people have like some like lukewarm feelings where even if they lost, Luffy's helped. So I just feel like that whole paradigm of like, you know, like a lot of people wanting to kill him, and then other people being like, I don't know if that's a good idea. You know, like that. That's just going to be beautiful, and that would also just be like the lesson for like, okay, yeah, you don't want to get a crew of like selfish villains together because it's not everyone has too many agendas. Like that could be like the lessons. Like that's how they fall apart. It's like there's too many differing opinions on Luffy, which would be
and that's kind of interesting because if we're talking about like the recent run that's been happening, Blackbeard said the exact same thing. You know, too many agendas. You know, you got to follow your own agendas, and they're splitting the actual goal of the group because they're all too fixated on their own goals. That's very interesting.
And Buggy just unified them under the One Piece goal, which like that could also be kind of just like a lesson for the whole story is like if you're focused on going for that one goal and everyone in your crew is focused on it, just like we've seen so many of the Straw Hats say. Like Luffy's going to be the Pirate King, like and like they'll even give up their lives to help Luffy become the Pirate King. Like when they're all focused on that goal, almost like a basketball team that like just wants to win the title or whatever. It's like you all need to be focused on the same thing because then you can actually achieve it. Where with Cross Guild, like Buggy has unified most of them, but like are the strong people, like the ones that you know, like the crew, the actual crew of Cross Guild, like the main 10 people that or so that people usually have. If they all have different agendas, then it's not going to work. Even if all these fodder people that Buggy inspired want to go get the One Piece, if Croc, Mihawk, Moria, Doflamingo, etc., all want to do something different, I don't, you know, it's going to fall apart eventually. Even if they, you know, do some successful things together.
Definitely, it's like let's think about it like this, right? To be super current. People who are doing it just for the agenda, they're like the Dylan Brooks of the One Piece world. You know what I mean? They're not really in it for the goal. They're in it for the idea of the goal. But they don't have the movement to push forward. You know what I mean? It's all talk. It's all talk. Sorry guys, I hate Dylan Brooks. I just need to get my shit.
Dylan
off.
Brooks just got a
I'm
straight,
glad you do, bro. Preach. I don't know how you feel.
He's gonna be catching a
Oh,
stray
no,
when he doesn't
yeah.
get any jobs.
I feel
in
the same
NBA
way.
ever again. He's gonna be catching. Oh man.
Now he's off the Grizzlies and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's bad. I sent it in the sports chat. He's gonna end up on the Filipino rich and juicy hot dogs or whatever that is. He's gonna end up there, bro. But
For those of you in chat who are extremely confused on what we're talking about, it's pretty much just a NBA player, a basketball player, who's talking a lot of smack during this season, like towards the end of it, and then he got absolutely obliterated when like the basketball games actually came. And what's even worse is because he talked so much smack and didn't back it up, his team just said, "We're dropping you this season." So
yeah,
he's not even gonna be a player anymore. Oh, that's hilarious.
yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to shout out Mr. Bushido. He sent another super chat soon after, but he just sent another one as well, which is crazy, man. Appreciate the support. The first one says, I think Wang Ji could be the man marked by flames, which could lead really well into Dak's idea about mass stews, so we'll probably hop in that. Real life, Wang Ji was a pirate who worked with the Portuguese, smuggled something called weep in
Weapons,
Japan.
I think.
Oh, weapons. Oh, okay. Duh.
Yeah.
The locals
The
called his
character
ships,
limit, man.
yeah, the locals called his ships the Black Ships, which could be obviously a segue into the man marked by flame ship. I think that could be cool. I'm still on the Saul train. I know
I'm
the
still on
train.
Saul.
The train has been derailed a bit because people are thinking it's Dragon. Like Dak, you're thinking it's Max Deuce. So let's get into that.
A lot of trains.
Yeah.
A lot.
Actually, yeah. Let's hear the new conductor of the train, Dak. Who do you think?
Conductor
Yeah.
of the
Well,
train.
no, I'm so happy to talk about this because it just keeps getting better. And I mean, it started with like a random conversation that wasn't even talking about the man marked by flames, and people have just continued making this even better. So shout out to everyone in the Discord, and maybe some people in the chat will even make it stronger. But basically, if you go read the Ace novels, the last time we saw Mass Deuce, he was leaving Ace's grave, Ace and Whitebeard's grave on Sphinx Island, was talking to Morgan, saying he wants to work for Morgan's. And then he was also showed, this is like maybe the most important thing, that he has a flame dial with Ace's fire. So he's still able to use the same. Yes. So he has like a permanent fire source. There's even a line where he's like, "There's no fire on the seas that burns hotter than this one." And he used it for the striker, the thing that Ace used to use, or maybe he made a new one. I can't really tell, but it's the same. It's the same boat. He used it and powered it with the flame dial. So last we saw, he was on his own little boat thing, like a little rocket, Ace's little surfboard thing, going around the seas, talking to Morgans about trying to, basically, he's like, all I want to do is follow Luffy and the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff. Like, that's all I want to report to you on. And Morgans is like, whatever. And so we know that at the start of the time skip, he set the goal that all he wants to do is keep tabs on Sabo and Luffy. So right there's like an air of he's going to be involved soon. That's like what I really took from it, and he's involved in fire. Also, he ate half of the Mera Mera no Mi. So as far as the marked by flames part, there's a couple angles there where like it should be a physical mark. Shout out to Hidden Island and his wife. They helped me decipher it a little bit to see, and it should be a physical mark. It could be a tattoo or a scar or any physical marking. So I have a theory on that I'll say later. But here's where it gets really juicy. Is during the Ace novel, he met Rayleigh as part of the Spade Pirates. They met Rayleigh and got the ship coded and went to Fishman Island. So they know how to get down there, and they probably saw the road poneglyph for that matter. They didn't show it, but like they were down there, and Ace had like a list of things he wants to go visit. So like they were down there for a while looking at stuff, right? And he's obviously familiar with the fishmen. And then once Ace joins Whitebeard, Deuce joins the medical team for Whitebeard, and he's like helping Whitebeard out. And he learned, and I haven't read the actual novel. I just have like read the wiki part of it, but I'm sure it's pretty accurate. He tells Ace that he doesn't really respect the fact that he's trying to kill Whitebeard because Whitebeard owns territories that he's protecting, and he really respects the fact that those territories don't get attacked by people because of Whitebeard. And so then if you think about it, okay, last we saw him, he was leaving Whitebeard in Ace's grave with a fire dial thing, and he knows how to get to Fishman Island, and he was very well aware of the fact that Fishman Island was protected by Whitebeard, right? So all these things are like, okay, he could have gone down there and gotten the poneglyph to protect it, right? Like that just makes so much sense. And then the part that builds all this, that makes this even better, is the black ship. Well, we don't know whose ship it is or whatever, but the Spade Pirates had a normal ship before joining Whitebeard. So it could be that ship, and it could have been painted all black because like spades are black. It's the Spade Pirate ship. Mm-hmm. And then also, Deuce designed Ace's striker, like the thing that that has like little paddle things. He designed it and built it, so he's like a genius. Like he's a shipwright basically, right? But like a really good one, like a crazy one, because he made this cool thing. Mm-hmm. So that ship that we saw, what if the whirlpools is like the ship got altered, so the flame dial is like pushing under it, and that's just creating whirlpools around the ship all the time by creating currents from that, like the never-ending flame from Ace. And so then when it comes to like what's the mark by flames, again, it could just be all this fire stuff in general, because since Deuce works for the government, or not the government, for Morgans, he could have released this to the world, because we don't know how Blackbeard and Kid know about this, but we know at least a year ago it was revealed, because that's when Blackbeard mentioned it. That was a year ago. And so Deuce could have went and gotten it, revealed to the world like this cryptic thing that, like, he could have Morgans release it as a certain story where, like, the man marked by flames or whatever. And so everyone's wondering, like, what is the mark by flames? Like, what does that mean? And what if, like, the mark is only one that Luffy would understand? And so it's like, okay, well, what is that? What if Deuce got an Ace tattoo, like the one that Ace had that says ASCE, but the ACE is crossed out and not the S, because Ace is dead and Sabo's back now, you know what I'm saying? And so the marked by flames is he has the names of the flame users. Like, that's what he means by marked by flames. It's tattoos of the flame users, but only Luffy would get it. It's like 3D2Y. But, like, you know what I'm saying? The mark would be only one Luffy would understand.
Yeah, that is crazy, because no one would understand the Sabo Ace thing except Deuce, because Deuce would know about Sabo from Ace telling him about Sabo. Like,
he was there when he got the tattoo. I don't think Ace had the tattoo until after he left, right? I'm not sure exactly, but he definitely would have known about the tattoo.
And we know Deuce has tattoos from the book too. That is crazy.
Yep. And Ace got a tattoo, like the Whitebeard tattoo, remember, on his back. And so what if at some point, like, so basically I guess what I'm saying is there's Deuce knows how to get tattoos. There's somebody on Whitebeard's crew that gives tattoos, so that's also a possibility. So yeah,
someone with a Miss Doublefinger-esque fruit.
And also 3 days including some more stuff. There's like a lot to it. There's like, we were talking to Discord earlier, so some of this is fresh, but Roger could have asked Whitebeard to protect the poneglyph until Joy Boy returns during the last convo. So after Whitebeard and Ace's death, Deuce could have took over guarding it, because imagine, like, Roger knew that was you need that to go to Laugh Tale. What him and Whitebeard talked about, like, how to get there, even though Whitebeard said, I don't want to know. It could have been as simple as Roger, like, hey, I know where all these other poneglyphs are. That one in Fishman Island is going to be a risk, because every pirate has to go under the sea, you know what I'm saying, to go to the New World. So he may have literally told Whitebeard, like, if you can, please protect that place, because it's very special because of that red stone or whatever. So, like, there's just so many ways, because Deuce was on Whitebeard's ship, like I said, he was aware of the island protection. So it could have just been a whole story where Whitebeard, Ace, and all those wills are tying back to helping Luffy one more time, basically.
Yeah, that's super sick, and I love how it ties back in Whitebeard back to the main narrative, because that's something I feel like we are going to get more of, obviously, with like Weevil, because I feel like Weevil's probably going to have a lot of Whitebeard stuff. But
I agree.
I feel like the more the better, personally. So
and like Whitebeard's treasure that Bakken went to Sphinx Island to look for, the inheritance. What if that was the road poneglyph? Like, and remember, the last place we saw Deuce was Sphinx Island.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
And think about how involved Ace's will is, like, because it's not just that it's Ace's right-hand man that's doing it, but it's Ace's fire. Like, his flame dial would be protecting the poneglyph by creating whirlpools. Like, Ace's will, like, literally never went away. Like, bro.
And that would be a great not segue, but like through line, because Egghead started with the warm Ebby stuff and that we
Yes.
know is caused by explosions. Maybe okay.
it was-
Now,
Oh, I forgot.
This is
It was formed
shoot.
as the whole.
because
Kev,
the
keep cooking. What are you
Ebbies,
gonna say?
the
Kev, keep
Ebbies,
cooking.
the Ebbies are formed, and that's what causes the whirlpools. Maybe. Are you guys feeling what I'm saying? Like, because the whirlpools obviously have like a downward thing. Maybe the Ebbies are the inside of the whirlpools, but they're caught up by the explosion or something from Ace's flames or whatever. Maybe that's it too.
So they're
Yeah.
byproducts of the whirlpools being caused by
Yes.
the
Yes.
flame. Oh, this
and,
is
and
good.
and another meta answer to this. So Kid and Blackbeard are the ones who mentioned the man marked by flames, and they're at the other two islands that the three people from Wano, the three captains, were going to. Right, like
Yep.
Blackbeard was at Winter Island, and that's like where, and we saw him talking about it in the past throughout Kiji's flashback. And then Kid went to Elbaf and obviously got obliterated. And so it's like, okay, so the man marked by flames has been mentioned by people involved with the other two islands. So the last one, Egghead, well, Luffy, the protagonist, is there, the one who is missing just that poneglyph. It's One Piece. The man marked by flames is probably at or near Egghead. Like that's what I'm feeling. Like that's what the story is set up for. Luffy's the one who doesn't know who he is, so the one who's not looking for him finds him.
That's what I was gonna say.
It's so many things tied together, and so and to build off of that, if you look back in the past, so Big Mom had a poneglyph, Kaido had a poneglyph, then there was one in Zoe, which like that's kind of like I don't know if you want to say like Joy Boy has that one, but that's like a neutral one that's well hidden, right? But then the last one was just in Fishman Island, which isn't like Zunisha can guard the other opponent. That's like Yonko status, right? So basically the point is there are really strong forces guarding the other three, but not the fourth one, because like Fishmen are strong, but obviously any really, really strong pirate could go in and wreck shit, as we saw. So it could be like, but Whitebeard had that territory. So I feel like the more I think about it, it's foolish to think that these other Yonko are protecting their road poneglyphs that they're in possession of, but the one that Whitebeard is basically in possession of by protecting Fishman
Is
Island, he's not going to be aware of that, and he's not going to make sure after he dies it's protected like that. So the more I think about it, Whitebeard knew it was down there, protected it to help the fishmen, to say like, you guys are going to get destroyed if it stays down here. Like, I'm going to go hide it. He hid it at Sphinx Island, which is because that's like where the inheritance was. That's what Baku's looking for. That's the big treasure. It's not the actual money. It's the poneglyph, which is hidden stuff. And then maybe he, like Deuce, where Deuce is involved, is he told him like, hey Deuce, like I need you to do this, because like the government would be thinking one of my members is going to protect it. They don't even know who you are. The Spade Pirates weren't anything, before you joined. So you should be the one to protect it, and you are like Ace's right hand man. It just makes sense
Because he's
no one
more
will be
under
looking
the radar than Ace ever was, because Ace was a commander.
And to build onto that, he's working with Morgans, like secretive people work with Morgans. You know what I mean? Like traders and people you don't expect, like Apu, for example. He was taking pictures to sell to Morgans and stuff. Yeah. So like whenever I hear someone works for Morgans, I'm like, okay.
And the main reason,
smart,
I don't know if you mentioned this, but Deuce is literally a journalist. That's his entire goal. The Ace books are written by Deuce, in case for people who don't know in chat. So that makes it even better.
Morgans was trying to buy the book off of him. That's how they started working together. He's like, hey, sell me that. I'll sell millions. We're going to make so much money. He's like, nah. That this is a story that should be only for like certain eyes or something like that. I can't remember. And he left it at Ace's grave.
Yeah.
So Ace's grave has the Ace novel.
Wait, Dak, you said that. Just to make sure, did you say that Deuce was a part of Whitebeard's medical crew?
Yes,
he was. Yeah.
Do we know what sea Deuce is from?
I think we know what sea they met in. I don't know. Yeah, like I think
because
they met
if
in
we know what sea he is from, because I saw Mr. Bushido talk about it. Like it's just like pulling on some strings here, but we saw Law's reaction because I want to talk about how like Luffy, Kid was bugging and edging him on, like, oh, you're the one who doesn't even know about the man marked by flames. You're dead last. Like you have no idea what's gonna happen. Whereas Luffy's literally like the closest one to the man marked by flames right now, ironically.
Yes.
Supposedly.
I'm trying to
also, I was gonna say, if we like figure out why Law reacted in a certain way, and if it's Deuce, what I'm trying to say is, what if Deuce is from Law's hometown? What if Deuce also survived? Like if he's from the North Blue?
Well, it's tough because they met in the East.
Yeah,
And,
because
Yeah,
he's a doctor and he has like medical knowledge and stuff. That's
Well,
it's very very loose threads for sure. But there's a reason
Well,
why Law reacted a certain way.
yeah, I was gonna say, well, let me give you if it's all to tie to the law reaction, let me give you a different spiel on that because I think
we're on
Frida
the
and I
yeah
were
we're
spoken.
okay
We're on the
before we,
tinfoil hats, so
before
let's
we
be
Let's,
real.
all right. So who of I guess wouldn't Law have a pretty good grasp for how Luffy reacts to Ace information? You know what I'm saying? Like he literally saved Luffy from
at
Marineford, right?
Marineford. Yeah.
He knows how Luffy reacts when Ace is brought up in any way. And so whenever they talk about the man marked by flame, like, I'm not saying Law definitely knows his deuce or anything, but maybe that's just what Oda's kind of telling us. It's like a hint, like, yeah, Law looks really dark there because it's like a sad thing. You know what I mean? Like because it's connecting back to Ace, which like Luffy would want to know, I guess, but it's still like he may just know that's a
Yeah.
touchy subject and doesn't want to say it. You know what I'm saying? And another thing to tie into that is, the laws and sword theory. Shout out to Randy. If that is true, if that's true, well, Law. Then I feel like the door is open for Law has all sorts of intel, including like stuff from Morgan's. So he might know about Mask Deuce in general because of that. Like maybe they've met or worked together in some way because of like they're both kind of like underground people. You know what I'm saying? Like with like a lot of affiliations. So I could also see that where like maybe Law knows it's Mass Deuce, but he's not. But he's like nobody else. Like everyone knows that there's a man marked by flames, but maybe Law is like one of the only people who knows it's Mass Deuce because he knows him. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. And so he also can't say it for that reason because it's like I can't reveal it, but I know what he's talking about. Or like I wouldn't mind telling Luffy, but then Kid would overhear it, and I don't want that to happen. Like there's a lot of things you could read there. I
The
think.
conflicted attitude. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, we gotta take a breather. Mr. Bushido is now on his third super chat in a row, and I'm like, that's why I was like, all right, maybe we should chill real quick. Okay, so, 15 minutes ago, Shiki teams up with Cross Guild potential. I like the idea. I don't know how relevant Shiki's gonna be in the story, like in the main narrative, because I feel like he's one of those bygone era characters that doesn't need to be in the main story as a player. But I could see him being relevant. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Yeah. Preach and Prince, any thoughts on Shiki?
Honestly, when it comes to Shiki, I have no thoughts. It's like it's hard to like because we see all these different perspectives and narratives with Egghead. Like we see Buggy's perspective, Blackbeard's perspective, Shanks's perspective, Louis' perspective. And that's all four Yonkos, a bunch of different warlord perspectives. So to like bring in Shiki to all of this, it's definitely like just weird. Like how does Shiki fit into everything? So like
Yeah,
I'm just completely like befuddled
I'm with
Yeah.
you.
with that.
I
And
think
my
we
thing with
just need
Shiki
more.
is, I just feel like if he was going to be introduced or even mentioned, I feel like it would have been the perfect time in Wano. We had the Rocks Pirates reuniting. Maybe
Yeah.
like a comment from
Definitely.
Kaido or Big Mom or something. But just the fact that we didn't get much from him even there, I feel like I don't think he's going to return to the main story at least.
I'll say this: if it doesn't happen at Hachinosu, then he's not coming back. You know,
I
like
agree.
or like I could see Cross Guild because I'll be like if I'm just going off vibes in like my perspective, to me like it feels like Shiki should be the head of Cross Guild, like because it's like a bunch of losers. You know what I'm saying? Like Buggy and Mihawk are winners, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Like they're kind of separate, but everyone else are just losers in the
Yeah.
cross. Like literally they lost and like they have like the wrong goals and all that stuff. And that's like what Shiki's role is he's like the loser of the bygone era. You know what I mean? Like he couldn't stack up to anyone. He was really strong, but he never got that close, and he thought he had Roger dead to rights with the Ed War and got cooked. So it feels like that's almost the place for him, but obviously God King Buggy has that position. So yeah, if Shiki doesn't come back with like something really dope like during Hachinosu, it's hard for me to see where else he slots in. But he definitely has to appear because like he said he has like a plan, like in the canon like Strong World chapter or whatever. He says like I have a plan that I've been working on for 20 years or whatever. So he's got to do something, but it's just like if it's not in Hachinosu, like because like
What could
that's
it
the
be?
Rock's home base and all that, then I'm at that point I'm like, if Oda brought it in any later, it would be weird. Like I don't know if I'd like it. So like that's the last chance in my mind.
They also said this is basically what you were saying, Dak. Given Law's reaction to the man marked by flames, I think he knows he discovered at Rocky Port, or the identity, I assume, of this character at Rocky Port, or Dofi knows it talked about that when Law was a kid, and they broke him out. Are you saying the man marked by flames is the one who's going to break out Doflamingo? I personally can't see that. I feel like that's what the cross guild's going to lead to. You know, I just feel like that's like...
Or that Doflamingo knew about the man marked by flames and talked
and broke
about
them out? Like, did Doflamingo break them out, or are they going to break Doflamingo? I don't know. I can't really follow
why they go break Doflamingo out so he can help them find the man marked by flames.
Oh, maybe that's it?
Yeah.
I can see that.
Well, so here's the thing with the man marked by flames is the oldest time we can track it back is a year ago. Whenever Blackbeard brought it up, it said it was about a year ago, like in that little flashback, like halfway during the time skip. And you know, the last we saw the poneglyph was 25 years ago or so, like with Roger, whenever he went and read it. So any time in that 24-year range, it could have been moved. But in my mind, like, Whitebeard ruled or protected Fishman Island that whole time.
No one was going to touch it.
Right, and so only Whitebeard could have touched it. And so that's kind of where my mind's going is like, okay, because like with like Doflamingo, for example, like bringing him into this, it's like, well, if it maybe it only like the man marked by flame specifically. I feel like that is really recent. Like I feel like that's time skip. Like I don't think that was a thing before the time skip. And so I bet you, going off this timeline, I bet you Doflamingo heard of it, but it'd be weird for him to know who it was in my mind. If the man marked by flames came about in the last 2 years and everyone's like looking for him and wondering who he is, it's just like Doflamingo is the type of guy I feel like who like would have went for it or something. I know he has like different plans, or he would have sold the information, or if he knew that important information, he would have acted on it, I guess is what I'm saying.
And I feel like it makes even more sense for Doflamingo to know about it because he literally had Ace's fruit. Like, how perfect would it be if Doflamingo knew about the man? Like, say it is Deuce, for example. That would be such a perfect way to tie him into the main thing.
Oh, well.
But also, Morgan. Like, just Morgan's as well. He could probably know.
The Underworld. Underworld, because Doflamingo's in the Underworld with Morgan's. Morgan's
one of the head guys.
So that's actually...
I mean, it could be just like this is just to say not Deuce in general, but let's say you have the flame fruit in your possession. How'd you get the flame fruit? You have to probably find it from a bunch of different people, and he could have taken it at Marineford or something. But
that's what I expect.
Yeah, and I think for me, when it comes to the man marked by flames, you keep bringing up Whitebeard having a poneglyph, and I think that's one of the main important details that we need to focus on because that's why I'm leaning more towards Shanks. We know
as
Shanks,
the man marked by flames.
To go. No, not him, but someone related to Shanks, someone connected to him, because when Shanks went with Marco to go to Sphinx Island to take Whitebeard's body, and at that point Marco is basically the captain now of the Whitebeard Pirates, so we know that there's like a bond between Marco and Shanks, even when Marco saw him after Wano. So it's like maybe Marco was the one who decided, like, you know, he talked to Shanks and then gave it to Shanks. Or he told, or Shanks told him, like, go, I'll send like a Elbaf Giant or someone to go get it. Because it's just that I feel like that has to be an important part, because that could have been when the poneglyph was taken to Elbaf or somewhere around that time.
Dude, that is, man. Okay, you just sealed the deal.
They got a brain blast
on the Deuce theory. The fact you brought in Shanks to this, because Shanks, he goes to Marineford, and what's he say? Let me take Ace and Whitebeard's bodies. I know where to put them, whatever. And he goes and takes it to Sphinx Island. Where do we last see Deuce? Sphinx Island, using Ace's fire again. It's all Sphinx Island over and over. So you're talking about Whitebeard and like who's going to be involved, like with the poneglyph or whatever. To me, man, if just having Whitebeard protect it whenever he dies, like Shanks know that needs to be protected still, then like he knows Sphinx Island is maybe where it was, because I was talking about Whitebeard's treasure and everything, and then the man marked by flames, it could be a thing where literally Shanks maybe talked to Deuce, and even they designed it because it's like, we got to come up with a plan. It can't stay here. We can't keep it at Sphinx Island anymore. That's like the plan.
It could be too, because we know that Shanks met Ace. Like we saw that. I think it was in Marineford, right? We saw that.
Snowy Island. Snowy Island.
So they definitely know each other. Shanks might have even met his whole crew. So
Yeah,
it's
he
definitely
did.
possible.
He did. He
Oh,
met
yeah,
the
he
whole
did.
group.
Yeah, he did.
He
He
did.
did.
He did.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
It's
What
good
if
confirmed.
Shanks Shanks and Deuce came up with the plan of having Deuce be the man marked by flames as a cover? Because like
Yes.
we've seen every single Yonko have a road poneglyph, right?
Mhm.
So like we were all assuming, oh, Shanks probably has the next one. But what if like it's just to throw off, and then you hear this rumor of, oh, the man marked by flames possibly has the last road poneglyph, and it's maybe to throw like off people like Blackbeard or just any pursuers, right? Whereas
Yep.
Shanks actually knows he's protecting it for real at Elbaf.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying with Marco
Well,
too, because we know Marco fought against the Blackbeard pirates, right? So he would probably rather give it to Shanks or someone connected to Shanks in that sense, because it's like
Rather than
we don't
risk
want Blackbeard getting
Whitebeard's.
into One Piece. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
I
Because-
definitely take the ship thing at face value. I'll say that. Like, I think it's definitely on a black ship with a guy right now. That's the man marked by flames. So
Wait,
like,
you think the poneglyph
so
is
it can't
on the
be
ship?
Shanks, but Shanks planning it. Oh yeah, that's what they said. That's what they said.
I
It's
thought
on
the
ship.
poneglyph was just what the man marked by flames was on. I thought the poneglyph was somewhere else.
He's that black ship has the poneglyph, and that's why there's whirlpools. Like you can't get to the ship. That's like the whole point.
I
Okay,
can check the chapter again. real
Yeah,
quick
you
for
can
y'all.
check. I remember I was discussing this with someone else, and we came to this point, and I looked it up because that's what I remembered, and that's what it was. That's Blackbeard says that. I mean, maybe a different translation says it's slightly different, but the TCB did.
Okay, I'm leaning to the cover thing, honestly, because think about it. Like, the character's name is literally Masked Deuce. He's literally undercover from the jump. And that's, like, again, I'm not saying 100% is Masked Deuce, but I like the idea, so we're going to roll with it. But, like, say it is Saul. Saul was covered in bandages. He was literally hidden, you know what I mean? Like, something like that. I don't know. I'm still on the Saul train.
That's
Dak,
another
I'm
reason
liking
why
what
I
you're
was
cooking.
thinking
Saul
it
is,
could
I
be
need to
Saul
know how he
because-
went down to Fishman Island. That's the biggest thing for me.
Yeah.
Like how does he get his ship coded and go down there and convince the fishmen that he can take this, or it doesn't cause mayhem? That's like my thing. That's like my starting point for all man marked by flames theories, pretty much.
Going back to like the Shanks thing, that's kind of why I do think it could be so. Not saying it's him for sure, but
Connected to him.
we know that he went to Elbaf, right? And we know he knows a lot of the knowledge about the books from Ahara. So he could also be tied to Shanks.
All right, so Dak, this is literally what Mr. Bushido, he sent another super chat. Of course, you know, much shout outs to him. Like I said, this is the third one. Oda said last poneglyph is on Beehive, Elbaf, or Vera. So I think that's kind of leading to the cover idea that the man mark is all cover. So I don't know if you guys are like 100% on it. I'm 100% on Elbaf because I feel like this is where the final battle before Laugh Tale is going to take place. Not sure how you guys feel about it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's going to be there because it's like if you look at where the other poneglyphs were, you know, we had Zoe, which is like a completely random place where like people are still having trouble finding it, you know what I mean? But then the other two were known, which was Wano and Big Mom's place. And so it's kind of set up where like two are like
known
straightforward
and two are
guesses and two are really hard. And so whenever it comes to Elbaf, that's like too straightforward of an answer. Like, and again, I mean, that's not like the best reason, but that's just how I feel is like, that's like the obvious go-to answer. Like that's like as obvious as saying like Wano has one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's kind of set up like even where Blackbeard was talking about it, like, okay, we know where two are easy to find, two are difficult to find. And so I like the idea that this last one's going to be really hard. And I just want to say, I know that the Road to Laugh Tale thing said we're going to find the last one there or whatever. But since Blackbeard said like it's on the ship or whatever, I presume that the man marked by flames is going to take us somewhere. That's like the idea. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, like the we probably will read it at one of those islands, but it's probably because like we're going to meet the man marked by flames. You know what I'm saying? And he's going to take it. Like it's all going to be the same event, but yeah, we got to go find the man marked by flames first is the point. Without him, we will never find it. And I feel like Elbaf, if we have to go find the man marked by flames and then we just go to Elbaf anyway, that to me that's like, well, we're going there no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So it feels like that would be kind of weird for him to get involved just to take us to somewhere we're already going to go read it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Also, just check 1081 as well. It says that the road poneglyph is held by the man marked by, or like the man with the burn scar, and then they talk about his ship.
yeah.
And then
So
so, like whirlpool
I feel like
powers,
it
there could be
being-
devil fruit.
Yeah, I feel like it being held by doesn't necessarily mean it's on the ship. I mean, him protecting it, I feel like could also mean it's held by him. You know what I mean? it doesn't have to be necessarily
guess-
connected to the ship. Maybe that's me like coping a little, but like I don't know. I just feel
Yeah,
like it
it-
being on the ship is kind of strange to me, you know, because
it
that's not like
makes
a
me
location.
wonder, why even bring him up then if it's on like an island? Like for instance, like the Wano poneglyph, like you could say it's held by Kaido, but it's at Wano, like that's where he resides the whole time. So it's just like if it's held by somebody and they're always on a ship moving around and you have to go find them, it just like I mean, it's
kinda
definitely
like-
weird.
it's
Like the
kinda
way
like,
it's described is weird, but it makes it's like why even bring up the ship if it's not on the ship? I guess
It is an interesting parallel, like you said. It's kind of one's hard to find, one's easy to find. It's kind of like Zunisha, you know, it's always moving around. It's hard to.
Yeah.
That is kind of interesting.
That's what I feel like. It's going to be a Zunisha thing. It's moving, just like you have to go find it.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you think about it, Zunisha, or the road poneglyph on Zunisha is the hardest to find because I don't know if there's log poses directly to Zunisha, because of the whole magnetism thing.
There's
but
not.
You only need a Vivre card, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Or a mink. Any minks can find it
Any
automatically.
mink that you know, and also if you know someone from Zoe and then have the Vivre card.
And then you'd even have to go into the whale tree, which Jack was there, and that's not only was the road poneglyph there, that's where Raizo was, who he was looking for. And this, oh my god, dude, Jack, I don't even want to talk about him. He just makes me mad the more I think about it. But Jack could have just went into the, oh man, it's a giant whale tree that really stands out. And there's a guy hiding here. Why don't I just, I don't know. If you're gonna poison the whole island, cut off people's legs, but you're not gonna go check the massive whatever. It is what it is.
Massive mystical tree that's in the background.
Yep.
So
Whatever.
bringing up the Zunisha and having the poneglyph there, and I'm going to talk about it in a video coming up soon. But I just like this idea for Buggy because Buggy told Mihawk we don't have to fight them. Like obviously that's foreshadowing that they are going to have to fight someone at some point. But Buggy is kind of right. Like it's funny because he knows he's been to Zoe, he's been to Wano, or he's at least seen them. If he goes to Wano, he could just talk to Yamato, and Momonosuke. He knows Momonosuke. Go and talk to them and be like, "Yeah, I'm looking for the poneglyph," and they're kind of in a friendly way. And it would be funny too if Mihawk goes in there, he thinks we have to fight Yamato, and then Buggy's just having fun with them, and they give him the poneglyph. Same thing with Zunisha. They go in there and they remember Buggy.
I can see Buggy
liking
going
the-
in
I'm
and
liking
saying,
these
"Hey,
Buggy-
I'm friends with Luffy. I'm friends
Oh, that's
with Luffy."
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
was on
Luffy.
Roger's
Yep.
ship. Yeah.
I was on
but-
Roger's ship. That's
but-
even better. That's
But
even
real
better.
quick, I want to say this though, because I've heard this before, but I have a more concrete idea than some of the others. But so I've heard a lot of people say that Captain John's treasure could take them to Laugh Tale, or it could be like a map to get there, or so they don't need the poneglyphs. They can go get Captain John's treasure, which is what Buggy has always wanted, and that's going to take them there. Well, what if Captain John's treasure is just 4 road poneglyph rubbings?
Oh my god.
Oh, that is
Imagine.
genius.
Why it just that?
Imagine.
That'd
I mean,
be crazy.
we've seen them exchanging hands recently, from Kid's crew. I mean, screw them. They gave up the poneglyph rubbings right away, and then Law.
Yeah,
We didn't
bums.
see it, but we know Blackbeard mentioned them. So the rubbings themselves are really important. So what if that is Captain John's treasure? Is just 4 rubbings of the poneglyphs?
I
That'd be
love
cool.
that.
Be insane because I was
I-
about to say I think it's an eternal opposed to Laugh Tale.
Since
the
we
one
saw
in,
that in Stampede, I feel
Stampede.
like it's not gonna be. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying?
feel like
gotta
that's
be
like
something
too
different.
crazy. I feel like that's too crazy almost.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people say that Buggy is Roxanne, but for me, I always thought it would be better if he was Captain John's son
Oh.
because they are similar.
What if that's Rayleigh?
What,
What do you mean?
Rayleigh's
Oh.
Captain Johnson?
Yeah, well, a couple
yeah.
reasons. John Silvers is a popular pirate.
Fast food.
Like,
kidding.
Long John Silvers. And listen, so I know it sounds funny, but Rayleigh in Captain, or I think it's, I know Rayleigh and some other characters, but anyway, Rayleigh wears long johns, similar to that. So it's I don't know. You could just John Silvers, Rayleigh, Captain John, just
I see the potential. It's possible.
and then also Kureha being involved too. Not that Kureha is Rayleigh's mom or anything like that, but They just all have like the same chin. That's like the main
Yeah,
their facial structure is
Same
very
bone structure,
similar.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like the ages kind of line up also. Like maybe not for Rayleigh to be John's son. Like we don't really know, I don't think, his like when he died and how old he was. I'm not sure. So that might not line up because Rayleigh's obviously really old anyway, but maybe they're brothers, right? Maybe Captain John was Rayleigh's brother or cousin, or it's
Or
just that
relative.
the John Silvers factor to me matters a lot.
It'd be interesting because Buggy obviously was on a crew with Rayleigh, and then Buggy's now after Captain John. That could be a fun little connection there as well. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's just they're both looking for treasure. They both are in powerful ships, like you said. And I don't know because Buggy he's not really that strong, so it's like you don't know much about Captain John, but he might have been he might have not been that strong. He might have been more of a treasure hunter. He might have been more interested in this for gold and treasure. But we'll have to wait and see.
Can I be 100% honest? I feel like Buggy could be strong if he believed in himself. And that sounds cringe, but I feel like he actually could. His devil fruit is kind of crap.
I actually
Definitely
100% agree with you because of the fact that he said this exact thing
Last
in
chat?
this past
Yeah,
chapter.
literally.
With Shanks. If Shanks can be strong and be a Yonka, why can't I? Like, legit.
I think Buggy he can be strong, but I just don't think he's a good fighter. Like he even said when in the East Blue Saga, he said Shanks was such a good fighter and I was a good swimmer. So like some people are just naturally good at fighting. Like even Kato, he was a super soldier basically since he was a child. So he could be strong. Like his devil fruit is cool too.
Right.
And I think it's underrated, but I just don't think he's a good fighter.
I feel like
I feel like
Buggy's...
the only counter to the birdcage.
Oh my god, maybe.
I feel like part of that lesson too is like strength isn't always like the obvious strength, like just being able to like swing a sword faster, or you know what I'm saying, or punch harder or whatever. Like sometimes strength is like the outside stuff, you know, like this, like obviously mental stuff, or using your devil fruit better, or even just developing your hockey. Not even conquers like extreme strength, but just even like this, you know, developing each of the hockeys a little bit, so you're just a better overall. Like there's so many layers you could do to be a better fighter in general. So I think for Buggy, he probably looked at it like, damn, like Shanks was just physically strong as a kid, like he was always such a beast, I never had a chance. But then when you incorporate devil fruits, hockey, and like even some of the other tools we have in One Piece, like dials and whatever, I'm not saying Buggy's going to use dials, but there's all sorts of stuff that can make you strong. And I think Buggy is going to learn that, like, all right, he's strong in the most like Chad sense, but maybe I can be strong, you know, doing these other things. Like, I mean, look at Usopp. He's the shining example of that. So,
and for some hope for Buggy, I would say your environment matters too. Like how we said, Ricardo, he was born in that environment. Buggy was just with some bums, bro. I'll be honest. Like his whole crew is trash, but now that he's
Rogers'
with Mihawk,
crew?
now that he's with Croc,
Rogers' crew?
not Rogers, not Rogers.
Buggy's.
I'm saying Buggy's
Oh,
crew.
okay. I was like,
his crew
whoa.
is-
Dude,
they're-
whoa.
they're-
Wait, are we sleeping on Alvida, Moji, Richie,
Mr.
Kabashi,
3?
and
nah,
Mr.
I'm
3?
asleep, bro. I'm asleep.
I'm hitting the
I know.
snooze button like 100 times, bro.
Yeah, no, my point is just like Mihawk is strong, so like he might, being in that environment with all these prisoners with Mihawk next to him, he might actually start to take some more traits from them and learn a few things.
Yeah.
I do want to do a quick little segue. We got a $5 super chat from That One Piece Talk. Big shouts to them. If Gabon ain't getting screen time, Deuce ain't getting screen time. Lol, much love though from That One Piece Talk. Shouts to you guys. Not sure if people in the chat saw, but I was on there on Monday. It was such a blast, and if you guys haven't checked it out for sure. There was some fun, lot of Buggy is Rocks talk. So I feel like that's a perfect segue to show like the potential of Buggy. Do you guys think Buggy could be like that strong if he like actually
Absolutely
like had
not.
that from the jump?
Absolutely not.
You don't think if Buggy was confident from the jump, you don't think he could be that?
I think where this is headed is that Rocks had the same temperament as Buggy. He was strong though. He's a Buggy who believed in himself from the beginning, like we were just talking about. Like how he's like, how come I'm not that strong? Like Shanks was strong. What about me? I think Rocks is Buggy who believed in himself the whole time. So he's still this like charismatic guy who falls upwards, kind of like, you know, he's going to be kind of goofy, I think, like for sure. Like I think there's going to be similarities. But not that he's weak. I'm not like that's like Kaido saw his face with the strongest fighters or whatever, so there's no question he's like super like Yonko level strong
Super
for sure,
strong,
right?
yeah.
I mean, but I just think we're gonna see the temperament is the same. That's like my ideal scenario, and we're just all gonna be like, this freaking like weirdo, you know what I mean? Like this weird, like overly, like he's laughing all the time, and he doesn't take anything seriously. Maybe he even had Buggy's power, which would be
that'd be
cool, man.
insane.
See that?
So I
That
like
would be
that.
dope.
I like that.
No,
idea.
yeah, I like that too.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
that
the
is.
thing is, with Rocks to me, it's like I think there's too much pointing in the direction that he's strong. He has the will of
No,
and
I
if you think about it-
agree. I agree. But
Shanks
I'm
and
saying,
Buggy
like,
in one person is who I want him to be.
yeah, he's like a fusion of the both. That's a
Yes.
great comparison. Yeah.
Yes,
I would
that's what
say even Rocks could be a fusion of like Shanks and Buggy.
Yeah,
That's
that's what
what
I'm
I
saying.
just said that.
Oh, that's
what
what you just said?
Yeah. A lot of voices, but yeah, that's what I see. Like, because it's all like, and it makes sense because they're like the same age. Like they found them right after God Valley and all that stuff. It would make sense. Like, not saying this is exactly what happened, but it's almost like after Rocks died, his will was split in two, and it was split into those two people. Where Shanks got all the strength, and Buggy got all like the charisma and like the luck and that kind of stuff. Which like Shanks has a lot of charisma too, to be honest. But,
I love
what I
Buggy, man. It's just I just never could see him being strong. Like he's strong in a certain sense, but he's just not gonna ever be at that top level.
Oh no, I completely agree with you. I'm just saying like the idea that Rocks is Buggy-esque isn't out of the question for me. You know what I mean? Like what Dak said about his attitude and like the way he views the world. I feel like that's
his
very
fruit.
possible.
I
The
want
fruit idea is
Rock
fine.
to have Buggy's fruit so bad because I could also see a thing where like that's why they couldn't beat him. Like why it took Garp and Roger to beat him is like every time Roger swung his sword, it just didn't work. You know what I'm saying? So like they literally had to punch him to death.
Think about it like this or something. Like his fruit, and he uses it to split the sky with every attack because it's the chop fruit. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Or I've heard people bring up like Buggy's Awakening or like split atoms.
Splitting
so
the atoms.
Because remember the Buggy balls. Remember that's like
the special Buggy
balls. He had explosives. So imagine if Rox was literally able to send like atomic explosions like just willy nilly.
Maybe that's
like,
what happened in God Valley.
Like Mr. Five like uses boogers, right, to do that. Well, imagine if like it's the same thing, but it's a way bigger explosion with his fruit.
Maybe he has a big red nose. That's a troll. He doesn't.
I think his mom might.
Buggy's
you know what
mom?
I'm saying? No, Rox. Well, So Rox's wife and or Rox's mom, I think, could have a red nose, so that's how it carried forward to Buggy.
The familial genetics and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the
I talked about it in. Go ahead.
Where's that?
No, I was just gonna say quickly. I talked about it in my last video. Even with devil fruits, it's like it's up to the user to use it in a creative way.
Yeah.
And if they're strong, they're gonna use it better no matter what. Like we've seen it with Luffy, how he's inspired by certain things. Even with Law, when he was inspired with an attack from Corazon. So it's really up to the user to maximize the power of it.
Agreed.
I completely agree. I feel like Buggy, he's very creative with his fruit as well. Like him making the car, I would have never expected that, but he made the Buggy car. You know, he's got some creativity behind him. So I definitely think Buggy. I'm not gonna say he's like Luffy-esque because Luffy obviously he's cracked when it comes to using his devil fruit in creative, interesting ways because that's literally the point of his devil fruit. But I think he definitely has like a level in there. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's like the same but the opposite of Luffy. Like there's no question because even their names like Buggy and Luffy, like they're
similar in a way.
Like it's 5 letters, like letter U, letter Y. You know what I'm saying? Just Buggy and Luffy, just slightly different, like just a couple letters swapped. It's like and then you even look at their fruits. I've said this in a video before, but they're the opposite sides of freedom, right? Like if you were to think of like bodily freedom, like in terms of like I can do anything with my body that I want, Luffy and Buggy are the literal opposite. Like they're both the extremes where you can either stretch your body into any shape or form that you want, or you can break up your body into like whatever form you want. And we even saw that in the chapter where Buggy's eyes and teeth and nose and all that popped off of his face.
Yeah.
Where whenever Luffy is pumped, his eyes stretch out of his sockets, right? It's like you have freedom on both ends, and that could even tie back to Rocks where it's like, no, like you need the Gomu Gomu, like, like the other kind of freedom is like important, but not you're not like Joy Boy. Like that fruit may also embody freedom, but it's not the freedom that Joy Boy is talking about. You know what I mean?
Ooh, that's kind of neat,
Also-
actually.
Also, if you look at it, Luffy's one weakness or like known weakness throughout the entire story was getting cut. Sword cuts or like that, right? And what's one of Buggy's main strengths with his fruit is that he can't get cut.
Yeah.
So it's like polar opposites pretty much, and you can see like how like the parallels are like setting up between Buggy and Luffy. It's like very evident.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
very
100%.
interesting.
Like them being the final two, like it almost makes more sense than Luffy and Blackbeard. It definitely won't be like Luffy and Blackbeard will be, you know, the de facto like Pirate King championship battle or whatever. But it almost seems like it should be Buggy because of these parallels. But I think Buggy's gonna have another role. Like Buggy, remember how Buggy took the straw hat from Shanks and gave it to Luffy before Luffy got taken by Law. So I could see Buggy helping Luffy give the straw hat back to Shanks later on also. You know what I mean? Like Luffy is like he sees Shanks, but like maybe there's like a small sea between them or something. And so he has Buggy take the hat over to Shanks for him or something. So there's like a full involvement. I don't know. But yeah, Buggy's gonna be super important.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he's got potential for sure. Like, he's going to be endgame important, no doubt, because he's a Yonko. So, I feel like what he does is what I'm more interested in. Like, I feel like he's got to do something that's not unexpected, because we already got that with him saying he actually wants to be Pirate King. I'd say that's incredibly unexpected, because he's a gag character, you know? And now we're seeing real emotion and motivation from him. So, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely some potential for him to have some more crazy moments like that. But is Oda going to do that where he's the level of Blackbeard or someone or Shanks or someone who's supposed to take entirely seriously? I don't think so.
I want to give a quick shout out to Par for countering, you know, the misinformation from the Marines.
Oh, let's see. ParVision says Larry is just sheep. Sengoku would say Ohara wanted to destroy the world, so why are you listening to him when he says Rocks wanted to be king of the world? When none of his crew said that. That is kind of wild, actually.
I gotta respect it. Paul, I respect it, man. You know, you gotta defend your theory, man. But I just can't see it, bro. I just can't see it.
I see possibility. I don't think Rocks will be weak. I think Rocks will be Buggy-esque. That's what I'm thinking.
There's
You know
no
what I
doubt
mean?
that he's strong, but I feel like his attitude, I mean, the whole fact that he got all these strong people on his side should tell you that he's going to be like Buggy, because Buggy just did that. And he might, and we talked earlier that the Cross Guild might get Moria and Doflamingo. If
Maybe
Buggy
even
has
Law
all these
if,
people
the
under
idea
him,
goes through.
imagine in 50 years when people are talking about the Cross Guild, if all that happens, they're going to be like, oh man, Buggy had names like Doflamingo and the world's strongest swordsman Mihawk and Crocodile. Like, it's going to be the same thing as Rock. It's the same exact thing as what Rocks did. You know what I'm saying? So again, Rocks is going to be strong, but it's just the Buggy parallels are there for sure.
I completely agree. I just saw a funny... Larry's kind of roasting you, Dak, right now. Par is your Roger, so I agree with him. That's funny,
Damn.
bro. That's kind of funny, bro.
Damn.
Oh, my God. But what's it called? Now that we're actually talking about Buggy, what do you guys think of the last chapter? I know it's an hour plus deep, but we haven't even talked about the actual chapter. What would you give it, like, out of 10? What do you think about the revelation of Buggy wanting to be Pirate King? I'm curious.
I think last week we on the OPU podcast. Shout out to OPU. We do a podcast. Me and Prince are on it every Friday. But I gave it a 9 out of 10. It was just such a great chapter, man. Like, for me, my favorite moment of it was definitely Buggy's speech. And I think that's my favorite. I don't even know, even in One Piece, but I think that might be my favorite speech in anime, bro. Like, that was just a top tier speech.
Yes. Love that. Love that. Dak or
Yeah.
Prince, do you want to go?
I'm gonna cry at the anime episode. Like I'm like 100%.
It was so good, yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't even know. Like, my hair was standing up. It was one of the, like I said during my stream and several times, it's literally what One Piece is about. What Buggy did there is literally why Oda writes the story. Like, he wants us to do the same thing, where we whatever situation we're in, no matter how bad it gets, whatever, like, no matter how much we think we're in over our head, It's like you got to look at it and just say like I'm going for my dream. Like what else? If I'm not going for my dream, what's the point, right? And Buggy his whole life, like going back to Shanks, where Shanks said he didn't want to be pirate, or he wasn't going to be Pirate King, or whatever the exact dialogue was, and all the way till now, like Buggy never wanted to say what his dream was or publicly claim it, but now that his back's up against the wall, kind of like his whole organization's taken over by other guys who are doing stuff he doesn't want to do. He's like, screw it, like. What's the point? Like, if I'm not going for the dream, why am I even alive? Why am I helping them?
And I love the thing I love too. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying that's what One Piece is about. Oda, when we watch, it's the same thing with Kobe. I actually have a short recorded about this topic that I want to upload soon, where Kobe and Buggy are the same thing, but they did it at opposite ends of the story. Where Luffy inspired Kobe directly, where I guess you could say Shanks, like other people inspired Buggy, whatever. But it's beginning and end where they learn the lesson of like, if you're not going for your dream, what's the point, right? Like, why?
Thanks.
What are you doing? Like, you're wasting your time. You're on this planet to go for your dream, to use your talents and do what you want to do and all that. And so you need to chase it, even if you're forced to go scrub another pirate's poop deck, or you're you have your head chained up on a wall with the world's strongest swordsman in front of you. Like, it doesn't matter. Like it literally doesn't matter. You just got to go for it. And that it's just, that's why I love One Piece. Like, Oda, it's almost like Buggy like told us like right there, like, all right, we're in the final saga. Everything from here is just peak. Like this, this is why you've been watching One Piece or reading One Piece. And just to have Buggy be the one who kind of like gave us those feelings, man, it's insane. So
yeah,
it was perfect.
Yeah, you brought up the dream, chasing your dream and stuff, and it's like, for me, man, I remember Blackbeard said it. He said, "Dreams never die," right? And it's like that kind of resembles this situation, because Buggy's reminding people of their dreams, that it didn't die. It's still there deep down, but they just forgot, or they, life happens. You just move on to different things. Yeah. They gave up. Yeah. So it's like, and then the thing that I love the most about this is this whole chapter, we get a flashback to Roger's execution. And it's like, Roger had the greatest speech ever, man. It's like, to me, it's Buggy has some of that charismatic energy that Roger had back then. And Mihawk and Croc, they all saw Roger's speech talking about the One Piece. And I think even Mihawk and Croc, deep down, they want to find the One Piece. Because I think even in that moment, they were like, man, this is just so hype. We got to go find that thing, man. So, and then Buggy's the one that's bringing back the energy. I think when you see Mihawk now, that's why he has a look on his face, because he's just shocked that this resembles kind of Roger in a sense.
And it's Buggy.
Since Buggy was on his crew.
And 2 seconds, and also remember, like, Shanks said he didn't want to be Pirate King, like he told Buggy that, or like he wasn't going to yet, or whatever the line was, right? And Mihawk has a lot of respect for Shanks, right? Like, they dueled all the time and whatever. And shout out Hidden Island's theory, where like Mihawk was even on the crew for a little bit. I love that idea. But generally speaking, it's like Mihawk's like, bro, Shanks wouldn't even say that, and you're saying it, Buggy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like that respect level where he's like, bro, you're telling me Red Hair was too afraid to do this, and you know Red Hair, and you pretty much grew up with Red Hair, and you're saying it. It's like, what? Like, whoa, like his perspective is changing for sure on Buggy, because it's like, man, you and Shanks had the same upbringing, but you're not afraid to say that. Like, it kind of reminds me a little bit, like, obviously they know Buggy's weak, but it almost reminds me a little bit of the Law situation, where Law like thought Buggy was strong, like, damn, he's an emperor, that's really impressive, and Law's like, Buggy or Luffy is like, no, like, you don't understand, like, you're missing it. It's kind of like the same thing here, where like, maybe Mihawk, like, again, he is probably overthinking it, but it's like, damn, Buggy's really impressing him because Shanks was, didn't do this for whatever reason. When really, like, it's just, you're just blindly chasing your dreams like you're supposed to. This is what everyone should be doing. And it could just be like, just simply Buggy accepting that impresses him. You know what I mean? So I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's because it's like, I feel like Buggy in that moment, what made it so shocking was, I feel like now, One Piece is, it's like one of those recontextualizing moments of One Piece, where we're going to look back at Buggy throughout the entire series and see him as like, not a joke character, but almost like a tragic character in a way, because he didn't believe in himself, and he's willing to be like chapter 7 fodder. But look where he is now. Chapter 1082 greatness. The glow up is so real, and
he's so relatable.
Yeah,
his energy is unmatched, man. Like, he's just a lit as hell pirate, bro. It's just, that's what you love in One Piece, because you got Luffy on one side, you got Blackbeard just doing crazy evil things on the other side, you got Shanks, and Buggy just fits in with that. Like as far as his energy, not his strength, but energy wise, Buggy's unmatched.
I completely
Yeah, I
agree.
And that's
definitely-
ParVision.
We got Big
That
Par
is
in the
ParVision.
chat. Welcome to the
stop
Buggy
by.
Bash.
Oh my
What's going
god.
on,
Par?
Par?
Yo, I mean, I feel like I heard a lot of Buggy talk, but you guys are wavering on the most important thing. You know, it's like Buggy is the One Piece, guys. Come on.
Oh, that's for sure. We know that.
I mean, he is the man who will become Pirate King. So I completely agree.
I mean,
Like-
once Buggy like comes back from all the pieces, like without his devil fruit, he becomes One Piece, right? So he has to be the One Piece.
Hey,
Canonically
you're
speaking.
you're pretty close. I mean, the thing is, like, Buggy is technically Luffy's first foe and perhaps his greatest, but I think what's more important is, you know, he clearly is probably one of the most important characters given his epithets, the various translations of them. There's not a single character in the series that has an epithet as close to the One Piece as Buggy. So there's many translations of it, but one version of it is he is the 1,000-piece clown. Okay. And then if anyone was doubting if he would be you know, well, you know, like Luffy's a sun god, you know, the star of hope, you know, that kind of thing, right? Star of liberation. Another translation of Buggy's epithet is the star clown. Another one. And then, as an added importance, Oda made his epithet as a pun on being like a star actor. So, meaning that Buggy's the main character of the show. You know, people want to sleep on that, but it's there. Oda wrote it to us at the very beginning of the series, and he's continuing on that trend. So if people sleeping on the constellation, let me tell you, it ends. The constellation of the Grand Line ends with a Buggy. You know what I'm saying?
Because all the
Buggy
things
Piece is real,
lead to
bro.
the end. All the islands, all the 1,000 pieces lead to the end. They all come together.
Exactly.
Kind of like how if you combine all the poneglyphs in Onigashima, you have Joy Boy's body.
Oh. There's
Now we're
that theory
cooking.
too.
Now we're cooking.
Gotta reassemble Joy Boy theory. Shout out Randy Troy.
Yeah, Joy Boy being not Joy Boy, but no, it is Joy Boy.
It is Joy
Dak,
Boy.
we were talking about this on the stream we had, where Joy Boy is a statue, and they put the pieces together and make it one piece. Oh my god!
Yeah,
I
and
love that
well,
thing,
and the
man.
thing is Buggy's fruit. Tying it back to Buggy, like go look back at Logtown. Remember, Buggy was gonna cut off Luffy's head. What if Buggy's fruit user like awakened or whatever, so he can use his power on other people? What if he cut off Joy Boy's head, but it didn't actually kill him? Right? It was like they were separating the pieces. So like, you know, a past Buggy or whatever it is, Bari or whatever it is. Yeah, they might have cut up Joy Boy's body without killing him.
Not just that, but in Logtown or in that, like, I think it's after Logtown, I forgot when specifically, but when Buggy was meeting Gaimon, who everyone thinks is somehow connected to the One Piece, right? What was he trying to do? Collect all the missing pieces and parts of his body back so that he could become One Piece.
And he also grabbed Gaimon's afro and tried stealing it.
Oh,
Just
there you
saying.
go. Afro
telling
piece
you,
back
bro.
at it.
Afro-gender.
Yeah.
Yo, it's still so wild that Luffy invited Gaimon to the crew.
Gaimon and what was
Gaimon
it, the
could've
thriller
joined.
bark, the thriller bark tree could have been a crazy member, man. Imagine it.
Gaimon plus Kinemon's legs and the Thriller Bark tree. Oh, that's your new monster tree.
I think that, yeah,
no.
honestly, the Thriller Bark tree, you know, his Treant Awakening is gonna be crazy, guys. That's all I gotta say. You know?
I agree.
I know. Are you guys Pokemon guys or not really?
Oh yeah, big Pokemon guy.
Big. I mean, I used to play Pokemon a lot, so I have a good background.
Yeah, I felt Pokemon.
One of my favorite ones was from X and Y. It's called Trevenant, and it's like a ghost tree. Dude, that's all I gotta say. That the tree from Thriller Bark is gonna turn into Trevenant, and he's gonna wreak havoc on the Grand Line. That sounds like some like D&D type stuff. You know what I mean? Like the One Piece fan characters. But
Bro, I can't believe you like Trevenant, bro.
Trevenant's fire, man. You don't like Trevenant?
Bro,
He's a chump.
What? He's so cool.
I mean, like design might be cool, but he sucks in the game.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
When it comes to X and Y, Greninja trumps all.
Oh,
Greninja-
big
Greninja's
facts.
it.
Ash
Greninja's
Greninja
it.
specifically.
Greninja trumps
Hey,
all.
oh man, if you want to see me get triggered, just put on the Pokemon Championship episode where Greninja.
that-
where
that
Ash
pissed me
lost.
off.
Where Ash
That pissed me
lost.
off.
Don't ever show me that ever again, dude.
That pissed me off.
I hate if you
Oh,
watch
no.
of all the bro, and then man, I mean this is like kind of spoilers, but I mean it's been out for like a year or whatever. But and then Ash wins the championship in Alola by using Pikachu against a legendary, and it's like okay,
That's
so
mid.
Greninja has the type advantage in their fight, and Pikachu, a non-evolved Pokemon,
Yeah.
is beating a legend. Bro, come on.
It's
can't
so
believe
funny
you just
too.
spoiled me.
But Dak, the power of friendship.
Bro, it's so funny how that was the most spoiled thing ever, bro. Like right
Him
away,
winning
all
the
I see
thing,
for
it was
next 2 days-
crazy.
Yeah, man, it's like the biggest thing ever, and then it's just spoiled to the entire internet.
Well,
Bro,
it's funny because
imagine
like what I just said is like so Ash won in Alola, which didn't really count, and so then he won again.
Because that's
in the
not an
next league,
official
and that's
championship thing.
Exactly. So the one I just talked about didn't count, so he had to go play another one, and that's the one that was spoiled for everybody. But yeah, because the one that he won in Alola, it was the first time they ever had it, because like they're a new place, so it didn't really count that he won. But he still, it was the next championship after the one that Greninja lost, and it was like, bro, you're telling me Pikachu beats an electric legendary, like it's not even super effective, and Ash is Greninja, a specific evolution just for Ash, lost to Charizard. Like, get out of here.
That's
So-
crazy.
What's the best Pokemon, chat?
That could be a vibe. For
man.
me, I did a
We're talking
list.
favorite. We're talking
Oh,
favorite.
yeah, favorite. Yeah, my bad.
Okay,
For me,
that's tough.
Crocodile.
Then mine is
yeah.
Infernape, bro.
Infernape was
Infernape-
fine.
Infernape, because
cool.
that was the first game I ever played Diamond and Pearl, so
Mm.
I'll go with
Man,
Infernape.
this is so tough. I mean,
I played
Charizard's like a basic
Fire Red
choice.
first. Fire Red.
Fire Red's good too.
Yeah.
This is
I like
Volcarona?
Snorlax a lot. I like
Alright,
Snorlax.
I'm seeing the chat. So Vexa says Volcarona. That's a fire.
Great
pick.
Pokemon.
Great
Yeah,
Pokemon.
great
Yeah.
Pokemon. There's
Have
a
you
lot
guys
of good
seen
ones.
Have you guys seen this Pokemon Fusion thing going around? It's
Yeah,
this
no, I've seen
mod.
it.
They made a Gear 5 fusion in the game. It's
No
like
way.
it's like Primeape and Drifblim, and if you
That's
fuse them
fire,
together,
bro.
you get Gear 5. And I was like, that's so crazy.
There's an actual Gear 5 Pokemon already. Like a
Oh yeah, the
canon.
Infernape Ghost. Not
Annihilate.
Infernape,
Annihilate.
Yeah, Primeapes. Yeah, that's so
Yeah,
sick.
it has white flowing hair. It's a fighting ghost type.
Does it have the ring around it too? I think it does, right?
What do you mean the ring around it?
Like how Luffy has like the ring in
Like
like
the
Gear
sash?
4.
You mean the sash, you mean?
No, like the steam clouds from Gear 4.
Oh,
you
the
know what I
cloud.
mean? I think it has
don't
that, right?
think so. I might be wrong, but it also evolves because like it gets so angry that it dies and ascends to like an angry second life or some bullshit. I forget, but it ties to even like the Gear 5 lore where Luffy died first. So I think it's pretty
That is so
cool.
sick.
It's also a
Well,
monkey Pokemon.
Yeah, monkey.
Yo, the one that always was the most underrated for me was Umbreon, bro. That design is so
Umbreon
cool.
is sick.
Umbreon's cool.
sick.
Yeah.
Did you guys play the
Sylveon,
GameCube?
but, you know.
There was a GameCube Pokemon, and Umbreon was your starter with Espeon. The game was fun.
Oh, Pokemon Coliseum.
Never played it now.
Coliseum. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Coliseum.
Coliseum.
Yeah.
I remember
Alright.
Coliseum.
So we
I
got
know there's gonna be a
Charmander. Oh, are you
Oh,
saying?
I was- Yeah, no, I was gonna say, what you call? I know it's a cop out because it's a legendary, but the reasoning for it is very funny. But my favorite is either Greninja or Arceus, and
Oh.
the reason why I like Arceus, I don't know why. It's just because like I somehow finessed somebody in like the global trade system to give me Arceus for Garantina, but I had 2 Garantinas, so I just
wow.
got an Arceus legit for free. And ever since then, ever since that moment, I thought I completed Pokemon.
I
Like,
thought-
the god of Pokemon, I've completed this.
I mean, yeah,
They don't
Arceus created the universe.
Yeah.
Bro, they need to bring that trade system back.
No,
Yeah,
they have
do.
it still. They have it still.
They do?
It's
Oh, they do
called,
still have it?
Yeah, it's called Wonder Trade. And what I thought you were about to say, Prince, was back in the day.
I got a
people
Wonder
would,
Trade.
No, people would name Pokemon like their nickname as different types of Pokemon. So, for example,
Oh.
say you have like a Pikachu, but you name it like I don't know Mewtwo. and then they would trade it. It was do you want this Mewtwo for this? And so they would think they're
and then
getting a
they'll
Mewtwo.
be like, oh my god,
But
I'm
it's
getting
like-
a Mewtwo. And
Yeah,
then,
and it's Pikachu.
It's a Rattata or some shit.
Yeah,
Like,
it was the most like BM stuff possible. It was just so degenerate.
too fun.
I thought that
like
was what you were gonna say.
Empoleon and Garchomp a lot.
Garchomp's
like
awesome. Garchomp's amazing.
Garchomp is dope.
I always was a Turtwig guy myself. I'm a grass starter. I don't know if you guys see my guy Rowlet back there. You know, shouts to Rowlet.
Well, let me hit you with one of the goats of all time, Mudkip.
Mudkip is
Mudkip.
goated. Mudkip
Oh my
is
god.
goated.
I had a level 100 Mudkip, and he was a goat.
That's
Yeah,
what
that's what I did with Rowlet.
Might be the best starter Pokemon. Period.
Yeah,
I know
Mudkip's
it's
phenomenal.
crazy, but I mean, Mudkip is just so good.
Okay, we're seeing. We got some in chat. Charizard, Gengar, Nasty Ninja agrees with you. Prince Greninja, Gengar's. Oh yeah, that's preach. You're preaching the Gengar agenda. Kecleon, that's a cool one. Mareep, I love Mareep. Big fan of Mareep. Lucario, fire. Darkrai, fire. Aegislash.
Okay.
Haxorus
I'll
is
tell you
great.
another one. Another one I really like and I've always liked is Altaria. I don't. It's just
Oh,
like
the bird,
Altaria.
the little bird,
The
loud
dragon.
bird. Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah.
Skypiea bird, bro.
But Mega Altaria is dragon and fairy type. I think it's the only one in the game, and
think so
just
as well.
it's OP.
Yeah, let me see it just to make sure. I love how this is now just a Pokemon conversation. Oh my God.
I mean, Buggy has a red nose. It looks like a Pokeball.
True.
Yeah, that's
True.
true.
He shoots out his buggy balls, you know?
Oh, true. Buggy balls, Pokeballs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's a
Yeah.
bug ball. Well, there's a net ball, but
Well, and he visited Gaimon's Island, which is a bunch of different
rare
animals.
animals. Rare animals.
Guys, the Buggy Bash. We knew we were gonna tie it back to Buggy somehow.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It
Yeah, like-
always ties back to Buggy.
Like we talked about the food earlier, right? And we
Oh,
didn't
that's a
even bring up
good
the delivery service. Buggy
Ooh,
literally
Buggy's
has the one-
delivery service.
He
I
has
searched it
DoorDash.
up and figured it out. Buggy's favorite food is a carnival snack. It's hot dogs. Buggy,
I love it.
Buggy-
bro.
so we're saying- are we
his
saying-
favorite food is hot dogs?
Are we saying Buggy is a glizzy gladiator? I feel like Buggy could be a glizzy
Oh,
Buggy is
gladiator.
canonically a glizzy gladiator.
A glizzy gladiator.
Oh, I just
Oh.
want to say this real quick. There's a commercial with Giannis where they
Mhm.
edit a picture of a guy eating a hot dog. Like
Out of him?
they take him out of the picture,
Yeah.
and then he goes glizzy gone, and then like the thing ends. I hate it. It's the most cringy commercial ever, bro. I hate it.
I know what you.
I hate it.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never
It's
seen the
it's
commercial,
it's
but now I'm
the
like,
beautiful one.
Yeah, they're playing basketball. This guy's actually standing like on a stool, so he looks like he's as tall as Giannis. It's like a joke at the end, but they're talking and they're like, "Hey, can I get a picture?" And there's a guy eating a glizzy in the background. He's like, "Oh, we got to get rid of that so the picture looks cooler for Instagram." And then
oh,
they
it's
delete
the
it.
phone commercial.
Yeah, it's a phone commercial to delete the like something out of
I
the
think it's
background.
what Google, not sponsored Google phone.
Google Pixel, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Not sponsored.
Yeah, and he goes, "Glizzy gone," and then the guy jumps off the thing because he's like half as tall as Giannis, but you couldn't tell.
Bro, that was so funny. He literally grew like an inch, not even an inch, a foot shorter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Too funny.
So I just saw we got a super chat from Young Usopp. Shouts to you for donating. Let's go. I see a whole lot of goats in one stream. That's big facts right there. Especially now that we got Big Par as well. Another goat to the corral or whatever. Celestial's wearing astronaut costumes while the Gorsei are named after planets. Any connection you guys see? Thoughts?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're from space,
You think they're from space?
like the Gorosei or like the.
I
Or,
think
I
so too.
should say every single person's from space, but I think there's definitely extraterrestrial influence in like what happened with like 800 years ago or 900 years ago. You know what I mean? Like the 20
Mhm.
kingdoms and stuff. I don't know exactly what it is, obviously, but I mean, like we saw people on the moon. You know what I mean? They were space pirates already. So
There was
and
a
there were people who lived on the moon hundreds of years or thousands of years ago, even. So yeah.
there was a thing in NL's cover story where it's like this. You see the hieroglyphs,
Mhm.
and then there's like a green one, right? And it looks just like the couch in the Gorosei's room.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's right. But if you look it up, it looks exactly the same.
That's
Okay.
interesting.
It's green and yellow.
And
mean,
I think you. Oh, go ahead, Prince.
Well, I was gonna say, like, just as a joke, there might be extraterrestrial influence because they all, like, or some of them look ugly as shit. So I could see how that also ties into it. But
I,
yeah,
I always
Oh, for
thought that
me,
was
I
like
was
the
inbreeding. Oh
Yeah,
wow, me
yeah.
and Dak were
No,
on the
no,
exact same thing.
I think it's, I know, I think it's a mix of both. I think it's inbreeding with a mix of like possibly extraterrestrial.
But
You never know.
but those Gorosei, do you think they're born as celestial dragons, or do you think they kind of found their way into the? Because it looks like if you look at the one with the
Mm.
sword, he doesn't look the same as other ones, and that's why to me I think he maybe married into the family, or he somehow got like a ritual to join in somehow.
Mm.
You know, like the Gorosei, I don't think they're related to the other celestial dragons.
I think those 5 Gorosei and even Emu are like the leaders from 900 years ago. Like they're 5 of the 20. You know what I'm saying? Of the 20 kingdoms.
And they have like the immortality operation or something.
Yes, or yeah. I don't know what the ability is that keeps them alive, but that's well, we've seen them like 20 plus years ago. They don't look all that different now, so I feel like it's safe to assume. Because like I mean, the
But
one Gandhi Gorosei guy is like super old. Like, he should be dead if he was around 20 years ago, or be looking much older at this point.
Yeah.
there is that one, the one young one. They said, like he looks a little bit younger, and they said that he was the most recent one that joined.
I mean, they could have only had 4 or something once the Void Century ended, but the
Could
reason
be,
I
yeah.
say that is because, well, for one thing, I think Emu being tied to Nefertari makes sense because they said that the Nefertaris didn't join the Celestial Dragons, but imagine if it's actually that they became the very head of everything, and obviously no one's supposed to know Emu exists, so they just lied and said that the Nefertaris went back down, which it could have been like they split, like one went back down, like the husband, because he realized how wrong it was, and the wife is Emu. I don't know exactly how that would break down, but then I
That'd be
could
really
see
interesting because that's kind of a parallel to Doflamingo's flashback in a way.
a little bit, right? Exactly. And then the other 5 Gorosei could be like, it could be like maybe 5 kingdoms that weren't among the 20. Like again, it could all be like the top 6 being the Gorosei and Emu could be 6 separate ones. Like one's Nefertari, which like they lied about, right, and said like they went back down, and it really like one of them stayed, and they just don't know it. And then the other 5 could be like, for instance, the Gandhi Gorosei guy is one of the daimyo from Wano, like maybe he's an Amatsuki, like Toki's dad. And then the other 4 could all be like different kingdoms that weren't among the 20, but like nobody's supposed to really know. You know what I'm saying? So, and maybe certain people are so important they do enter the Gorosei space over time, like that young one. Like maybe something happened where it could even be like outer space or something. I don't know, but just something happened where he earned a spot somehow, like early on. I don't know, but yeah.
Hmm.
Was Par about to say something? I heard Par's voice. I thought maybe I'm
No,
I was
I
about
was
to cook.
I was just sounding off in agreement because of the Toki thing, right? Like I think that all the kings, it just kind of makes the most sense that they're all kind of like, okay, so like to back it up, we get like a parallel right now where it's like a bunch of kingdoms, because the Revs have revolted, and so there's kind of a coup in like a few different nations. So far, we have 8 confirmed ones, right? So then. What if the Revs are in 12 others, right? That makes 20. And then it's like that could be the parallel to the Void Century where I think that like the way something like Garp said about the reveries, you said like, how can you be a king of a nation that cares about other people when you have your own people to care about, right? And so it's like this kind of like he doesn't exactly know the solution to it, and he kind of looks at it, the reverie, as inefficient. And then you have a bunch of kings there who caused chaos at the last reverie. And, you know, like Garp puts a good point, right? There's a few ways that I've talked about on the channel, but like obviously war is a really great way to get people on the same side. So if you had a bunch of nations who are having civil wars, and let's say, you know, one side is losing, we kind of can go back to like Wano in a little bit. It's like the Kurozumi, for example. If you were to just like take a step back and just imagine it's the Kurozumi versus the Kozuki, and obviously we know like the Kurozumi were hunted, whatever. And then look what happened. The Kurozumi kind of they got outside help, and then they brought in Kaido, right? So when you're a place, and especially we can take a step back and look at the Kurozumi situation and realize that the way they were treated because of the sins of one man wasn't exactly fair. And so like how Orochi spiraled out wasn't justified, but it's understandable, right? And then we hear what, like, you know, at the end of Wano, we're like, yeah, you're saying those kinds of reckless things about all of the Kurozumi is kind of bad. But at the end of the day, when you look at it, it's like if you are oppressed or discriminated and you're a losing side of a civil war, you're naturally going to look for other help, outside help. I mean, that's what Momo and the Scabbards essentially did in our timeline with Luffy and the pirates from outside of Wano. And so that lends itself to like, okay, so then the Void Century was probably a bunch of civil wars across a bunch of different 20 kingdoms, and probably the losing sides of each one were the ones that ended up banding together and creating the world government ultimately. And the ancient kingdom was probably like fueling and helping out the other side, or they might have entered into each kingdom, which kind of like the Revs and instigated a coup, right? Like if there was a certain power, like if we go to Dressrosa, for example, they had a whole like farming operation of the Tentatas, right? Well, if the ancient kingdom came in and replaced all of that because of their tech or whatever, then the Dressrosa king, the Don Quixote family is like, yo, what? And then they look over the ocean and they see like, yo, this kingdom's been doing it all over. And then all these kings have a connection point to work together. And so it's like this loose idea. I haven't fleshed all of that out on the thing, but the Toki, the Amatsuki Kozuki one is probably the most tangible one in my opinion, because the whole like why does the Kozuki have their clan specific glyph if on Wano there was the Amatsuki clan, right? Like you wouldn't create a clan specific glyph if you like the Amatsuki. So and then the Amatsuki clan name means heaven moon, and then heaven means like the 10, the same kanji for the Tenryubito, which is celestial dragon. So you can look at it as the heavenly dragon folk and the heaven moon people. They all like essentially came together. And I think another one would be the fishmen, in my opinion, because it just kind of perturbs me that there wouldn't be like a civil war type of situation there, especially when we look at the outskirt or the outshoots of their kingdoms, because like the Ryugu Palace is just above Fishman Island, and then like I forget Otehime's introduction, the people are like, wow, she likes us like us normal people, and like she comes down and treats us like that. And then when you take a step back, it's like, yeah, because the kingdom's just like floating over them like gods kind of. And so even in Fishman Island it's still there. So I forget where this conversation started from, Dax, but I was just that was the part that I was like, it just, we're getting it, like the parallels are there, the civil wars there, like a bunch of these clans that we think that might not have like these wars. You know, another one to me might be the Minks and Lunarians is something that I'm talking about in the future. But yeah, we're getting those pictures painted for us right now.
Yeah,
I 100% agree,
bro. I don't know if I saw you were at the that One Piece Talk stream, but I said this. Par is a monster in the kitchen, and honestly, that entire like last few minutes span, I was just like, oh my god. I was like, when you said the heaven moon thing, I was like, this could really be something, man. I like the idea a lot. So
appreciate it. Yeah, when I'm in low power mode, so I kind of just like closed my eyes and just started speaking, and I forgot where I was.
Yeah, just Ultra Instinct theorizing.
Ultra Instinct theorizing autonomous mode.
I love it, bro. I love it. That's so funny.
Yeah, it's like he's like ascending slightly. He's ascending slightly.
Are you feeling okay though, Par? I saw you saying you were a little under the weather.
Yeah. You were under the weather before too on OPU. Just want to make sure you're still all right, man.
Yeah. I actually, like, the thing is, the streams actually give me energy. It was kind of weird because my last live stream for 1082, I thought I was tired, then I just like passed out afterwards, and I woke up and I was like, wait a second, I'm sick for the first time in like 5 years. And then I had 3vol stream and then the OPU stream, and I was like, I ain't canceling. And then I got like energy, and then like whether that was a good thing or bad thing, like I felt cured, and then Saturday and Sunday hit and I felt bad again, and then and I just been busy, so haven't gotten rest. But clearly One Piece gives me this energy, right? The same energy that Vegapunk's talking about, right? Tapping into that. So
yeah,
definitely.
Roger fought off a deadly disease until he could go find the One Piece. You know what I mean? So it just gives you energy.
Yeah, there was like 9 different segues I could have had.
Yeah.
Like the fishman, like because man, you guys had a Pokemon thing like 10 minutes ago. I was here for that actually. Wow, that felt like eons ago. But
Who's your
Yeah,
favorite Pokemon?
Oh yeah.
yo, that's hard. That's hard. I think like
It is.
man,
It is really hard.
because I follow Pokemon a lot, but I stopped playing at a certain point, so a lot of the Pokemon are lost on me. But I think the one, at least from like a cool standpoint, obviously, was a Sceptile. Like that's
Sceptile's
pretty cool.
fire.
Sceptile, yeah.
Yeah.
Greninja had one of the dopest anime like arcs of all time. That was sick.
Agreed.
Yep.
But I think like from a cool standpoint, I don't know why like Entei kind of like
Entei's
always.
sick.
Pokemon the third movie.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That
you
movie
guys
was
know
so
what I'm talking
crazy
about?
with little
I've
girl.
seen it, and the Unknowns, bro. I've seen that movie probably like 50 times. Not even
I'm
kidding.
gonna be
Yeah.
honest. I feel like the 3 Legendary Birds movie is better than that one. I'm gonna be honest.
That's the best. That's the best Pokemon movie.
Oh,
Yo,
you
I love
agree?
the flute thing. That flute song.
Yes, with the
Goated.
Slow King.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
The first movie's obviously, super duper legendary.
I just
but,
feel like the second one's better, man.
second one.
I feel like the
I
second
agree.
one's
I
better.
have like more memories, like fond memories of the second one. Not that, like if I go watch the first one, I mean it's tragic, like when Ash gets turned to stone and stuff like
Of
that,
course.
like Joy Boy did. But yeah, it's just the second one, like with Lugia. Lugia, actually, we were talking about favorite Pokemon earlier. Lugia has to be in my conversation. I love
great
Lugia.
Pokemon.
Lugia's
so
a
much.
good one. Lugia's a
Yeah.
good one.
I
Love
like
Lugia.
that movie too. It's a little weird, but it was cool.
Mm.
It got a
movie
little
I
The
remember-
legendary birds.
The movie
Yeah.
I
Did
remember
everything.
most, like, for me, like, the best memories was the Darkrai one.
That movie was fire. That movie was
that
so
was
The
fire.
Darkrai one with Palkia and Dialga,
Yeah,
like beefing and stuff.
If you guys haven't seen that movie, definitely do. That I think is like peak Pokemon movie stuff right there. And it's like
Yeah,
if you want the
that was one of my
tragic
favorites.
stuff, that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
right
no,
there.
it like as like a 10-year-old kid, I was watching. I was like, what is going on? Like this is straight tragedy after tragedy. Like, how is this a Pokemon movie? How is this for children? But it was goated. It was a great movie.
Yeah, I agree. So Par, we do have another difficult question. Hopefully you can manage here. Of these 4 foods, what is your favorite?
Oh god.
Oh no!
All
Oh,
right.
no.
Burgers, tacos, potatoes, so that could be like fries or anything with potato as the main ingredient, or pasta. Which one is your favorite? Or which one has to go?
I think
Might be the more difficult one.
Has to go.
mm,
I mean, you can't let potatoes go. That's like in everything.
Yeah, I agrre
Mhm.
And
agree.
the Irish would come after me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
Par, I would
Where's
be
Bushko?
on the hunt. Yeah, I would be on the
Yeah.
hunt.
Wait, it was burgers, tacos, and what the hell? You guys are trying to start
It's
something.
pain,
Trying to start
right?
a
It's
war,
pain.
bro. we got
honestly, bro,
agendas.
I think I'll let pasta out of there, bro.
That's my choice too. Is pasta.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think
to be
pastas can go because it's derived from like noodles, which is Asian. So like
There
if
are
we get rid of
potato
pasta, we still
noodles.
got
That is a
noodles.
thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so maybe that's the one. But in terms of the favorite one, I think, listen, my wife's a great chef, so it's like she can make anything taste good, and I'm just like sitting here enjoying. So there's no favorite for me.
Mhm.
Yeah, my favorite, my wife. That's perfect. But
It's safe answer, Par.
I-
I'm going tacos though.
Wait,
You know-
Dak, I feel like we gotta ask because it's Kev, and then it's Kev's stream. Do you like mac and cheese?
do I
yeah.
like? Yeah, I love mac and cheese. What do you mean?
Oh,
Hey!
okay.
Well, everyone, I know it's Kev's
Okay.
stream, but maybe Kev needs to open up about the truth.
All right. All right. So
Kevin,
I'll let
you
you
know,
know.
man.
I'll let you know. I haven't apparently had quote unquote real mac and cheese my entire life, because every mac and cheese I've had, there's no baked on the top. It's all no foil, no baked on the top. It's like Kraft mac and cheese tier stuff where it's like mush, and I hate the smell. I hate the texture. Like, there's so much wrong with it. There's so much wrong with it. And all my
There's-
You got to try that baked mac and cheese, man. For real.
Yeah,
all
Baked
my
mac and
friends
cheese.
have been saying baked mac and
Yeah.
cheese is the way, but like when I
Change,
think of mac and cheese, I think of like the glass pan that doesn't even bake anything and it's
Nah.
just mush. It's
Nah.
painful.
You need to get some like cast iron, whatever, and get
White
some real
cheddar mac
mac and cheese
and
White
cheese is
cheddar?
rad.
up. Get
I'm
that like
telling you.
slightly crispy cheese on top. Maybe some breadcrumbs. There's
Cookout
so much
mac
you can
and
do.
cheese. You need it. I know Ronnie's saying it in the chat. Come to the next cookout. I got
My
you.
friends
Cookout
have been
mac and
saying.
cheese.
My friends have been
Hey.
saying they're inviting me to the cookout, and I'm like, you know what? If that happens, I'm
Hey.
down.
It's like that Thanksgiving mac and cheese just hits different, bro.
It
You know what I'm
does.
saying?
It
Yes.
really
No,
does.
but the
that-
Thanksgiving mac and cheese is like the mid mac and cheese, where it's like the glass
No, no,
pan.
no, no,
It's
no,
like, that's
no.
that's
That's not what we're
my
talking about, though.
Thanksgiving mac and cheese. I know
Well,
what you're talking about.
well, guys,
But-
look, I'm gonna hold a cookout sometime for all of us YouTubers, and I'm gonna ask that same question with the 4 foods, and whichever food you pick that you would get rid of, you can't eat at the cookout.
All right.
Dang,
More mac and
That's
cheese
how-
for everyone
it's-
else.
I'm gonna keep an eye on all of you. Anyone going against
That's
it,
tough,
you're,
bro, that's
you're
tough.
gone.
Nolan D with the sub, appreciate you, but all I gotta say is that's less mac and cheese for me and more for other people. You know what I mean?
In Skypea when they have to like go pick the ordeals, it's gonna be the same
Oh
thing,
my
like
God.
the ordeal of mac
Oh
and
God.
cheese. Yep.
Oh
That's
my
actually
God,
going to be
that's
you
so
have no.
funny.
I'm going to change it where you have to eat all 4, but you get to choose your path. So Kev, you have to eat mac and cheese eventually.
No.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I'm too full for this mac and cheese. I'm sorry, I can't eat it anymore.
I'm just going to give you the mac and cheese door 4 times whenever you come to the cookout.
That's like ended up with the ball
Yo.
priest 4 times, bro.
Yo, Kev, you should do a stream where like if you like a stream where if the goal is if you lose or something like
I have to eat mac and cheese.
Yes,
That would be
bro,
so
yes.
funny.
what the
That's like
chat, bro.
A sub goal.
Yeah,
5K
sub goal or a
plate of
member
full
goal.
mac and cheese.
Yeah. Oh my god. Speaking of the bio whatever thing, I was considering changing it to my personal favorite clip from the That One Piece Talk thing, which is where I don't know if you guys heard the phrase in Philly we don't do pause. Have you guys heard the phrase? Just to
Only
ensure
because you
so I don't-
told me.
Okay.
Never before you
Okay.
told me.
Okay. Well, I said it on the podcast, and they were in such utter disbelief and shock. It was just like, I don't know. I feel like that was one of the funniest moments I've had from the YouTube.
Do you guys
game
get
so
what he
far.
means by they
Like
don't do
pause.
pause?
No, I
Like-
don't get that.
Like you know how people like you say something,
You say something
a little
sus, and
innuendous,
then you're
and
like,
then you
pause.
say
Yeah,
pause.
just say pause. Yeah.
Yeah.
In Philly, they don't do pause. They don't pause when weird
No,
stuff is
but the
happening.
thing is, they do pause. But there's a meme of this one. So it's a battle rapper, and he's saying this thing about this guy, and everyone in the crowd saying pause, 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 and he's like, nah. In Philly, we don't do pause.
Yeah, he said something really weird though before it. I
Yeah.
can't remember what it was, but it was some like
It was
pause.
some crazy.
It was
stuff.
like you need to
whoa.
pause, bro. Like I forget what it was. It was crazy.
It
So it was a
sounds
funny clip.
fun.
Yeah, it was so fun. But Philly, we don't do pause has been like a thing in my friend group for such a long time. So being able to see people who've never heard it before was so funny to me. It was just like, oh man, funny
Yeah,
times.
I never heard
Yeah,
it, but it is funny once you know the context.
Yeah,
Bro, I
sure.
swear, like on OPU, me, Crow, Preach, like when JJ or just someone like says something just like too wild, we say pause like every 2 minutes. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy.
It's a
In
pause.
Philly, we don't do
momentum.
pause.
In
God
Philly, we
damn,
don't do
that's-
pause.
that's
Larry was like, "What do you do? Hit resume? You stay on resume?" It was so
Yep.
funny.
Speed
Oh,
up,
man.
fast forward.
It's fast forward. That's crazy.
Rewind. Hold on.
Yeah, but nah, that was such a great moment. But what I was gonna say from that was a lot of that discussion was actually on your theory part, and I see he's muted right now, but I just want to let you know because you were in the chat for a lot of it, but we were cooking it up about Rocks and Buggy's connection and their whole similarities and all that. But Dak and me are on similar wavelengths where it's like the attitude of Rocks would be similar to Buggy, but the strength of Rocks would be Shanks like, and I think that's a really cool idea. So I was
Yep.
curious what you thought.
Yeah,
about
I see that. I mean, the thing is, it's like people weak-willed people can't read past headlines, right? So
Oh my god, that's crazy, bro.
So-
No,
That's crazy, bro.
Hockey list individuals.
That's crazy,
so
bro.
if you watched the video and really understood it, and you see the vision, is that there's lots of categories of strength, right? And the thing is, it's like when you break down what makes someone strong in One Piece, right? Like Mihawk, for example, said the most formidable power. This is Mihawk, right? He said the most formidable power is the ability to get allies. And so in terms of being like an adversary to somebody, right? Like Roger versus Rox's crew. Like this is the thing. It's like if you subtracted Rox from the equation, the situation still makes sense, right? Like you still would need Roger and Garp for that entire like Whitebeard, Shiki, everybody else, right? Like you'd still need those monsters. And when you think about it like that, it's like it kind of like lends itself to the like Rox doesn't even need to be that strong, right? But the other part of it is you know, when you say something like Rox is similar to Buggy, people don't respect Buggy. For example, when Buggy got announced for the Yonko position, I don't know if you guys remember, but prior to that thing, everyone was theory crafting, and a lot of people from my stream know that off rip, I was like, yo, don't hurt me. Buggy's probably gonna be Yonko because he has all the
you're
things.
spitting, Par. Because you're spitting.
And
we had the same. You know, you always talk about the mind rope, but the people who thought Kid was gonna be a Yonko, I can't comprehend them. I can't.
Yeah,
because
a lot of people thought that Kid it was between Law or Kid, or that there would still be 5, and it just didn't make sense. And you know, there's a certain individual that was like leaning towards the Kid's route, you know, very vocal routes, and people, you know, certain people said, yo, if Buggy becomes Yonko, I'm quitting One Piece. I'd hate this. And then look what happened, right? Buggy became Yonko. And the thing is, it's like you can continue to down or underappreciate Buggy's role in the story, and I feel like you'll just be upset because at the end of the day, Oda is definitely making Buggy very important. If there's one thing that's really special about One Piece, is like you think something's a gag and then it's not. Like I think about like the Nika fruit, for example. It's like if you like took away some of the gags, or like, you know, like if you look back and you're like, wait, these gags are real, and then you're like, hold on, maybe his fruit is something else. If you entertained that thought, you would have been on the right track, right? And so that same line of logic is with Buggy, and Buggy and Luffy are parallels beyond belief. And I think the same thing can be said about Blackbeard. And one thing that is important to note is like when it comes to willpower, when it comes to these things that what make people truly strong, right? I think we have to like realize it's like someone could develop hockey like very crazy. Someone can be very strong and end up surprising you. You got to put someone in the perfect storm in a lot of ways, right? I'm pretty sure like they're at this point, like I've talked about it plenty on my channel, but at this point, I think a majority of the community can now visualize like a situation where Buggy could actually show out, right? Because when you look at the last chapter, and I've been saying this for the longest time, is like I don't think Buggy was trying. And look what happened in the last chapter. He was just like, yo, like I lost my hero, essentially. Like Shanks was going to be the king, and he believed in that, and he gave up his dream for Shanks, and he didn't want to chase after his dream for Shanks, right? And he hasn't been trying this entire time. He's been messing around in the East Blue. But like when you take another step back from that very ending was his realizations. Like, you know, fate put us on the same platform. Like me and Shanks, the guy I thought was gonna be king is now Yonko. And you think about it, it's like Buggy got there without even trying, right? That's the recontextualize. Everybody else is trying. Blackbeard for sure trying. Like if there's a try hard character in the series, Blackbeard is the most try hard. Luffy is try hard, but he's accidentally falling into like this hero role, right? He doesn't necessarily care to want to. It's just so happens that all of his friends are damsels in distresses, right? It just that's the way the world worked. And then Shanks, you know, that is a whole separate conversation. But Buggy hasn't tried, like actually at all. Like that's the most ridiculous thing, and he still ended up there. And like sometimes I think about it, especially after the chapter, it's like imagine a Buggy that joined Shanks. Like if Shanks said he was going after the One Piece, Buggy would be his right hand, And then like imagine how strong he would be there, right? Because he was resolved. Like he without even speaking to Shanks was like, and you put all the conversations that passed that like Rayleigh and Odin said, like they kept on fighting, they could never agree, and yet during that entire time, Buggy wanted to join Shanks's crew, which is like, that is an incredible thing because he was fighting with Shanks that entire time, but wanted to join his crew. And that shows you the resolve he had, right? And like people also sleep on the fact that like, yo, he was on Roger's ship. Like you can't just be weak on there. And I know Preach said earlier, like, you know, maybe he's not a combatant, but I think even that, I don't think most people could survive on that ship, given what they did, given the kind of person Roger was, where he wouldn't back down from Shiki during the Ed War, and so many other things. So like when it comes to Buggy, I think like now that he's reaching for his ambitions, we're probably going to see like a truer form of Buggy, and it's going to be surprising. I think this is where Oda is going to have a lot of fun with this character in a great way, because you know, you went to Cross Guild and the first thing was like, oh, he's a Yonko, right? People were in disbelief. You had a slight shift, right? Because how could this gag character be so important? And then some people theorized, I think mainly the spoiler community actually theorized this, because Sai was telling me, and I didn't hear too much about it. I think Morge put out a video saying like, oh, Mihawk is going to join Buggy, and he had the thumbnail of like Mihawk bowing down.
Oh yeah, I remember that video.
Yeah, and so that was before it was revealed the whole Cross Guild thing of Crocodile and Mihawk. So people could like, we're getting on the board of Mihawk, you had Crocodile on top, and it's like, then you kind of get this world where it's like, well, how does that happen, right? And now people think even more is happening on top of that. It's like Oda keeps on putting like the exact disbelief that you'd have like about Buggy, he's like turning it on its head, and he's making it happen regardless of the context. But now we're in a situation, it's like, yeah, you could say like Mihawk and Crocodile aren't gonna be like, aren't bowing down to him, but at the end of the day, at 1082, like if they disagreed with Buggy, why not leave? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, they are going to follow through with Buggy. They're going to go out. It just wouldn't make sense for Oda to set it up and then for those two to just leave because they disagree with Buggy. No, ironically, they're going to, despite how angry they are with the situation, they're going to follow through. And so you get onlookers like Law, who's going to be like, yo, Buggy is cracked. He's him. Like, I know someone even said, I forget who, you know, across all these conversations I had, that they were saying like, yo, what if Law ends up joining Cross Guild? Because he, like Beppo and Law end up that way, and like the Warlords connection, all the Warlords are there. But then Law doesn't necessarily know that like Buggy is that weak. But then when you think about their powers, it's like Law can't even really do much to Buggy. I mean,
Law and Buggy, they kind of counteract each other in a way, because
Right.
Buggy can just chop stuff already, and that's what Law can do, is one of his things. So that's really interesting.
So like if Law joins up, then you get this situation, and the Warlords, right? Like I see a situation where the Warlords end up just banding underneath Buggy, and then you get on the outside looking in all these really incredibly, like the strongest pirates, some of the strongest pirates on the seas underneath this one dude. And so like the fact that that's happening without Buggy even trying, I think that's a formidable power. I think that's incredibly powerful. If the only thing that's missing is like, and another thing, it's like, I forget, someone commented on the thing, they're like, oh, like Buggy's worth like 3 billion, whatever, like that's such an easy bounty to get. And I'm like, is it really though? Because to get Buggy, you have to go through Cross Guild and like Mihawk and Crocodile. Like at the end of the day, it's like that,
and countless countless followers as well.
Exactly. So in that regard, right, if the only thing left is for Buggy to be strong, then the fact that he finally declared his dream and his aspirations, and you know, hockey kind of ties to dreams and aspirations, then I think we're gonna get the last part of it. You know what I mean? And you know, some of my videos are all like in talking about the innate things that Buggy probably has going for him, from the secrecy of his devil fruit being like rain god stuff, and then like his race being tied to Fishman race. Like there's so many different avenues there that it's like, you know, Oda left these like open avenues for Buggy to be like inserted into a strong place, you know? So like even the One Piece wiki underneath like Buggy's like personality, or not personality, like thing, they said they have these like entire paragraphs like this he's like abnormally really strong, and like this is unexplained, and this unexplained. And it's like, well, I'm pretty sure Oda's gonna explain that eventually, right? So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if you know, in the same vein, Rox is going to be incredibly strong, and Buggy will be incredibly strong. But people want to take Rox being similar to Buggy as Rox being weak and Buggy being weak because they can't accept that Buggy is strong, you know?
So this goes perfectly into the segue with the super chat that was sent by Young Usopp. Info on Buggy is limited for a reason, which I completely agree on, and I think that goes to the points you were saying, Par. But I want to shout out Wani Williams with the 10 gifted members that just came to the chat. Big shout outs. We're almost at 50 members, which is pretty crazy. So
That's big time, Ronnie. That's a big W.
time. Big time.
That's a big W.
No,
Hey,
Par.
spam Wani in the chat. Wani in
Wani
the chat.
Williams. Wani and
Wani
Woda.
Williams.
Wani and Woda in the chat. But Par, you are absolutely cooking with the Buggy talk.
I think the difference between Buggy and Rox is like we see Rox in the forefront of the crew. We see him laughing with a sword in his hand, and he's going up against Roger and Garp at the front. So we know he's not afraid at all. But I don't think Buggy has that. Like I said, Buggy has the charisma, he has energy, but I don't think it's to that extent. And I don't think his confidence is to that extent. Like Buggy, he could be in the shadows. He could let Mihawk do all the dirty work, and like he said, carry him to the top. But I think Buggy's character, the whole point of it is the gag, because one of the best parts about Buggy's character is how funny it is. If he was so strong, it wouldn't be as funny.
I definitely agree. I feel like the thing that makes it interesting,
like it just doesn't fit his character.
No, but
Go ahead.
it's not saying he doesn't fit his character. It's a recontextualization of his character. Yeah, he is a gag and he is a meme and he's a joke, but I think he only did all that stuff because he didn't believe in himself. But now that he does, I'm curious to see how his character might change in a way, if that makes sense. So,
But
I do
what
think,
I'm saying is, do you think he believes in himself enough to stand up to like a Roger level character? You know what I'm saying? Like, I still think he's going to be behind Mihawk in a fight. I think
so you
Mihawk
don't
can
think
probably
he's
stop-
going like you don't think he's going like off rip to like, he's not going headstrong into battle. You know, he's not like a conqueror.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think he'll have. Let's get into that real quick. I think Buggy. He's not like, I love Buggy obviously, but I don't think Buggy's gonna have conquerors like off rip. He'll have a conqueror-esque moment, maybe. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but it's just with Oda, the way I think from what I've seen, there's some characters where he likes to develop them over time. But I think for the most part, Oda has a really strong development from the very beginning. You know, we've seen it with Sanji, we've seen it with Luffy. They don't need to change so much. They need to see more. We need more context of why they are the way they are. And that's why I don't see Buggy changing too much. I see him being the same way he is, and it's just going to be better and more of what we love about him.
So
I don't see him.
with that though, like the thing is, like a lot of people forget, how was Buggy introduced? Buggy was regarded as like, and keep in mind, he's not really trying in the East Blue, but he was one of the most feared pirates on the East Blue, and he was just holed up on an island, right? And he's making like these bombs that can just obliterate towns, like, and this is just his hobby, this is just casual, right? And like, so this is, if that's him accidentally like falling into greatness, even when he's wherever he is, he ends up being regarded as great. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the end. Wherever he is, Impel Down, Marineford, East Blue, wherever he is, he ends up at the highest like pedestal. And that's like the irony of like what I think Oda does want to show is like there's a whole difference, right? Like there's luck and you know, like planning and so much involved, and I think that comes in full force with Luffy, right? I keep on bringing up like the whole Cake Island example where it's like you know, Beige wants to like completely plan out everything, and then there's Luffy who's just like does stuff. There's like Law who wants to plan out everything, and then there's Luffy who just does stuff, right? Like you can sit there and plan out greatness, and then there's some people realistically who are just gonna end up there. You know what I mean? Whether they end like, and then you can look back and analyze like oh, like this is how they ended up there, right? Did they intend for that? No. Did they? But did it happen? Yeah. And I think like a Kinemon example, right? Like the way he planned, he did make all the plans, and like everything was misinterpreted, and he still ended up there, right? I think that's another important thing when you break down like Luffy, Buggy, and Blackbeard. Like how they end up where they are is equally important. And the thing is, in the real world, the same thing can be said. There's going to be people like Luffy that everyone ends up loving and bands together with, and there's a mixture of luck and hard work in there. And then there's Blackbeard, who's like this menace dude who I think like a lot of society, you know, when if they become a billionaire, you look back at their history and like, oh, can't eat the rich, cancel that dude, right? And then there's like the Buggy-esque kind of guy who just ends up at the top, and you're just like,
Yeah.
you know, you can't really hate on that. That's kind of, you know, like he didn't intentionally mean for that. But then, you know, on the other part that you mentioned, like, you know, the rocks on the forefront again, like a lot of people, and it's so funny because a lot of people want to do this, but then they'll do the same thing, like fraud watch on Mihawk, like fraud like Blackbeard. And this one, guys, I'm not talking about Larry specifically, like he's not fraud watch on Mihawk like that. But like the thing is, it's like a lot of people reference a single chapter that is not firsthand information. And another important thematic of all of One Piece is firsthand information, right? Like if you go to like Roger's execution, when those straw hats are like, wait, the Marines captured Roger, and then they're like, no, like he was dying, and like that's a whole like, oh wait, that's how he got there. And it's like that, even that small twist that completely changes how Roger got executed in the entire point. Now you realize that, oh, Roger intentionally started the golden age of pirates, right? And so in that line, right, like Sengoku is out, it has all these silhouettes, right? But the thing is, it's like we've seen how Oda uses these silhouettes. Like these silhouettes are very intentionally skewing them, especially when Sengoku's prerogative in the entire part of that thing wasn't even about rocks. It was to tell people about Kaido and Big Mom allying, and then they were like, he's building up rocks to be this scary person, but Sengoku was not there. Like at the end of the day, he wasn't there. And so a lot of what he's saying, you have to take with a grain of salt. He has a bias from being a Marine, from being the Navy, and then he also has a bias of, hey, he's regurgitating the newspaper, and he's talking from whatever things that he's allowed to say / heard of from other people, right? Because like there's even the example of what Momo Usagi, who like knew of rocks and was talking to Garp, and there was like no like sense of danger, essentially. Like Momo Usagi was like, aren't you worried? And Garp was like, it's fine. Like the past is the past, future is the future, right? So like again, it's the overall point of the Rocks Buggy connection is more so like a lot of people lean on the Blackbeard side of things and say like Rocks is and for me, I kind of say like, you know, if you can see a lot of parallels for Roger, right? Like, or even right now where it's like, if Shanks is following through, if Buggy's following through, if all the people at his execution following through Rocks, and Luffy's following through, who he has no like direct connection to Roger, then Rocks probably had that same thing too. But the irony is nobody from his crew ended up like talking about him or speaking about him for some reason, right? And I think what's important though is, and I this is like one of my original videos on the Yonkos, like all the Yonkos, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom from Rocks' crew, if you take a step back and look what they're trying to do, Kaido is a little bit of an exception, and I talk about that, but like there's these small details where you can connect them all to this like wholesome thing where Whitebeard wanted a family, Big Mom wanted a family, Kaido's very protective of a family, and there's a very easy connection to like, hey, look at what Buggy's doing right now. Buggy's banding everybody together regardless of their paths, wealth, fame, whatever, power. But there's a singular thing. But the one problem is that thing did not exist in Rox's time. When Rox was, God Valley time, the One Piece, Pirate King, none of those things existed. So what could they have banned them together, right? What we do know is that each one of them has a has a backstory that pits them against the world government. Each one of them has a traumatic backstory fueled by the world government. So if you had a character that's working against the world government and banded all these monsters against one singular thing, hey, that would kind of probably be it. And all you need to do is have like a charismatic dude who has like a plan and wish, right, to do all that. So I feel like I one thing I want to say is I apologize for commandeering a lot of the time here. I've noticed in the past few days, streams, I haven't even showed up to some of them, and then people go off about the theory, and I just feel bad to all the creators who had to deal with the offset of that. But there's a part 2 to that video coming out.
We're talking about Buggy, so I think it's fine here. But
yeah,
the thing is, like, what I agree with some things that you say in your video. Like, I watched the whole thing, and I agree with parts of like Whitebeard. He doesn't want to talk about rocks. We don't know why, and a lot of it is lost to history because of these specific characters. They never said anything. Big Mom, even Kaido, we never even saw them say much about rocks. So a lot of it is like they didn't bring anything up. And I agree with what you're saying. Like, could we actually trust Sengoku over people who were in the crew? So I do like that whole idea of it. But it's like, at what point do we say, like, which parts of that do we even trust? Because there was so much in that chapter. It's like, do we pick and choose, or do we believe none of it? Like, which parts do we believe, right? Like, even the silhouette, you said it's part of Sengoku's opinion. So, like, do we take that as the truth, or is it just, is it skewed? And that's where it gets tricky, because in my opinion, we have to either believe all of it or none of it. And that's why it's hard, because Oda put that in there for a reason, right?
Yeah.
If we're looking at the Rocks Pirates, they said that they used to fight each other and they hated each other. And it's like, we saw that with Kaido and Big Mom. They fought for 3 days when they first met. And Kaido didn't like Big Mom, but then he said he was going to kill her, right? And then when once eventually after a while, at the very end of Wano, he said, "Oh, now thinking back on it, she was like my sister." But there was that like deep-rooted hatred and fighting and natural instinct to fight her right away. So we saw that as a fact. Like when we see Whitebeard and Shanks fight, it's just a clash. We don't see them fighting for 3 days. So some things are backed up.
Yeah, what I will say is the Kaido Big Mom thing is really interesting, because I didn't think about it like this, but my Garp video is basically saying like he has family justice, and it, like, just really quickly, it was the fact that he said about the Reverie, going back to that again, he said as long as no blood is spilt, I call that peace. And the reason why I said it's family justice is because that's how families fight, right? Like, if you have a brother, sister, whatever, like it would take you to a very, very far extent for you to like actually give harm to them, right? It doesn't, like, they could wrong you in the worst way, and it would be very difficult. Like Doflamingo is also ended up killing Corazon, but he said like Corazon didn't think it would happen. Doflamingo was like out there just not believing it. He didn't want to accept until he saw with his own eyes, even though his trusted advisor spy person was like, yeah, like it's confirmed, like it's pretty much, I saw like everything, right? So, and then when you go back to like the Big Mom Kaido thing, it's like they're fighting like brother and sister, and it's like, I think like Sanji and Zoro, right? Like they fight all the time, and what happens out of the fight, they're not harmed, right? And look at what happened with Big Mom and Kaido. There was no damage to them. They were fighting, but they didn't go as far as like hurting each other. And that might be another example of like, the Rocks Pirates might have been like more family like, but they were also like fighting with each other, right? Like they were family that fought, and they were family that resolved things through fighting each other. And maybe they had a way of handling that. But like when it comes to, when you say like, how much of that do we believe? I think a lot of people can agree to this part where it's like, gossip and rumors, right? Like rumors aren't, not that they are the truth, but there might be a hint of truth there, right? Like there's elements that are true. And the thing is, it's like the game of telephone, right? It's like, how many times is this information passed down, and what gets skewed? At the end of the day, it started from a singular thing. Someone saw something, someone did something, and then the message is passed on, the history is passed on. And while I think the overall point of the chapter 957 was not that you don't take anything that he said for face value, but no, you take it for face value. This is what a Marine, past former fleet admiral, says about the situation. What are his sources? How do these rumors get here? And you can use that to guide into okay, how do these rumors connect into the original situation? And once we get God Valley, and if this theory is true, then you can go back to that chapter and be like, oh, that's why he understood it like this. That's why he saw it like this. You know, that's the whole point about like the rumors and stuff like that. And I think the best example is from the Void Century. For the longest time, it's like you would imagine from Clover's speech about the ancient kingdom, they were this like super advanced place, blah blah blah, and they got wiped out, right? But then recently, especially recently, people are more on board. Like, wait a second, the ancient kingdom probably had to be evil, right? Like, and the thing is, like, what were they doing? What did they do in order to get this response from other people? And so you get a situation where it's like, because the history was lost, you have a situation where the world government's the oppressive force. Clover gets this inkling of information that the ancient kingdom was wiped out by the world government. That automatically makes you think like, oh wait, like the ancient kingdom or the world government's the evil ones here. When in reality, especially now, people are probably thinking like, no, the like the world government probably was in their right to do what they did, and we just don't know the context of the situation. The ancient kingdom might have been a good entity, but they might have fell into an evil cycle, or they might have wronged somebody, and that was their ultimate falling out, right? We don't have that context, which allows for this situation of the world government being evil, and the world, because the ancient kingdom can't speak for themselves, we don't know what they're all about, right? So there's a few things there where it's like, it's not saying the 957 isn't important. No, 957 is super important, and I think it's super important for the fact of what Oda is trying to do of like, you know, this is how history is made. If the person can't speak for themselves, and the people can't tell the tales of that person, and the people don't want to tell the tales, and you don't write it down like on a poneglyph, you never have the true history. Right. So the only way to get the true history is from memories, and the memories from people. And that's like what Olvia and Robin, like Olvia specifically, is like, yo, we're protecting the voices of the past. You know what I mean? And you can't do that if you smother it out. You can't do that if what's his face, what Here Luke said, people only die if they're forgotten. Right. And what do we regard as Rocks? He's largely forgotten. His own crew is largely choosing to forget him. Even when you know, I pointed out before, but it's like when Whitebeard talked to Roger, though I put an asterisk, I personally don't think Oda had Rox's name figured out. Maybe he had a nebulous character in mind, but when Whitebeard, he showed the flashback of Whitebeard and Roger talking at Marineford, and says like, yo, I have a D-clan on my like, I knew about a D-clan, and then he's talking about Blackbeard. But like, wait, Rox was a D-clan. How do you forget your old captain, right? But then you go to like chapter 999, and you see like Kaido and Big Mom. They're like not even like talking about Rox. Like not a single time have they like really mentioned Rox directly. They mentioned like the event and like the offshoot. Like, I got the fruit from there. I got this. But even Kaido, he's saying there like, Whitebeard did it right. Roger did it right. Not a single time are they doing it. So that's the reason why like Rox is ended up being forgotten and all that stuff. So it is interesting. It's just like, I don't look at 957 as like the holy grail of information of Rox. I look at it as like someone like a blurry vision of it, and the blur could be cleared up and show it. But
I was gonna say, it's like people have different interpretations of the person because of how they viewed the person. For example, Kaido obviously was really, really young when he was on the Rox crew, and that's probably why he views Rox as such a great, powerful person, because Rox was the person that took him in and allowed him to travel the seas and be himself for the first time probably in his entire life. And that's what enabled him to become strong and be the man who he is today. But Sengoku and the Marines obviously view Rox as this massive threat because of what they've been told. But unless you were literally there, like Garp and maybe Sengoku, we don't know all the Marines that were there at the time, we don't know the true story, because all the Marines who were in that room were completely shook that this thing even existed, because they're trying to hide this from, you know, the people because of what they had to do with Roger and Garp working together. And that's what I think is fascinating about it, because we don't really have a full picture. Rox is like this nebulous puzzle piece character that we don't know anything about, really. Very similar to like Joy Boy or other characters that were introduced before they were fully introduced, like Another example, I guess, would be not to the same extent, obviously, but like Fisher Tiger was first introduced in Bo Hancock's flashback, but we didn't really know much about him besides, oh, he freed the slaves, but who was he? We didn't really know. We just had an idea of what he could be, and I think Rox is very similar to that. So I'm very, very intrigued to see what Oda chooses to do with him.
And real quick, before anyone else starts cooking, I need to go. I was trying to interject there a little bit, but you guys were cooking really hard. But I do need to go now. So
I got you, bro.
I just want to say appreciate you for inviting me to the Buggy Bash. This was great. A lot of good discussions, even still ongoing. I'll probably hop back in the chat in a little bit, but I just need to go for a little bit. So
it's all good.
But thank you. Appreciate everyone here. The chat's been awesome. For sure, you guys have been super active. Shout out to like the 40 people still here. There's like 40 people watching with 61 likes. Like that ratio is insane. So, good stuff from the chat. But yeah, appreciate you inviting me on. This was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And if you want to hop back in, just feel free, man. So
definitely will. If you guys are still going, I will. But I appreciate it. Catch you guys later.
See you, Doc. All right. So, Preach, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So we talk about the interpretation of different interpretations from how we read that chapter, and it's like, for me, the reason why I push back so hard on this specific theory is because Rox is my number one, man. Like, if I would even put him ahead of Roger and Whitebeard and Garp as well. So that's why, because I have him so high. So it's like I just see it completely differently. And when we're talking about like the Will of D members, right? It's like we've seen only 10 so far. We don't know, the other ones could be revealed soon, but like I think Zoro could be, I think Kuzan maybe could be, maybe Shanks. There could be other ones we don't know yet, but one thing that when we look at them is that all of the Will of D members are extremely powerful. The only one that I would say is like not really that strong is Sal, and like we don't really know. Like he was still at least a vice admiral. He was probably not that strong though. I'll give him that. But the other like 9 or 10 are just insanely powerful. Even Rose, she had one of the craziest feats that we've seen from a female in One Piece. True. So it's like when I look at Rox, it's like if 8 out of the 9 are just insanely powerful characters, I feel like that trend continues with Rox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the math for my Will of D video that I wanted to release very soon. But out of all the Will of D members, 40% of them, excluding Rox and Garp, and I think Dragon as well, are Conqueror's Haki users. And if you include
that's
them,
what I'm saying, yeah.
it's 60%. So I could see both sides of the argument, but I did want to pivot off what both Par and Kev was saying in terms of that specific chapter and how there's a lot of information shrouded in terms of certain perspectives. There is one big perspective that I think will be brought to light very soon based on certain portrayals or certain characters that will be brought back into the arc specifically. But Garp, I think we'll get a huge perspective from Garp very soon enough, and we could get a lot more of a different perspective of Rox, because who was the one person who didn't want to talk about Rox or the God Valley incident whatsoever? Even though he was the main hero and he was the one who got so much recognition of that one moment. It's Garp. So I think we'll be able to learn so much more from Garp, whether it's a perspective of Rox being a similar character like Buggy, or whether Rox is a similar top tier character like Roger, Whitebeard, the Will of D living up to it, Conqueror's Haki, all of that. It could very well be intertwined that it's both, but I feel like we'll be able to know much more, honestly, soon enough with Garp.
So you talk about Conqueror's Haki, right? Like I think that's another point of, for me, I always thought that Shanks was Rock's son because we know he was at God Valley in the treasure. He has some very interesting connections. We know Celestial Dragons were there. Like, my theory was that basically Rox, he wanted to conquer the world, and one way that he kind of was messing with the Celestial Dragons was he somehow managed to get a relationship with a Celestial Dragon. And then that would be crazy if Shanks was the offspring of a Willoughby and a Celestial Dragon as well.
Yeah
That'd be really fascinating.
So, and you said an important thing. I think two things to be said about the overall theory and the purpose of the theory, which is how I open it up and close it out, is I think more than anything, it's important to stay open-minded, because time and time again, like in the story, I feel like a lot of times, at least from my perspective and from what I've seen, a lot of people don't like certain developments because they develop such a strong headcanon about something, and that ends up skewing their reaction to it, and then maybe months down the line they end up accepting it. But like, not that like makes, that's not a bad thing. Everyone's should do that. Like Oda's doing this purposefully, right? But I think the gravity of social media and like, you know, the world that we're in, it amplifies that a lot more. So like, you know, Preach is here saying like, yeah, this is my favorite, like I have him top one and this is why, and that's completely valid. But he still recognizes that like this window is there. Would it be his favorite? Well, we don't know, because like Oda hasn't done it yet. And you know, it's completely valid to have a favorite character, and then for that to just be turned on its head. I mean, look what happened to the kid people, right?
Kid,
Like,
exactly.
It's a good point, man. Because with me, with like theories and stuff, I always say, even my own theories, if they're wrong, they're just wrong. Like, I try not to get too mad about it. You know, it's just all for fun at the end of the day. Like we saw with the Ray failing, we saw it with ZKK, and it was crazy, bro. The falling out of those two massive agendas were just insane.
I feel
Bro,
like
it changed the whole rating of Wano in general.
exactly. Some people literally hate Wano because their Zoro agenda didn't happen.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, if you were so hyper fixated on this one thing to happen that you hate a story, that's just ridiculous to me. It's like,
and bro, I'm the biggest Zoro fan, so like even me, I would love to see Zoro chop off Kaido's head, but it's like we can't. I think we gotta just when it comes to theories and stuff and agendas, we gotta take it with a grain of salt. How Par said.
Exactly.
yeah,
It's like,
I think no, what were you saying, Cap? Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, if people place every single thing into one exact outcome, like, you're just gonna be unsatisfied in the grand scheme of things, because there's so many possibilities in this story of all stories, because there's so many characters, there's so many unique things Oda could do. They could just bring out of nowhere. He could just bring back a character that's just completely been irrelevant for like multiple hundreds of chapters. So exactly.
Yeah, no, and so for me, like I entered the community mid Wano, and I feel like I never, like I always assumed how like these various niches of communities were and are, and then the One Piece community definitely blew my mind of how awesome and accepting it is and all that. But like then when Wano, like then I was introduced to like the raid failing thing, which, you know, like I've talked to Morge about it, like it gotten his perspective of that theory, all that stuff, and like like if I strongly believed in something, I would probably went the same route. It was the other aspects of the community that ended up painting him in a bad light, the theory in a bad light, and then the most important thing was, I think to this day, like one of my not like one of my, it just some people know, but like there was like a burnout thing after Wano, like because it like I wanted to talk about Wano. I think a lot of creators want to. I think Preach is putting out like a Wano analysis video, right? Like now
it's a long one, bro. Wano is so long.
Wano's extremely long.
Wano ended almost a year ago, and it's like for the next 6 months. I remember even in the Reverie, we were like, yeah, let's not talk about Wano, and that was the Reverie like right after Wano, or like
Wano fatigue.
Yeah,
that's why I waited so long to do mine.
And so like the thing is, when you look at why people don't like the ending of Wano, there's valid parts of not liking Wano, but we could never discuss those things because there was so many like crazy agendas that, you know, I'm gonna go out and say like they weren't exactly the most tamed behavior in how they had discourse around it, right? And so for that to be the case, it's like that to me does ruin the story. Like if you can't critically critically pull apart a story and be like, I wish this happened, I wish that happened, like this thing didn't lead to something as a failed plot line, but then you have people like, I wish Zoro just killed Kaido and that didn't happen, and then that's a huge reason, like you're saying, and you can't talk about it, right? So like for the rocks thing, right? I see that in the same light. People look at God Valley, like so many people probably in the chat also agree, and I agree with this too. I'm looking forward to God Valley almost equally, if not more than Void Century, because I think it'll tell us so much about the rest, right? And the problem is, if we create like a very strong headcanon about God Valley, which you guys can very easily see from the offshoots of that video, where all I did in that video was just reread a chapter essentially and just like contextualize, where it's like you can't necessarily disprove like the part about like rocks not being deleted, God Valley not being deleted, the part about like rocks and God Valley couldn't have been like Leluciad at the same time. One Lelucia can't be in a memory wipe kind of thing. Like those things you can't push back on. And so a lot of the people who push back on it, the only thing that they're holding on to is like Rox is number one. Rox is supposed to be the strongest character, and they hold it to this another headcanon that I think is very like not damaging, but like, you know, we analyze the story.
Yeah.
We analyze the story, and so like, you know, if one of us quoted it and said like Kaido's top 5, then I'd call you out more so than like someone in the comment section be like, oh, but what about Kaido's top 5, right? But Kaido never said top 5. Top 5 is a community thing. Like Oda's not power scaling, making top 30s every year. Like, so to say it's Kaido's top 5 and then look at that's another that, you know what? That's an example of what Rocks in chapter 957 is, right? So Oda puts out this thing of like Kaido puts 5 people on a pedestal of being people who can damage him. Damage him has a very crazy nuance in the story. I mean, like Foxy damaged Luffy, right? Like puts on a spiked glove and blah, blah, blah. Obviously, I'm not saying it's a one-to-one thing, but then the community receives that. Time goes by. People remember it as top 5. Then people, when Rox gets mentioned again, like, oh, Rox is crazy. He was in Kaido's top 5. Rox has to be number 1. And then you create this rumor that spins out into not exactly what was told to us, which is that Kaido put these people there. And it's like, especially now, we can say like, wait, like if Garp was at God Valley, why isn't Garp there? Like, is Kaido looking at Galaxy Impact and be like, you know, I could take that, no damage, you know what I mean? Like, so there is that that side there, and so like I think this conversation all is important for Buggy as well. I think Buggy is another character that succumbs to a lot of that thing, because it's not just like a recency thing. Like Rox is relatively new in that regard, but Buggy is this character that spanned all of One Piece from the very beginning. And it's like a lot of people, community remembers him as a gag, but it's like when you boil it down, no, like people recognized his ship, right? Like his flag. When Luffy landed on Sierra Village, they were like, oh my God, it's the Buggy Pirates. Because I think they had his ship thing, right? They had like the flag. Yeah. And so like they were like, oh my God, these are real pirates. This is scary. You know what I mean? So it's like Buggy was like this regarded as this crazy person. Every time he is regarded as this crazy person, it's just that in the spotlight of Blackbeard and Luffy, you don't remember him in the same way, right?
No, but come on, that's like, if we're talking about context, that's in the East Blue, where even Arlong had that kind of reputation too.
Yeah, but like I think what's the most important thing is like you know, Smoker is an interesting example, but like I think when it comes to like the story writing, right, like Oda can't power scale from chapter 7, you know what I mean? Like Buggy in what he does there doesn't necessarily make sense. Like Arlong and what he does in that chapter, it's kind of like hard to contextualize for Fishman Island, because then it's like, is Arlong like just fodder, or is he stronger than these people, right? It's so difficult to do that. Whereas like if you just like, a lot of people use hindsight for the story, and like for a power scaling series that would be better, but like since it's a narrative series driven thing, it's like we have to like remember it's like Oda wrote this scene because of everything that happened before it, right? Like he's not necessarily writing Arlong for us to remember when Fishman Island comes like a decade later, right? And so like when it comes to those things, it's like how Buggy is regarded, what Buggy is doing, like those kinds of things do matter. And I think the most important thing again is like especially for Buggy, is Buggy wasn't trying there, so it's like he was just memeing around. And I think Oda is gonna remove the veil of the
you know, Buggy did one shot Zoro.
I do. Hey. You know, I just had a thought about it. So I was actually thinking about that exact same thing, man. But didn't Buggy hit Zoro's back? Didn't he?
He surprised him. Yeah.
He's the one scar of swordsman's shame that Zoro has. Buggy. That's crazy to think about.
Yeah,
But now
and
that we're thinking
because
about
of
in
that
the
scar, because
movie?
of that scar, Kabaji landed a hit on Zoro too.
Mm.
Yeah, so yeah,
The Buggy
Buggy
Pirates, like people are
only person to damage the Straw Hat entire series.
and he damaged
mean-
the Straw Hat.
Yeah, and people. The thing is, the West doesn't remember that. But if you watch Hidden Island's vlog from Japan, he showed the straw, like people buying straw hats, all the things.
And they have
all of the
the-
straw hats
Yeah.
have the 3 scars on them. Like every single any quality, like anything, like it all has the still to this day the 3 marks from Buggy on Luffy's straw hat. So if you want to buy a Luffy straw hat in Japan and it's good quality, it's gonna have Buggy's mark on it.
The Buggy
which is like,
marks.
That's fire.
yeah.
Dang, that's
Uh,
actually really nice, intricate detail. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
But Prince, were you gonna say anything? Or
I was gonna say 2 things. One, I do completely agree with Par on the whole rumor spinning thing. It happens so much in the One Piece community where it's like hindsight turns to rumor, turns to, oh, this has to be it, right? Where like I get it, like when it comes to reading One Piece, it is such a long story. Sometimes you may forget. And it is true, you know, there's many pieces of information in this story, and you're bound to forget something. However, if there's rumors and things based on certain agendas or ideas that you hold on to but you don't remember, and like you look back and it's not the same thing, some people stay holding on to a certain rumor. For example, people believe that Buggy is dead. People still believe, no, sorry, not Buggy, I'm capping right now,
Bon
Clay.
Bon
People
Clay.
still believe that Bon Clay is still dead with the whole Impel Down situation and Magellan going after Bon Clay. But Bon Clay is still very much alive. Now, there's obviously some people who haven't read the cover story, but people even see the cover story and still choose to deny it, and they still say, "But what happened in Impel Down? I'm pretty sure he's dead, or they're dead." So, like, there's things like that we really need to understand that there's a huge difference between hindsight and actually figuring out what is happening right in front of our eyes. Which also leads to my second point. I think that now with agendas these days, a lot of people are a lot more reactionary when it comes to chapters. I feel like we aren't taking in information and looking at it for the bigger picture of One Piece. We
Yeah.
look at one chapter, one sentence for Mihawk, for example, in this past chapter. One sentence gets scrutinized, all of a sudden, Fraud Hawk. You just
Exactly.
see spam posts in Twitter. Like, although it is funny at some points, like as jokes or memes,
Yeah.
like it gets to a point where the memes just overtake like people's actual perceptions of the story, and that becomes their agendas, and that becomes like power scaling or whatever, and their perceptions of the story, to the point where it does become toxic and it becomes like this whole new thing. Like, how did this even happen? So I think
Yeah.
people do need to understand that One Piece is a huge Odyssey level, like the huge Odyssey video that someone put. I forgot who
Axel
the creator
Beats,
was.
Axel Beats.
Yeah, amazing. Like I think 6 hour, 7 hour video, right?
Yeah, it's an analysis. And the craziest thing about that video is, for context for people who haven't seen it, it starts out and it's like a summary of the story and the themes and stuff. And he's 2 hours deep and he finally gets to the Grand Line. But he literally starts skipping so many things because it's that long. Like he completely glances over so many things that happen in Dressrosa and Whole Cake and stuff like that. It's crazy. Like that video could have been way longer if he actually like did more and more, which just goes to show how many things and characters and moments happen in One Piece. But
Exactly.
but go on.
Yeah, One Piece is literally like, even if you compare it to other anime in general, One Piece, oh, pause. One Piece is the big picture. It's the biggest picture. So for us to just sit on every single tiny chapter and scrutinize details and make new agendas based off of every single chapter or every new chapter and not look at trends, storylines, portrayals, themes, and all this and that, it's just taking away from what One Piece is, which
Yeah.
is the big story.
I have a great comparison because I literally just watched a video on this yesterday and it talked about how discourse because of social media has gone like down the drain. And it was mostly regarding basketball because playoffs are right now. And the phrase is, you're only as good as your last game. I feel like so many people view that with One Piece character. You're only as good as the last chapter you were in. Because so many people who were hating on Buggy now love Buggy. And so many people who hate on Mihawk have another excuse to hate on Mihawk. It's just every time that these characters show up, people use these to fuel their own agendas rather than thinking about the actual things that happen in the story. Like, to me, it's crazy.
Like Usopp.
Like Usopp. That's a great example. Because people just hate on Usopp all the time, even though he's had this portrayal of constantly getting things done. And obviously, people could just hate him because they don't like his character. That's valid. But I just mean, like, people use this type of stuff to create these agendas and continue these memes of stuff. Like Zoro vs. Sanji. That's obviously one of the biggest ones in the whole, community. And it's kind of... It's just frustrating that people could take this chapter, like, for example, chapter 1081, wait, was it 1082 with the Sanji cooking book? Was that this chapter? Or was that
I think it was 1081.
81.
Yeah, Cock King. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's talking about Sanji rather than the amazing Blackbeard Kuzan scene. I'm like, are you serious? Is this actually what you're fixating on? Like, there's so many other things you could be enjoying, but you're deciding to make it about you and your own agenda rather than the story you read and enjoy. And to me, that stuff gets very frustrating.
I think here's the thing. I think with those type of things, I see it like sports. Like when it comes to like Sanji versus Zoro. Like to me, it's all for fun. Like I take it more fun. Like I can see where you might be frustrated with it, but for me, it's just fun. Like I don't take it too serious.
I'm not like frustrated. But, like I'm not pissed, but I'm saying like it's frustrating that people take that stuff and like turn that into something to belittle other people's points of view, kind of. And it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I think like, and that's what I was pointing out, Preach, earlier. It's like you disagree with the theory overall, but the thing is, it's like you have like sound reasoning, right? Like where it's like,
yeah.
Whereas a lot of people, if you go into the comments, whatever, like if you see like a very opposing point of view, I would say like half of those comments are what Preach is saying, completely valid, right? And then I'm like, yo, I have a part 2. I see those comments. I respond to pretty much all of them when I see them. And then the other half I see and I want to respond to them, but like there's no point in saying anything because they're just choosing like, no, this is it. Right. And like I think the central point, again, like we could bash the CKK all day. I'm on both that, but like you can very palpably feel when like a certain reaction has gone too far, and you recognize it if it's tied to Mihawk, if it's tied to Sanji, if it's tied to these characters that are in Zoro's orbit. That's a situation like that. For example, like it's the funniest thing, and I'm not saying like this about our community, but like because the people who are more confused about it. I had a short. I don't know where it's at now. I think it's like 2 million on TikTok and YouTube. But like, short. And it was literally the line that Robin said, where Robin said like about Sanji, saying like the wings of the Pirate King, right? The reason why I made that short is because the anime translated it as the arms of the Pirate King, and you guys can go back to my last anime reaction and see the last one before I stopped like doing my chapter or my watch parties. It was literally like, wait, what? Why did they do Arms of the Pirate King? The weirdest part was, one, they already have the translations. Like these dudes just need to go to Crunchyroll, just needs to go to the manga, copy and paste, and then get the bag. But they don't. They decide to hear the word that I forgot what the word was in the manga in Japanese that was audibly said, and then they translate, instead of the wings, they said the arms. I'm like, what? How did you do that? So I made a video literally reading 3 translations, and even I forgot the original one because we read TCB, and I pointed out TCB's thing, and they messaged me, and I was like, yo, there's nothing against you. I'm just pointing out like this is like the Mandela effect almost, because the official translation said Sanji is the wings of the Pirate King, right? And the kanji, like the Japanese, says both wings for that, right? And a lot of people were pointing out like, oh, Oda used this like 400 chapters ago in an SBS. I'm like Oda can use that phrase and not mean the same thing he meant in a sentence, like in an SBS, like from like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But a lot of people saw that and were like, no, what are you talking about? You're so dumb. Zoro is the wing of the Pirate King. And they were like, that's what the TCB, like, you know, it's right there. And I'm like, and then they're like L theory, whatever. I'm like, what part of this was a theory? I just read words to you 3 times over. And they chose to like, yo, the fish, like they chose to ignore the officials. And I'm not saying that the officials are always right. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is like, in the entire point of that was like, yo, we like none of us are Japanese. Even there, we can have a misunderstanding that gets perpetuated. And a strong one that I'm mentioning in a future video is the Mihawk Shanks one in like chapter 95 or whatever, where like Mihawk shows up on the island and then he says like, "Oh, Shanks, you're like a has-been," or whatever. And I asked Artur. I was like, because I looked at the raws and I was like, wait, it doesn't say has been, and there's no like word here that like ever refers anything even close. Like I can't even like skew the definitions here to make it say that. And then he's like, yeah, it doesn't say that. They exaggerated a lot, but what's actually said was Mihawk was calling Shanks a jerk essentially in a knightly way. So Mihawk's Sandman, I think, corroborates this. Arturo is saying that Mihawk's dialogue is the most eloquent Japanese. Like he speaks like a proper Japanese, like he's a knight. And so he was talking to Shanks like a low class person, calling him a jerk. I think the exact phrasing was kituade kisame or kiseme or whatever. And so he was just like insulting him, like that's all it said. And so someone, I forget where I mentioned it, but it was this kind of like basically Mihawk could be saying that Shanks is a poor person, right? Because he's like a higher class of status. That's what it's meaning. So you could skew poor as in like weak or whatever. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And so like people are saying maybe that's how it got to the has-been line, but the has-been line isn't like at all what the translations are. But that's something that even like the official translations perpetuated as something. And we're like the Western side and we would never get the truth of it. But, if you look at the Japanese, that's not what it said. And, there's various other things in that regard. But,
No, I mean, when you brought up like, when you bring up having reasoning to, it's like, it is the most annoying comment when you get that and it's like, they got no reasoning, just have the belief and they just want to go against it. But, and I'm not saying like, not trying to put us on a different pedestal from everyone else, but I think, to play devil's advocate and defend the community a little is like, you got to realize, like we're in this community deep, man. Like every day we're researching stuff for videos. We're talking to people like just right now, we're talking to people all the time. And like a lot of people, they don't even remember certain little details. Like even me, I forget. So, and I know there's a lot of fans that just don't even know, like they don't even remember. So then that's where a lot of that comes from, because One Piece is just so long. There's so much information. There's SBS, so much of it. And it's like, I think that's where a lot of it also gets lost. And so I can kind of see like how that happens a lot, and especially in One Piece.
Yeah. And that's the important thing, right? Like when I made that post, right? A sane person was like, oh damn, I forgot that. That's crazy. It said Sanji is the wings, right? And
but then they're like, oh, but that's not what I remember, so that's wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then other people, so this was an interesting take too, because obviously these weren't people in the community, but they were like, why does it matter what Robin says? Why is she the end all be all of what like this means? And people are having Discord. It's like, well, Oda had her say that line as an important thing, because then right afterwards we see them like both talking about like, oh, like Luffy's almost there, blah blah blah. Like that dialogue is important, you can't denounce it, but those people who were denouncing it were also had an agenda behind it. And so it's like, you can be a little disingenuous as well, but then on top of that, the overall point was like, the reason why I made that was because literally any conversation you had Zoro and Sanji brought up, like I always remember people like, oh, Zoro and Sanji are the wings of the Pirate King. I was like, well, that's not actually what the officials say. We just chose to remember one thing. And it technically says Sanji's the wings.
It's the thing that makes, I think the reason they did that was because they chose to remember it because it makes Zoro and Sanji seem equally important. But if Sanji gets any credibility or Zoro gets any credibility, then the other side immediately backlashes and baby rages about their character not being as equal or better than the other one. And I don't know, I feel like they always just want more when they should be able to get equal amount of quality things. But I don't know, maybe I'm
It's
just
really
being a bit
not being open to the story. It's more so just being ignorant on what they want to believe. Like, for example, like Par was just saying, like, oh, like I forgot that it was supposed to be Sanji is the arms or the wings of the Pirate King, right? I completely missed that. But now that I see it, oh my God, like I'm realizing it. But rather than that, they're holding the belief of what they want to see. So that ignorance is still there. And like I'm not gonna say like every single person is ignorant. Like there's obviously a bunch of people who are like willingly like trying to be open as open as possible with this story, which is a very crucial thing because like as we're in the West, we do not know every single translation and we should be open with all the different possible meanings. We can't just be set on one thing and be like, all right, that's it. That's what it has to be and it can't change past that.
Yeah.
And I seen I wanted to address it. Mr. Rubik say that agenda piece like can be enjoyable at sometimes. That
It
is
definitely
true.
can. It definitely can. Like,
Yeah.
for example, when Buggy became a Yonko, I was popping off. I was like, this is
Yeah.
exactly what I've wanted the whole time. When
Yeah.
Moda the Milkmaid was alive, I popped off. For, like, the most minute and insignificant thing, I popped off. Because it's what if you believe in something and it comes true, it's always going to feel satisfying. It's always going to feel
And
satisfying.
that's why I said like kind of like where it's like a sport, like you're like riding with the team even through the ups and downs. You're like for me it was Garb. Like Garb's always been one of my favorite characters. So these last couple of chapters with Garb has been amazing for me.
Yeah, crazy. Like I feel like if you
And,
keep
like,
agenda piece as agenda piece, then it's fine. It
but
makes
not
sense.
One Piece. Don't
That,
fuse the
exactly.
two together.
That's what I'm gonna say. You can't fuse agenda pieces one piece. Like if you want to keep agenda pieces your own thing and make it your own story that you want to believe, that's perfectly fine. And if you guys enjoy all the memes, all the different like debates or whatever, like the fun trolling debates, it's cool. Do what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
But do not mix it between One Piece and act as if they are the same thing. You shouldn't.
That's why I
because
think like Wano hate
in
is
reality,
forced.
exactly. One Piece is its own entity, right? If you have agendas, let it be agendas. But at the end all be all, what Oda puts in the story is his perception, and you guys can't change that. As much as you love a certain character, the way Oda puts a certain thing into the story, right? That's how he knew what the story is going to be like and how the story was going to be portrayed from that arc on or from that moment on or in a certain like a series of chapters. Oda already has a game plan of what he wants to do, which is why, again, I reiterate, like to the entire fan base, please do not be reactionary off of just one chapter release.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I do want to, because like I realize, especially what you were saying, Prince, that based off what I said, people might think like, oh, Par hates agendas, but it's like, no, everyone's at liberty to like the story as they want, like certain aspects of it, choose a certain perspective and view things. I think where the line gets drawn, right? Like even being upset at the story, I think that's fine too. But like when it comes to like analyzing Wano and saying Wano is bad, it's like you can't say because your agenda didn't happen, you can't look at it saying it's a bad story, Oda fell off, the Wano was bad. Like that's to me where the line gets dropped, where it's like if I made it, like again, like Preach waited like a year to make this analysis video of Wano, if he made it like a month after Wano ended, which is the more appropriate time to do it, right? Like if something ends,
More hype,
like,
yeah.
And so like the reason why is because had you made that video, people automatically like either not click on it or in the comments like Wano's 2 out of 10, blah blah blah. Why are you even analyzing this stuff? And it's like why are you saying that? And then they can't answer it, or they have a very surface level thing. And overall thing is like, social media is more powerful, and like, us creators do I was called out a few times. We're like, yo, the Fraud Valley thing is kind of crazy. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm doing it as genuine as possible. I'm not doing it disingenuously, right?
Like I said, man, I agree with certain parts, and that's the thing. Like, your video is an hour long, right? It's like 40 minutes long or something.
45 minutes.
Bro, it's long, so it's like there's certain parts in it where I feel like if you're being genuine, you're gonna agree with certain parts. But like the ending part is the one that I disagree with. For the most part, the video was good though.
Yeah. Here, this is the Buggy Bash. This is another thing that a theory of mine that people have yet to give me any plausible pushback on, which was, you know, whether you agree or not that Buggy is the rain god. What
No,
I
I love
said,
that video, man. I love that one.
you know, I think because I do want to, since the Buggy Bash, I want to bring up some dope Buggy things that are probably already in the story for Buggy to like, hey, maybe Oda doesn't go this way, but like there's a few different directions. And so, you know, in all my videos I mentioned how like Oda kind of gave Buggy hockey, like when they crack like the iceberg in Marineford, they had Jinbei, Eva, Luffy, and Buggy, right? All of them had cracks, and then Buggy didn't. And the thing was, it's like a lot of people are like, "Yo, it kind of looked like internal destruction in a lot of ways."
Yo, like Rio.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
And like you look at the way, like, you know, like you know, obviously it's a long time difference, but like when you look at how the iceberg broke, it kind of looks exactly the same way as when Luffy like blows up the tree with his Rio. And so when, you know, the hockey thing, I feel like has been there, like how like he took out an awakened zone with a Muggy Ball, and then when Mihawk redirects it at him, he's like fine, like he's not destroyed like the awakened zone was in Impel Down, and those Impel Down awakened zones were pretty durable. And
absolutely.
and so now you have like, wait, did Buggy defend himself? Like, how did he do that? How did he like? How was he just like all he needed was a little bit of makeup and wiping off, and he was completely fine. And then he was on cameras right after. So like, there is a world where he does have the hockey thing, and it's funny because the anime, very at the like in when Buggy like gets mad at Luffy, they give him Rio, like they give him the same aura that like that, you know, a pre-time skip version of what like Zoro and Kaido are getting like now, you know what I mean? They give Buggy that when he's angry, and it's like the whole space gets blurred out. And I always hold like the early anime very close to canon, because that's Oda's baby, right? Like he made the manga, and it's like then it gets adapted. And one of the most important changes, in my opinion, was for some reason Oda displaced the Zoro flashback. So in Morgan's, like in the arc, they didn't really have Zoro's flashback there. They had like a very brief thing, whereas in the manga you get more of it in that like section. You get like a consolidated version. But the anime, and I don't think this would be a director's choice, I think Oda chose it. He made it episode 19 all Zoro's flashback. And it's like, how do you make that decision? That was right before Gaimon, right after Buggy, right before Gaimon. So it's like, why that has to be Oda doing that. Another example is that Logtown. All of the filler in Logtown is actually canon, because Oda just couldn't put that in the manga. And he said in an interview that those are all things that he wanted to, but he cut it out. I think it's like for chapter numbering and let's just
Yeah, because he
timeline.
wanted to get to 100, and he had to cut this whole thing with like a gunman and Rotan, I remember. Yeah.
Every person had a different thing, and it's like that's also very important. And at the time, like Oda, I don't think realized One Piece would be as big as it was, right? So he had to do a lot of things, and I think the anime at the very beginning is very important. So like Buggy getting that aura to me is kind of cracked. Another like example in that is like Captain Morgan's. I made a short, and people were like, "That's a stretch." I'm like, you realize like Oda redesigned Morgan's 3 times, and the 3rd time was because his editor called him lame. And so all the details you get in Morgan's is because he was pushed, he was pressed, like his editor like insulted him. He's like, all right, punk. And then he made Morgan's, and then he comes back in Captain Kuro's backstory. He's introduced with Garp. He even gets referenced in Wano, which I recently found in SBS, which is like kind of wild. His name gets put on like a flag during the sumo fight. But again, going back to the original thing, was the thing that people can't push back on with the Buggy Rain God thing is his devil fruit. It's the onomatopoeia for raindrops falling, hitting the ground.
Really?
And anytime bari bari,
Wow.
or bara bara. And then anytime you get like an important Buggy scene, you know, Logtown. Yeah, there was the rain, storm, whatever, but it started raining after like Buggy got like damaged. After Buggy got hit, it started raining. And then you go to like the recent chapter where at the execution it wasn't raining, it was sunny. And then you see what Buggy's situation.
Then it starts raining.
It starts raining. You go to Ed War in chapter 0. It's all fine, and then a random storm. causes an accident. And you know what's funny about that? Shiki suffering from an accident. That's what is said, an accident. You would think that if someone got hurt in a war, right? If Zoro lost an arm or a leg in a war, you wouldn't call that an accident. Kiku losing an arm isn't an accident. That's a war scar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
It's a
the thing that
casualty.
wasn't. Yeah, and so the accident, the thing that happened was Shiki got the steering wheel placed in his head. And I'm sitting there like, wait, that happened, the storm happened, and it started raining, and the movie or the episode for Strong World that prefaced that, it started raining right when like the steering wheel was about to hit him. And I'm thinking like, there's no powers in all of One Piece that can do that besides something like Law's power, right? We've seen Law create harpies out of Monet, crocodile centaur out of Brownbeard, like all of these like cannonball headed person, right? And Buggy has a power very similar to Law's. We talked about that. So the only power that is sort of similar to Law that would explain what happened to Shiki, where the steering wheel was lodged in his head, where a top doctor could not remove it, but he's perfectly fine, which we see from Law's power. Like he could do that to somebody. Like Law could put a steering wheel in anybody's head and they would be perfectly fine because that's just how his power works. He's taking people's hearts out of their goddamn bodies, right? So like at that point, it's kind of like, wait a second. It started raining. Buggy's fruit is the onomatopoeia for raining. And what happens like for awakenings or when people are pressed, like what if like something happened that pushed Buggy to an extent and that was the accident? It wasn't intended. Nobody realized what happened. And Buggy accidentally put that steering wheel in Shiki's head. And I sit back, I'm like, someone tell me any other person. Did Roger have the Opie Opie no Mi? Was the Opie Opie no Mi on Roger's crew and we just didn't know about it? Did Shiki have it? You know what I mean? None of that would make sense considering Shiki went to the doctor and was like, yo, what happened? It was considered an accident. And it started raining. And Buggy's the only thing close to that. And so I think that power right there was Oda showing us something of Buggy and what he's might be capable of. And he might not be aware of that. He might not be conscious of that. But later on in the story, that kind of power to be able to do that to other people, do that to things, do that to like, you know, inanimate objects, islands, the red line, like all of these things, I think that he would probably be able to do that. And so there's no other explanation. So like with that, it's like someone said, a few people said like, oh, the wind did it. I'm like, what kind of?
But that sounds so like mundane, you know? It could be something more than that.
I'm like, at least I gave examples of something similar. Like when in the story has wind ever lodged something in someone's body to the point where they're not injured and they're fine and doctor can't, like that just didn't make sense. And that was their pushback. So I'm like, at the end of the day, until someone comes up with a different reasoning, and Oda just referenced chapter 0, just this last chapter. So if he's continuing on that trend, I think the next one is the hockey and power stuff. He's gonna explain that devil fruit. And I know people like the Adams thing. I'm not necessarily on that boat, but go watch that Rain God thing. Because if you're sleeping on Buggy, you're sleeping on Oda. You're sleeping on
a deserved Yonko.
Yeah, exactly. He's there. He's gonna be there.
And also, I will always give this man Kev the dub for predicting Buggy being a Yonko like a year ago. Cause I did a similar thing, right? But I just made like a simple tweet because I was like, you know, there's 3 main characters in the One Piece universe or the One Piece world that cause so much chaos, or there's everything revolving around them. It's Luffy, it's Blackbeard, and it's Buggy. Luffy, it comes to straight, he's just like powering through literally everything possible in the Grand Line, rushing through the New World. He's speed running getting to the One Piece. There's Blackbeard picking up the pieces behind Luffy, being stealthy, sneaky, whatever it may be. And Bucky, who is the luck genius himself, who like falls upwards, but at the same time knows what he's doing and knows how to become an opportunist and like be like in the right place at the right time and is knowledgeable about things, which in most cases is a great definition of what a pirate is supposed to be. So I said that would like end up like being the reason why after Whole Cake Island happens with Luffy, And then Wano happens. Blackbeard will go to Whole Cake Island, but Buggy, once he gets pressed by the Navy, he'll escape and become Yonko. That's what I thought. This man Kev figured it out too. That like it's the huge portrayal of it's just so Oda that out of
It's
all
so
people,
Oda.
Buggy
So
will
Oda.
become Yonko, not Kid, not Law. Even though they just fought Big Mom.
I
and
remember
they're like,
people
"What?"
were saying, yo, Katakuri might be the Yonko, maybe Marco will be the Yonko because they have like the representatives of like Big Mom. That Katakuri would probably be the leader, especially because people loved Katakuri at the time, right? And Marco because that would be cool to see Whitebeard come back to the fold, but nah, man, nah. It's all about
It's always been Buggy,
blood,
man.
the new blood,
Honestly, ever since that interaction at Impel Down, where everyone was like, "Oh my God, Buggy was on the King of the Pirates crew, and he's affiliated with Red Hair. He has this huge following after Marineford." After that, after he convinced the world that he would become he could become a warlord, and he did, I was like, "Yeah, this man's becoming."
But
a
once
Yonko.
once he said he was a warlord, I'm like, and he talked about being a Yonko on the ship.
And then
going to
even Pirate
Marineford.
King, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's no way. I genuinely think that it's very possible that Oda is quite clearly directly putting it in front of us that Buggy, like, as much as people want to troll him, he's trolling people back with, well, like, showing that Buggy is actually in the same tier.
Yeah. I appreciate you for saying that, man. That means a lot. But I've been trying to squeeze this into the convo, but we have had many super chats.
Yeah.
So
I've been wondering.
So let us talk about that now. All right. So Young Usopp with a $2 super chat says, "Clowns bring joy. Could Buggy be of Joy Boy's race?" And Par, you have an amazing Buggy video about his race. So if you want to see any sauce about that, check out Par's channel. Talks about Buggy being a fantastic swimmer. So definitely check that out. I think that would be cool. I'm not sure what I think Joy Boy is going to be. Many people think he could be a mink or a human. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of possibilities for it. But what do you guys think about what Joy Boy?
I have a crazy theory for not Joy Boy, but for Nika.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't spoil it though because it's not mine. It's Wizard of Wars. So just subscribe to my channel, and I guarantee you, it's one of the best theories that I've heard in a long time, man.
Yeah, definitely
Same here.
keep it on. What's it called?
I have a huge Joy Boy theory, which some of you guys, if you already subscribe to my channel and members, then you'll know the specific thing I'm talking about. But I'll keep it on wraps for now. But I have a huge Joy Boy theory that it's massive, and Buggy is definitely involved. So be sure to subscribe to my channel as well. Shameless plug, but it is what
No,
it
it's totally fine, man. You've been chatting that, you were spitting that talk, for over 3 hours now. It's totally fine.
It's One Piece, man, always. But if you guys are into that, Will of D video, and I plan on making an end game of One Piece video, which pretty much is just my breakdown of how the final war will commence and go down. Be sure to subscribe, man.
Yeah, for sure. Subscribe to everyone who is in the thing: Dak, Par, Preach, and Prince. For sure.
I will say I do want to talk about that theory you highlighted, Kev, but I'll do that after the super chats.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. Mr. Bushido with Euro says, "I believe Dragon is Rox's son, but so is Buggy. So Uncle Buggy. Buggy does give uncle energy. I'm going to be honest. Buggy definitely would be the weird uncle. But I like the idea of Dragon being not related to Rox, but I think Dragon and Rox are pretty similar with the way they're portrayed for wanting to take over the world and stuff like that. I think that's really interesting. I obviously was leaning more towards Blackbeard Rox connection because I feel like that is very evident with what Oda's trying to push. But I do think the Blackbeard agenda is really cool. So I'm down with that. What do you guys think?
Sorry, what was that again?
Dragon being related to Rox in some fashion.
Oh.
Whether it be familial or maybe he's a Rox-esque figure of the present time.
Yeah. I think I mentioned it briefly. It's a hairy one, but the Oda did leave the door open for that to exist, where it's like Luffy's Garp's grandchild, but not necessarily meaning Dragon is Garp's direct son. I think the biggest tie-in for that is the fact that Rocks, Luffy being Brazilian is I think an important thing because Mr. Bushido, I think later on you're gonna read it about the super chat. I responded to it in the thing basically. Yeah. Well, he actually kind of said this. The wait, is that the super chat you read? Sorry, my brain's farting.
Wait, which one are you saying?
Mr. Bushido super chatted one about like Dragon being Rock's son.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Sorry. Yeah. So brain fart, sick brain. Where was I going with it? Oh yeah. That it's interesting because Dragon is being tied to Cuba. Dragon, his ship is Fidel Castro's ship. His favorite food, I don't know if it's Fidel Castro's favorite food, but it's Cuban snacks. Mm-hmm. And there is like a Latin tie-in there. I'm actually, spoilers to you guys, spoilers to what I'm researching. You guys, some of my tabs are about Cuba's connection to Portugal, that being important because Goa Kingdom is like a Portuguese colony. Brazil is a Portuguese colony. So if Luffy's Portuguese, that could tie in the entire like monkey family. And then if you go to Rocks, the One Piece wiki and I both fell on the same thing. Basically, it would make the most sense that like Rocks is based off of a very famous pirate named Rocks, who is a Brazilian pirate, like a very famous Brazilian pirate, who has an interesting story that I haven't touched on in my Rocks videos. I haven't touched on it in the Rocks videos, but that backstory could tell you a lot. Like one fun fact, apparently Zoro's inspiration, so Francois Rodenoa, the French pirate, apparently he bought Rox's ship in an auction in real life. Yeah, in the real world. That's just one teaser. There's some interesting.
That's fascinating. That's really fascinating.
So there's that. But then, like for example, so Dragon being Rox's kid, like the timeline could make sense. The silhouettes, they look the same every single time. Like I could see that for sure. I think a lot of people, that's something a lot of people would be upset because then like, damn, Luffy just has like the best genetics in the entire series, right? But the overarching thing being, what did I say before about like the One Piece and Pirate King didn't exist in Rox's timeline. So what could he ban all these people who hated the world government towards? Well, overturning the world government. What is Dragon doing, right? He's overturning. So, I think it would fit that like they are related. I think, I think at this point it's like a hive mind kind of thing where I just accept. I feel like a lot of people have heard it and they're kind of just, it's not something they rather want to denounce, but it's kind of just like, we don't have so much information to back it, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, I think it's super fascinating because the revolutionary aspect of both the characters. I think there might be some connective tissue. Maybe this might sound crazy, but maybe Dragon like is possibly inspired by Rocks in a way. That could be interesting. I don't know how far I would be willing to go with that, but not because he's not trying to be king of the world. He's trying to free the world, which is similar but a bit different.
I think it would play well for Garp's character though. Like he'd be taking care of the world's worst offsprings, right? Like Dragon, Rocks, Ace. Roger. Yeah. So like all their offsprings.
Very, very fascinating. We got another one from Mr. Bushido. Caribou works for Crocodile or Shiki, and I don't really know what this means. Mihawk kills Yama. Isn't Yama the fat dude from Skypiea? Is that not Yama?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go down, but I do love the idea of Caribou being Mr. 10 and working for Crocodile. I think that theory is amazing. Obviously, a lot of people speculated he could have been the 10th Titanic captain for such a long time. But as soon as it was Randy and Tekking, they did a collaborative stream, and they brought up that idea about it being Crocodile. I thought that was fascinating, and I would love for that to be true. So I'm a big fan of that. I don't understand what you mean by Mihawk kills Yama. I'm gonna be honest, but I do love Caribou being Mr. 10 because that would be a great way to tie Crocodile's story back into Luffy's, because obviously Crocodile's been on the back burner for such a long time, but Caribou, he's been present in the story for quite a bit. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, I see Mr. Bushido in the chat. He said Yamato.
Oh, Yamato. Mihawk kills Yamato. That'd be wild. That'd be wild. Because Yamato's definitely coming back to the story, because they're going to be an ally in the final war. But killing Yamato, I think is kind of crazy. I'm going to be honest. But I do like the idea of them fighting. I think that'd be crazy. Because like Mihawk's obviously fighting Zoro. That's an inevitability. But yeah, very, very fascinating. Mr. Bushido again with another €2 says, "Is T-Bone dead? No way that guy killed a vice admiral." I definitely think T-Bone's dead, because of what they said in the chapter. I mean, because that would prove that Buggy and the Cross Guild are an actual threat to the Marines, because they're actually killing Marines. But honestly, I feel like T-Bone, because he was actually a rather good Marine in the story, might have just let himself die or pretend to be dead in order to let those starving people, continue onward and actually not starve to death. But at this point, I'm not entirely sure, because T-Bone dying, like, I feel like that would be a great way to show how much of a threat Buggy and his organization are. Obviously with the Buggy Bash, we got to gas up Buggy as much as possible. But I don't know. I do think it's interesting. I would like to see more of it. I don't think we will, honestly. But if he is dead, that just shows how desperate the world is, They're really trying to just be able to live at all, but the world government clearly isn't letting people do that. So I like that idea, though. Very interesting. All right, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 5 more. Okay, got you. And then another one from Mr. Bushido, €5. My theory, Rox was from Goa and was friends with Garp. Became brothers, kind of like, I assume that's like Odin and Whitebeard type beat. Made a crew with Roger, Shiki, and Bakken. He was good, but Shiki manipulated him. Now, personally, I can't agree with this theory off rip, because Garp being a pirate to me is impossible. To me, that's just impossible. You know what I mean? Because Garp is like the Marine guy. So I'm not entirely sure. How do you feel about that, Prince? How do you feel about this theory right here?
I'm not gonna lie, it feels kind of weird, but I can kind of dig it, only because of how young Garp looked in an SBS. When he looked so free, he was riding the tiger and it was all beaten up. And,
okay.
Yeah. He just looked hella happy. Like, I think in that scenario, he could possibly be, and then he had like a horrible like
a falling
experience
out with
pirate.
Rox, maybe?
Maybe something along those lines, and then ever since Marine, I could possibly see that.
Now that I like like super young Garp, and maybe that's why he wants them to be Marines so badly. That could be fascinating.
Like literally kid Garp that's like Luffy's age, like Luffy flashback age.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then he says he was good, but Shiki manipulated him to being a pirate. I'm not entirely sure on that still. I like the idea of him just naturally wanting to be a pirate, but then having the realization pirates are bad in some fashion. Maybe by hurting people, obviously. And then that's when he decides to be a Marine. That'd be cool, too, seeing why Garp wants to be a Marine so bad. I think that would be something Oda would definitely try. So, I would like that. Let's see.
One thing before, I just want to correct, Mr. Bushido was right about you can't buy rocks. The original rocks went missing, just like our rocks. So his ship went missing. I had it flipped. The real rocks bought Francois Loranoa's. Yes, that is the real thing.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's pretty interesting, because that's like, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, Rox being the Brazilian pirate, I assume like Francois Loranoa with the name Francois. I'm gonna assume he was some rich guy in the past, and that's pretty interesting, just to show how much clout Rox had.
He actually wasn't. Francois is what Oda regards as the cruelest, most like ferocious pirate. He like ate people. Like he was
ate like, people. That's crazy.
Yeah, he here, I'll read the quote.
Animal type shit.
he was like, he's a pirate and he was like, he basically had Conqueror's Hockey. He was like captured and he like soloed them like while he was captured. And so he drew his cutlass and with it cut open the breast of one of those poor Spanish, and pulling out his heart with his sacrilegious hands began to bite and gnaw it with his teeth like a ravenous wolf, saying to the rest, I will serve you all alike if you show me not another way. So he basically did that to terrify the rest of like the people there. So he like killed like 20 people all on his own. I think he was like solo, and then he what's it called, the people who were surviving, he like, I ate your captain's heart or something like that. So
that's crazy. And that's kind of interesting that this is the inspiration for Zoro too, because we know Zoro is ruthless, not like evil ruthless, but like he's willing to do anything to win. I would say not like cheat or whatever, but like, you know, he says like, I'm the king of hell. You know, he's willing to become like a demon. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he recently said, chapter 1023, I will bite out your throat. I will win even if I have to bite out your throat with my bare teeth. And he said, the king. Which is, you know, all of this is why the Zoro is a mink agenda is so strong.
Yeah.
Because he's always using the tiger moves too. So you definitely see that. All right, so we got $10 from friend Harper. Hey Kev, any thoughts on that Blackbeard theory I pitched you the other day? I loved that Blackbeard theory. I'm gonna probably try and make a short out of it because I really messed with it. So I'm gonna keep it a bit on the down low. But we were basically talking about Blackbeard being, he already has 3 fruits, and the one fruit is what allows him to have 2 fruits, if that makes sense. So, for example, let's say the idea is he has like a Gemini fruit, and that would allow him to have 2 people inside of him, which obviously goes to the idea of like why his teeth change, why stuff like that. You know, this is obviously a theory you guys know very well with the multiple personalities inside of Blackbeard. I thought that was interesting. So. I'm a big fan.
Speaking about multiple personalities, I think the community's best personality just showed up.
Amazing segue, Par. Amazing segue. So
wait, you've been here the whole time, Par.
Nah. Not down to King Reed. Coach.
Coach Recon.
I'm back too.
Did I make it in time, y'all?
Oh, of course, bro. We're just we're just doing a super chat section right now. But
that's sweet.
Welcome to the stream, man. Shouts to Coach.
What's good, Recon?
What's good, my brother?
Yeah, and we're gonna definitely be chatting basketball. We're definitely chatting basketball.
I'm always down.
Yeah,
I'm always down.
Yeah. Oh, that's another one. Shouts to Devontae. He said was $5. W Kev stream. Hope you all have a good rest of your day and upcoming weekend. Shouts to you, Devontae. Appreciate you for stopping by and watching the GOATs talk about the greatest series of all time.
Yes, sir.
Friend Harper with another 5. Have any of you seen Nun Piece by the creature of Soup Store Code Meant? His name is Purple Eyes for the Win. I don't know what Nun Piece is a theory. I know that. I know Nun Piece is a theory, but I haven't seen it. Have you guys seen the theory or not?
No, I never heard of it.
Nah, me neither.
It's called Nun Piece.
Yeah.
Piece.
None. None.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so Par, you know about the theory?
Nope. Sounds cool though.
Okay.
It does. Yeah, that's why I'm fascinated. Like, what is it?
Yeah. Well,
None.
if anyone in chat has, King Recon becoming a member of the Dog Pound. Anyway.
Hey, I was gifted a membership. Let's go.
Let's go.
Shout out to Ronnie Williams, baby.
Ronnie Williams. And also shout outs to Killer Comedy TV and Terrible TJ. I saw you guys have been donating members as well. Much appreciated. I think we literally have like over 60 members now, which is crazy.
That is awesome, dude.
Let's see. We got $2 from Caleb Brown saying, all y'all are goats. Shouts to Par for the recent here. So, Par, you got a shout out among shout outs. So
appreciate it. Caleb's my sugar daddy, that's why.
Oh, okay. Growth Stonks with the $5 super chat says, Man Marked by Flames could be Sunbell from the Roger Pirates. Sunbell has a flame tattoo, and Fishman can create whirlpools on demand. Yeah, I've seen this idea floating around. I think it's pretty interesting because it brings Roger back to the fold of the story. And the other idea that I think makes this better, because I did a super like kind of off cuff video where I was like, hey guys, what if the man barked by flames isn't a person, it's a Klabauterman, and it's the Oro Jackson's Klabauterman, and that's why the ship, it was going to be like burnt essentially, because obviously the world government will want to destroy any trace of Roger, but the ship, because it was made with atom wood and it's like the strongest thing possible, wasn't able to be destroyed or whatever, and the Klabauterman is sort of piloting the ship around. I thought that could be kind of interesting. But I do think having a Roger pirate like Sunbelt, especially since he's a fishman, would also be pretty cool. So I'm curious, what do you guys think of that?
I love that you went the Klabauterman route, because what you said about the Rogers Oro Jackson was something in a stream a long time ago. I was thinking like, wait, where is like that ship? And I was talking about it in the context of like in the last saga, at the last war, like, people are like, oh, like what if Rox is still alive, or like what if they get reincarnated, or like they show up as zombies, whatever. I was like, yo, what if like Rayleigh and the old crew, the remnants, pull up on the Oro Jackson at the last saga? Yeah, so I wanted that. And
that's like some fan fiction stuff. I love that. Like not in the lame way, but in the cool way.
Yeah, because it just be dope. But then it's like, but then I was like, wait, where is that ship? Because like you said, like, did the Marines take it? But then like, why would they allow? Because like Rayleigh had like after Roger left, it was like Rayleigh, obviously the person who would lead the ship, right? So why would he let it go? I imagine he has it hid somewhere. If it wasn't destroyed, because if it were destroyed, then I was saying it ends up in the forest of the sea, because that's where all the ships because the currents bring them there, so that's a graveyard of all the ships. And I was like, oh, that's interesting too. And that's a whole like Klabauterman theory that I had about like how I think that the very, very quick tangent was that the Sea Kings, they were talking about someone repairing the Noah. And then they brought the Noah to the king, the ship graveyard. And I was like, wait a second. Wouldn't that mean that like the special clan of people are the Klabautermen, like of these ships? And so who better to fix up a ship than Klabautermen? Yeah, like so of all the Klabautermen of the world would essentially like, what is the purpose of the ship? It's to sail people across the thing. So then like if their wills were not broken, but like, they weren't fulfilled, they would look at the Noah and be like, yo, let's fix up this ship. And then they would be the perfect people. And so I think that Klabautermen are going to be a very important part of the last saga. People know I had like a very important Klabauterman theory around Emu, and then this one, and then what you said. I would love it if the man marked by flames was a Klabauterman for so many different directions. But like when you think about it, in terms of like lore and mythology, Klabauterman is like the most sailor mythology kind of thing Oda like introduced, besides like Davy Jones, right? Like
he did the Flying Dutchman as well, but
Flying Dutchman, Klabauterman, they're all in the same tier, because when people were sailing at the time, they made up this Klabauterman thing, and it became like worldwide almost, like many languages even like have different interpretations of it. But Oda used like the original one, which is like kind of crazy considering he didn't have Google when he made the story, which is a whole separate thing. But I would love
that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah.
I'm personally kind of shocked he hasn't done like a Siren-esque thing in the story yet. I guess Shirahoshi would kind of be it, but like, with her being able to sing and control the Sea Kings. But I just think that's really interesting as well. I feel like that's such a direct thing he could do, but he hasn't really done that yet. So
I do want to throw out my man marked by flames things. I'm pushing it. I'm not gonna say the details, but I think everyone who's heard the details likes it. Is that the man marked by flames is none other than the character that has shown up in the series more times than probably your favorite character. More than Blackbeard, more than Shanks, more than Dragon, more than all these characters, maybe even combined. From chapter 44 all the way to chapter 1076. He's even, Oda confirmed, shown up on a poneglyph. It is the man himself, Panda Man.
I would.
Panda Man.
If Panda Man becomes canon, we need that. We need that.
He is canon. He is canon.
When you told this on OPU, I was like, bro, Panda Man is such a good option for the man marked by flames. It just makes a lot of sense.
Yo, would Panda Man just be a mink?
That's what I'm saying. That's
Hey,
why minks
maybe-
are important.
Maybe it's like, I don't know why I had this thought, but like maybe it's like, I don't. Do any of you guys play Tekken? Do you guys play
absolutely.
Tekken?
Uh-huh.
Bro, it's like King from Tekken. It's just a guy in a panda mask who just runs around
Yeah,
helping people.
I can see that,
That would be so great.
dude.
That'd be
Please.
fire.
And he has a title belt. Yeah, dude. I'm
Oh
down
yeah,
for that.
I would love that. But no, I could definitely see him being a mink of some kind too, because again, lots of
Lurking
people
legend
have
Panda Man.
the lurking legend. Yeah, like lots of people speculate that.
Sulong State Panda Man. That'd be sick, man.
Oh, that's gonna change the game. That's gonna change the game. Sulong Panda. And then we got another one. Mr. Bushido, another €2 says Garp became a Marine at 22. He was a pirate before. So Recon, I don't know if you were in before when we were talking about it, but Bushido had another idea that says that Garp. You remember when Garp was young in that one SBS where he had like the tiger and the treasure chest? You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
He was basically saying that Garp, when he was young, would be a pirate, but something basically traumatic would happen or bad or whatever, and that would lead to him wanting to be a Marine. And honestly, I didn't like the idea immediately, but now I'm thinking like, hold up, that could be really awesome, because that would lead to the origin of why Garp wants to be a Marine so badly, which I think would be really cool to see. But also, it would explain why he was so assertive on Ace and Luffy not being pirates. I think that would be really, really awesome. So,
Dude, I've never heard that. That's actually very interesting. Shout out
Yeah.
to Bushido once again for dropping gas.
yeah,
I've never thought about the possibility of Garp wanting to be anything but a Marine. Like the idea that he potentially could have, up until a certain age, wanted to become a pirate actually would allow for a different perspective, especially depending on what happens here with Kuzan. And Kuzan currently having a similar, not a similar dilemma as that, but
it's like the opposite. Like he was a Marine, turned
exactly.
pirate turned Marine.
Yep.
Like I know, maybe Django was spitting a little. Maybe Django and Garp are really similar characters. Who knows?
You might be spinning with that one, Kev. They might be spinning with that one.
And I was thinking, Bushido, maybe you're the man marked by flames, because you're constantly putting out fire. So
That's facts.
maybe. And then we just got one from Terrible TJ, $2. Pan D Man, Pan the Greek god, half man, half goat. That's he's kind of cooking with that one. I'm gonna be honest. I do have a thought, like back on the king thing. Like, what if this sounds weird, but like it probably is a thing in One Piece. Are there like half human, half mink people? You know what I mean? Or are minks
always
like?
wondered that, yeah.
Because like I just feel like that's got to be a thing, because we've seen like fisherman giants. Like it is a thing, and Big Mom probably would have a mink kid, right? Realistically, so there probably are. So what if Pandy Man is kind of like that, and that's why he has a normal human body and a panda head?
That's what I'm saying, and that's why we seen Chimney, right? Chimney looks like a normal human, but
she's a fish.
Oda said the reason why she's such a good swimmer is because she has even a partial lineage of mermaid in her, and so and the thing is, fishmen and minks, Oda also connected in the SBS in that the races work the same way, where it's like you could be an octopus child of like a shark and a guppy, right? Same thing with the minks, like you could be a panda and your parents could be a rabbit and a giraffe, right? Like it works kind of similar. So I would imagine that if you get to the hybrid world where, hey, let's look at Mary from Syrup Village, the guy with the goat hair.
Oh yeah,
ears.
maybe he's a mink person. That'd be crazy. Maybe Caesar Clown as well. Maybe he's one.
Could be.
And here's I'm gonna leak something. All right,
breaking some ParVision
video.
This is a feature.
I think Oda has had both Lunarians and minks planned in the first 100 chapters. It was already there. The minks might even be the more strong one in that. Yeah, I talked about Mary, right? Half thing, right? But what about Captain Kuro? Captain Kuro is very interesting. Black Cat, he had an entire crew. Let's look at what his weapons were. wasn't it cat claws? Hey, what
Yeah.
does the minx use? They use the same thing. They have the claw, like what's his face? Carrot. Her hands aren't claws. She puts on gloves, and then that's how she gets the claws thing. And so when you think about it, it's like, wait a second. If he was like separated from his original like clan or whatever, and he gravitated to that naturally, that's his best way of fighting. That's interesting. But hold on. Is that it? You know, in the same arc where, you know, Mary is half mink, maybe Captain Kuro has a little bit more. If you guys recall, Captain Kuro has a lunar buff when he looks at the moon, and it's not a full moon though, but when he looks at the moon, he goes into a frenzy where he
That
can't
is kind of
control
crazy,
himself.
actually. That is
You
kind
know,
of crazy.
there was a
Yeah,
there was a
and
thing in Baratie where there was a guy. I think in the bar they said
Yup, that's
he
what I'm
got
talking
so
about.
drunk and then he exploded into fire. Yeah, I always thought that. Like I look back on it, it's like, what if he was talking about Lunarian at the bar?
Right.
Yeah, that's
That'd be
I made a short about
crazy.
that. And the
That
thing
is
is, the most
fascinating.
important part about that is that scene got cut from the anime. So Oda doesn't cut a lot of scenes from the manga, but when you think about when they got to the Baratie, I think, and I still haven't had the time to do this. Someone in the chat could do it. But I'm pretty sure the manga is probably around Arabasta, which is when Oda decided to like, oh man, this is gonna go for the 10 years or like the 20 years, right?
Yeah.
So then he's like, wait, maybe I shouldn't bring up Lunarians and the Baratie, right? And so he already brought up the mink stuff, but like that one was more loose. But bringing up a dude who just combusts into flames is kind of like.
Yeah, that is pretty nutty.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, because like, you know, a lot of people don't remember that from the manga, but like if the anime also showed that, that's something people are like, I wonder what that's about. And maybe they'd forget about it, but it would be a larger kind of thing, like, Oda never explained that, you know what I mean? Or maybe Oda didn't want that. And so like I think that's the Lunarian one. I'm glad you brought that up, Preach. But
and there was the one guy, I think
the Sierra Village.
Yeah. And there was that guy that fought Sanji. I think he could also turn to fire, but at first I thought it was him. But then I was thinking like it can't be him though, because the Don Creek pirates never went to the Baratie yet at that point.
He's a big part of my elemental hockey theory, because he when you break down why he can combust into flames, it's because he's emotionally traumatized. He gets so traumatized by blood, by seeing his own blood, that he combusts into flames and he becomes like uncontrollable. And so like when you think about how he manifests it, it's because of a severe emotional trauma that, like, honestly, up until that point in the story, we haven't seen something described like that, where he was like, I think it was like he got tossed into a forest or wherever, he lost, and then like animals, he like became the ultimate defense so that he wouldn't have to tap into that power because it's uncontrollable. But yeah, I do talk about Pearl.
It is interesting with fire, right? Like, because I see where you're going with it, with like Luffy being able to do it with Ace and stuff, and Sanji, but even Zoro can even have like certain fire techniques. He has the Fox Fire, right? Like it is interesting that fire is always brought up.
He did that in the pre-time skip too. He lit Ryuma's body into flames.
That's right. Yeah.
There was intention behind there. But I think that was the last super chat, right, Kev?
Yeah.
So I want to.
I just want to say shout outs once again to Wani Williams for more gifted members. Appreciate you. Wow, that what timing? One just popped up on screen. That's crazy. But yeah, I
wanted to segue it back to the Buggy thing. And I segued myself out of segueing it, which was the chimney connection. Yeah, the chimney connection. There's not that many people Oda, says is a good swimmer, and then that one good swimmer, Chimney, saved Luffy in the middle of Eni's lobby, the craziest, currents, all that stuff, right? And it's because she's a mermaid. Oda went out of his way in the SBS to clarify that, hey guys, she may not look like it, but she is a mermaid. She has that lineage. That's why she's a good swimmer. And and there's not that many other characters that he does that. Obviously, with Rayleigh, it's very interesting because it's like, he swam across the Calm Belt or whatever, right? I'm not saying this about Rayleigh, but there is a prominent character in chapter 19, I believe it was, that was said to be a great swimmer, and that character is Buggy. And Buggy could be partially fishman, and that would explain his red nose. Because when you think about it, it's like, you know, people could want to clown race, and that's all fair. Oda, it seems like he's you know, like hampering down on how many future races there are. So I don't know if we're gonna get a full-on new race or
Is it
something like
clownfish?
Yeah, I was actually
Yeah.
I was
Dude,
on that really quick. I'm personally in the ballpark because there were 20 kingdoms in the ancient kingdom. I feel like there's going to be 20 races. What do you guys think about that? I feel like that's a realistic amount because they've already got over 15.
yeah, we talked about that last time.
Yeah,
How many has there been so far?
I could check to be sure.
I think
Um,
it's been like
Well,
10 at least, right?
I think there's been over
Wait,
15.
check that. I wanted to add on to Par's thing real quick because I love that so much. The reason why I love it is because the Flying Dutchman was brought up in Fishman Island, which is connected to Davy Jones, and we know how much like Buggy is connected to Davy Jones' treasure. And I think it would be very interesting if end of series. I mean, I think we might have seen his end of series ship, but if he's gonna get one more after that, or it would be very interesting if the Flying Dutchman and Davy Jones continues to be associated with Buggy, and if he does end up being a fishman, for him to be the one to go down there and finally find the treasure that he's been looking for the entire series, which is hidden under all of our noses. I think that'd be very interesting. If that were to be something that would be explored later on down the line.
Yeah, and technically Buggy and Shiki could be like Flying Dutchman kind of characters, you know, because they like fly. So I can see it, you know. And people are saying clownfish, you know, that's a fair one. But there is a fish that shares an epithet, red nose. There is a fish, the rummy tetra is a fish that's called the red nose.
That
and
actually
it also has clown stripes at the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna pull up a photo and send it so you guys can see.
There's not that many animals in the world that have red-nosed faces like that. And there's a few other aspects that connect to the Buggy thing. But if it were the Fishman thing, it explained his nose, it explained the appearances, it explained the swimming, it explains so much. Like his strength, for example, like, you know, the One Piece wiki also says like, yo, he has to be kind of strong because he like can lift Jinbei and Luffy in the air. And they were thrown at him, and it's like, wait, normal people can't do that. And then he's like doing other like power feats. He's on the Roger Pirates, but the most important thing is in chapter 19, where he shows something interesting that, like, you know, you can go to chapter 1 and it's not necessarily the same thing, where it's like Luffy gets thrown in the water, but we don't see Luffy submerged in the water and then resurface. Whereas with Buggy, we see him say, I can't move, and he's like fully underwater. And then he resurfaces, which is like, wait a second. Like, how is he able to do that? If you were a fishman and you were technically fine, but you thought that devil fruits were like sapping your powers, right? Then you would act like that. But if you didn't know you're a fishman, then, you know, there you go. And so like, then we get like, you know, Jack in situation, right? Like if he were drowning, I'd imagine it'd be this very similar. And so Buggy being part fishman, I think, you know, if you underlie that with a lot of people's theories about, hey, maybe he's related to rocks. Unironically, that's a connection. I said that rocks might be a fishman, and that's an original theory like a long time ago. And then later, a year later, I said that Buggy was part fishman. I was like, wait a second, that's crazy. But then even if you went like the Celestial Dragon route, I have the thing where it's like Emu is fishman, and it's like I feel like it just makes sense considering how the story is, where it's like all these people enslaved fishermen, and that's just kind of how like historically slavery went, where it's like, yeah, they oppressed them, but they also kind of spread the lineage too in a dark way. But like that would follow suit. It would be weirder to say that the Fishman lineage wasn't more widespread. So kind of interesting is all I'm gonna say. And so, you know, in terms of Buggy Bash, like people sleeping on too much. Oda set up
people
a
are
lot.
People are bashing on Buggy when they shouldn't be.
Yeah, exactly.
Buggy's gonna bash on him soon enough. Don't worry.
Exactly. I just want to say a quick shout out to Killer Comedy for 10 gifted members. Much appreciated. And in the background, I've been checking how many races are in the One Piece world, and it seems like some of them repeat. Like, would you guys consider merfolk and fishmen different races or the same race? Just offer it.
Separate.
Separate? Okay. Well, then there are... Alright. I'm pretty certain there are 18. Might be 17. Ooh. But we're getting close to 20.
So we're missing the final two?
Yeah. Because some of them repeat, like there's like dwarves and Tontata tribes, so it's like, are we really
We
counting?
need It's funny because I remember I made a video on the Oni race, and then Dak told me he said,
that's not even-
"What if the Oni race are just like lizard people or dinosaur people?" But it's just funny because that could be a thing. Like there could be lizard people as well, and like if you're comparing it to the minks and the fishmen, there could be some other type of animal race.
Definitely. I always assumed, yo, what's good? I'm DK, just hopped in the stream.
What's good? What's good?
Have a good one.
Zaku.
What's going on?
Oh, what's
How's
good?
everybody doing?
We're chilling.
That's
we're
good,
chilling.
my boy.
Doing good.
Made a playoff season, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god, the basketball squad is
Impressive.
growing right now. It's gonna turn into a basketball podcast any
What's your
minute.
teams?
Dax said he was gonna hop back into.
Oh my god.
Ooh, so
Yeah.
this is gonna be just
Oh, yeah.
basketball talk.
Oh,
Hold on.
Hey, I'm always down, man. I
What's
need
your
some
team?
therapy after. I
Ian
need some therapy.
and Recon. What's your teams?
Dude, I'm full blown. So I'm a Sixers at heart, but because I live so close
Yes.
to Miami, it hurts, right?
Oh,
It's
man.
like
Oh.
I'm split
Hey,
between
you
the
got-
two. But if I had to go with one, man, my heart is always in Philadelphia. So
Facts.
it's,
Me
gotta
and
go
Rhea,
Sixers.
me
Hey,
and
all
Recon
I-
at war, man.
All I
Yeah,
gotta
that's right.
say,
That's
all I
right.
gotta say, Himmy Butler is like the convergence between this Heat and the Sixers. You know what I mean? You got some
Yeah.
crossover there.
Got a bridge there.
Exactly.
I mean, there was some beef before,
Yeah.
but I think now
Right.
it's resolved.
Hey, I'm
Oh,
just
yeah,
shocked.
they
the
got
Sixers
that
beat-
Jordan chain, bro.
I'm shocked they won yesterday, man.
Bro,
Well, not
he
yesterday,
really
2
does
days
have the Jordan gene, bro.
He
Like,
does,
high-key.
bro. He really might be Jordan's son, bro.
Bro,
Oh my
bro,
god.
I love that theory so much because it's literally like One Piece theory level on
It
why
is.
people
It's
think
Jordan's
that
son.
Jimmy
Yeah.
Butler is
It is.
Michael Jordan's. It's crazy.
Hey,
Like,
all
the
I
amount
gotta
of depth
say
that has
is
gone into the theory.
Jimmy is a very similar name to Buggy. You know, single letter, vowel, double
Yep.
consonant. Why?
Right.
All I gotta say.
Right.
There's some connection.
He's an emperor. He wakes up in the playoffs. Buggy's
Yeah.
waking up right now in the final
Exactly.
saga.
He's
That's right.
in the
I
end
see it.
game. He wakes up and starts cooking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
Right.
can see the similarities,
Yeah,
man.
he just
It's
coasted in the regular season.
Exactly.
That's right.
He's like, oh, I'm in East Blue territory. It doesn't
Bro,
really
yeah.
matter yet. But then it's
Yeah.
then it
This man Crow in the chat is evil, bro. He said if Dak comes in, ask him about the Cavs.
Oh, dude,
He's a
you know,
Cavs fan.
oh,
That was
that's
yeah,
so
yeah.
Yeah, he's a Cavs fan.
bro, the
That's
Knicks are
great.
playing so good. I can't even blame them because I mean they could have played better, but the Knicks have been going off, man. They're hot. They're really hot right now.
You know, all I gotta say, I knew this would happen, and that's why all I gotta say is, you know, Buggy has the special monkey ball, so Buggy is balling as well. So there
That's
is some
right.
connection here. There is some
That's
connection here.
Buggy got hoop dreams too.
That's
Who
right.
Who would be the best basketball players from One Piece?
Smoothie.
that is a good
Smoothie
question.
crack.
putting-
Hey,
I'm-
hey.
Dude, I'm
Bro,
putting
Bellamy is
Kaido's
gonna be
butt-
dunking on people, bro.
That's
Bellamy,
real facts.
yo.
Luffy with the full court dunks?
Full court.
Yo,
Like Space
it's
It's
Jam,
like
Space Jam
yeah,
style,
Space
bro.
Jam, yeah, the stretched arm.
And his arm, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Luffy
yeah.
easily, but I feel like someone with like future side, like Katakuri, like just
Ooh.
dribbling,
Oh,
like a
true.
dribble
Yeah.
god.
Mm.
Oh
That's
my
facts.
god, that would
Yeah,
go
that's facts.
nuts.
Oda, we're giving you some fire ideas for the Davy Back fight to come back. That's
Oh,
all
for
I'm
real.
saying. That
I
would
think
be cool.
Oars would be like an all-star center.
I was about to say that. Yeah, Oars, Kaido, like bro, they're gonna be
Yeah.
back
I
for real,
know.
dude.
I'm thinking
Oh,
San Juan
man.
Wolf would be a
Kaido.
menace on the court.
Gotta be like
Oh.
Shaq down there, bro.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, is there like a height limit or not? Are we saying there's a height limit?
Bro, not in
Because
One
there's
Piece.
some-
There's no.
Yeah.
Not on a One Piece.
But at a
basketball
certain
court.
point, if the hoop is still 10 feet, then it becomes a hindrance. Like
Exactly.
That's
Like
right.
how is
Bro,
how is Oars
no,
even gonna get it in? Is the real
Exactly.
question.
I
Yeah,
think
sure.
Doflamingo's taller than the basketball hoop. Like high key.
That's crazy.
Bro, I think Oars' foot is the actual court at that point.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it is that big.
bro.
I feel like we gotta change it. It's gotta be like 100-foot hoop. It's gotta be
Yeah,
something
yeah.
crazy.
Scale it up. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Oh my god. But how are you guys enjoying the greatness that is the playoffs? I like how this is now basketball.
Bro, honestly, I think this might be one of my favorite seasons of all time, bro.
Same.
It's been so-
Ratings are
it's been
through
so much
through the
fun.
roof right now too. They
Yeah.
got all the markets in there. We got
Yes, sir.
Brown versus Curry round 2,
Mhm.
New York.
That's like some
Philly,
yeah.
Boston. Everybody's in. It's
So
crazy.
good.
Yep.
It's all
It's been a good
competitive.
playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm happy because I love LeBron, and when he's eating, I'm eating. You know what I mean? So like,
Mm.
and it's
Yeah.
been it's been a crazy year. Like, Overall, I can't believe the Bucks got knocked out. That was one of the
That was
craziest. I could not have
Insane.
anticipated that. You know what I
Insane.
mean? It was wild. So these playoffs have been really special so far, and so many great performances too from multiple different players that are like all timers.
Yeah, for sure.
Honestly, I just feel like whenever the playoffs has a non-determined winner, there's not a for sure winner in the playoffs. That's when it gets good because you never know what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
So
I feel like
these playoffs are.
Did you guys watch LeBron last night? I thought that game was fire.
The
Yeah,
game
it
was
was so
good.
good on
The
both
game
It, it was really good. I
Yeah.
thought they was gonna win when they went up in that 14-0 run. I was like, no, they got it, dude.
Jordan Poole choked it. He choked it.
Bro, Jordan Poole pulled
He was
up
hitting
from
some
half
crazy
court.
shots.
Yeah, he was hitting some crazy shots. He was like 6 for 10 at the time too.
It's always funny
Impressive
looking at like
shot.
the body language of the other players. You just see like Steph so dejected after that shot.
Yeah. Dude, there was still 10 seconds left on the clock.
I know.
It was like,
It's
He
over.
ripped it.
So, Jordan Poole-
My time. I got this, guys.
yeah.
I just feel like you know there was a baddie on the sideline right there with
Right.
Jordan Poole going crazy,
He
bro.
was really
Right.
trying it.
Oh
He
my
was trying it.
Every time.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
Bro, Jordan Poole had flipping Hancock, Nami, Robin on the sideline. My boy had to put up 70, bro.
And then out of nowhere, it's like that Sanji moment where he's like, "Oh, I'm on Kamabaka, everything's cool," and then it's
Right.
just the fumble. The fumble just happens, and it's like, "Well, time to run for my life because they all hate me now."
Yeah.
Oh
What
my
do
God.
you guys think about the Suns Nuggets series right now? Because it's looking kind of crazy.
I
Is
feel like
Chris
it's definitely
Paul
an
He's out
interesting
for a week.
series.
And
For a week?
It's,
Yeah. I
didn't know it was that
he's,
long.
He's out for a week. He's probably gonna be out until Game 5 at least. So
Man.
Yeah.
I think that one's probably wraps.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
Katie's got it. Katie hasn't been like KD yet.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He hasn't been
Having
like the
you-
dominant KD we've known.
Yeah.
He
He's
hasn't
just getting
been.
his 28 super efficient. We need
Right.
like Brooklyn versus Milwaukee KD.
Yeah,
Bro,
like,
40
it's not.
points.
Yeah.
He's not like
Wait.
he's currently in like Lil B curse mode. We need him to be in Kevin Durant mode. you know?
Lil
Yeah.
B curse mode.
It's been Booker that's been really going off.
Facts.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
has been.
Booker had a phenomenal first series.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
What's
been
your hottest basketball take? 'Cause right now, bro, I'm feeling like
I-
Jimmy Butler is a top 5 player in the league.
Ooh, that's a fire take though.
at his
That's a fire
at his,
take.
at his peak. At his peak,
Like,
I'm
playoff
happy
Jimmy
to
is
agree.
just insane,
Yeah.
bro.
You're
he's
cooking,
crazy.
man. You're cooking.
I think what's most interesting to me is that by the end of this playoff run, I think you can make an argument that the throne is there to take for the best player in the world.
Wait,
Giannis
so
is-
Ooh, I like that. I
so
like that.
so Zach just brought the Doflamingo speech from 801 in the basketball.
The throne
The
is
throne
up.
is there for the
Wars
taking.
here, bro. It's right
Yes,
there.
sir.
Like if Jimmy Butler goes and wins this whole thing, that's the best. How could you not?
All
say
I'm gonna say,
Right,
all I'm gonna
As
say.
an AC,
right.
that would be insane.
Like it's right there for taking. If Curry wins it, like
Right.
you got Jokic and B coming off like
Yeah.
MVP seasons,
Yeah.
but haven't had the
Facts.
playoff success yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be great for multiple different players. Well, one of the ones that has shocked me the most. I mean, not necessarily shocked me, but the one that every time I see him, he just has ice in his veins is Jalen Brunson, bro. I feel like the man just cannot miss in the second
I'm
half.
really surprised with Jalen Brunson's performance in the past 2 years. I'm like, damn, he
Yeah,
really
man.
just skyrocketed out of nowhere.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
true
Cooked
because
Donovan Mitchell in 2 series, like back
Yeah.
to back now,
Back to back.
2 years.
and Luka got a lot of the credit last year, but
Yeah.
the whole team was playing well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another team that if they would have never, I mean, who knows what would have happened, right? They were in 4th place, but Dallas could have potentially done something, but who knows? In this year's playoffs, I have no idea on if they would have been able to do anything.
I would have liked to see the Clippers healthy though. That team looked nice when healthy.
Agreed.
It was looking good.
They need
Yeah,
it for
rough.
defense, yeah.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. Russell Westbrook went off. Like, I
He
think that
did,
he
yeah.
had one
I think
good
that's like one
off
of his-
game, but other than that, he really tried, man.
He-
I
he-
felt bad.
Westbrook
That's
had a
one of his
redemption
best
arc, bro.
series.
He did, bro.
Like
He
in
had a
the playoffs.
redemption.
Redemption
arc.
arc.
Like I was genuinely
back.
surprised at how good he was doing.
I was
And
rooting
then
for him.
Kawhi had to get injured, and then PG too, and I was like, damn, it's really gonna end like this, huh? It
Yeah.
was really bad. I felt really bad.
Yeah,
Alright.
facts.
I am gonna be right back, but you guys keep chopping up for sure. So
Go back for
Okay.
par, bro.
Just
Par,
talk about
bro.
basketball.
Yo, I feel
just
bad
muted.
for par.
He's
Mm.
But yeah,
Nah, you guys
no,
are
this
chilling.
playoff's been great, man.
I love hearing sports talk. I just don't have the time right now to like. I used to get into stuff because I used to play sports and like I never got into like I like the fantasy stuff and keeping track of players like that, the analytics, making predictions. Back in like school when they did the predictions for the NCAA, that was so much fun. But like, yeah, it's just tough. Like once you get out of it, you know what I mean? It's hard to hop back in, unless you got like a squad. And that's, you know, essentially what's happening here. You know, like you find people that talk One Piece, you gravitate. You find people that talk basketball, you gravitate. You guys need to do a thing with Joy Girl though, right? Because she's like, I mean, her Twitter is just basketball.
Yeah. Bro, she is in the mud right now with what happened with Milwaukee.
Giannis fan, right?
Yeah.
Dude, Giannis was my sleeper pick, and then all of a sudden, Hemi Butler goes off like Michael Jordan II out of nowhere.
I'm telling
just
you,
decides to just become God. I don't know.
That was one of the greatest playoff performances period, but especially in a Heat uniform. I was shook, man. That was wild.
Nah, yeah, that was crazy. And I watched this man drop 47 in Game 6 last year. And like, so what he just did in that first round was insane. And the way he was talking trash too, to Drew, just like right in his face, I own you, bro. That was crazy.
Bro, speaking of incredible playoff performances, man, did any of y'all see this in James Harden? Bro, I was shook.
That was insane. That was incredible.
No.
Man, without Joel Embiid
best
too.
Playoff game he might have ever played.
I'm saying, bro. Like it was near perfect. He went 17 for 30. That was like the most Houston Rockets Harden I've ever seen. He got to the line, he shot from 3, no one could stop him. I was like, no, this is Houston Rockets Harden right here, dude. This is wild.
That final shot too.
Right in his mouth.
Yeah.
That junk was crazy, bro.
Yeah, they would just let him get too comfortable early on, and then he was just cooking the rest of the game.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like going into that game, I was like, man, if we can at least keep it close to the fourth, we might be okay. But I was honestly predicting Boston to win that first game because, it's like coming off of the Hawks series. I thought y'all wanted to make a statement because it felt like on the defensive end there were certain games in the Hawks series where you could tell that Boston wasn't on their A game, and I was expecting them to come out and that first game, it's at home. I thought we were gonna get destroyed. I was scared. I was like,
I was so because Embiid isn't even in the game. And I was like, the fact we won without Embiid, that has me like cautiously optimistic. I'm like, okay, we're gonna.
No, and the Celtics are stacked too.
They are, bro. Facts.
They really are, bro. Like,
they're menaces.
Even Malcolm Brogdon is cold. Like, their whole team is cold.
Yeah, he's
I'm gonna.
super cold,
I'm gonna. So preach. You were talking about hot takes earlier, and this is perfect. My least favorite basketball player is Daniel Tice. I hate Daniel Tice, bro. I hate Daniel Tice. I hate Daniel Tice, man. Like this is like my worst opinion, but like I hate this guy. Like, because
is there a reason for it?
Like a series from like 2 years ago or something.
Like, because me and my friend from college, he's a Celtics guy and I'm a Sixers guy. We watched the game, and this was the first time I was like, let me start paying attention. Because, I was like a huge basketball guy, but now I'm like more into it, right? Yeah. And I was like, Daniel Tice flopped in one game, no joke, 7 times. And I was like, this is the worst basketball player I've ever seen.
I guess he never gets pause either.
Yeah, he never gets.
It never works. Like
I call him like I call him like the mayor of Flop City. It's like he's so bad, bro. Like everyone on the team is better than him, and it's just like, but people don't talk about him because he's irrelevant. He's irrelevant.
Bro,
people don't talk about him.
Indiana now, so
facts. I was about to say, bro, the most random possible.
Right?
Yeah, it's just, I hate Daniel Tice,
bro.
Oh yeah, no,
he's been relevant for like 2 seasons, maybe.
Yeah,
I'd give him half a season, and I'm being generous. I don't know.
Maybe like 1.5, because he was like our starting center in that bubble run.
Yep.
And then last season he was like our 8.5 man.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But
dude, I'm terrified of in this series of a game where all of Zach, your entire team is firing on all cylinders. Because I'll tell you, man, that might be the best. Like in terms of besides Golden State, like in terms of all of the players going off on one night. And the Celtics have the potential to drop like 33s in one night.
Yeah,
it's scary,
crazy.
man.
We could hold people to under 100 too. Like I've said this many times. Like I think at our best, I don't think anybody could beat us. Like genuinely.
Yeah, it's like you guys and the Warriors.
Plays down to the competition so much. Like when Embiid was announced out, like a lot of Celtics fans were like, we might be in trouble.
It's a wash.
Like,
wait, when he's announced out?
Yeah, when he was out, like I'm literally more confident about game 2 if he's playing than like him not playing, because like this Celtics team plays down to the competition so much, like, and that's like that's been their main issue always.
Yeah,
like, they're just too young, I guess. Like Tatum's still 25. Is like as much as these guys have playoff success, they're still like in the like 6-7 seasons, and they can get so easily beat by anybody. But like if they're playing the best, I don't think they can lose to anybody either. So it's just like, can they focus enough?
Yeah, and the best, I think the best they looked all year was whenever they beat Milwaukee by 40 earlier this year, right? Where it was
we cooked the Bucks like all year long.
Yeah. It's that team is nasty, man. It's like you said, at their very best, no one can touch them. But when are they going to stay at that best? That's the question.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's always been that way.
Yeah.
I saw someone in the chat. So Alexander says, "Hey, is it a buggy stream or a basketball stream? I know nothing about the stuff you guys are talking about." And then he puts
we're like 4 hours in, so
yeah. And then he puts the emo of Giorno drinking the piss cup, and I'm like, okay.
Oh god.
Okay.
I was gonna say I do see it all the time. We could do One Piece and NBA comparisons.
Dude, I've been wanting to do this for months.
I do it all the time.
Same here.
So actually, let me
entire channel.
let me spill it right here, because I've been cooking this idea. Shouts to Edens if you're in the chat, because me and him, I'm gonna be the Skip and he'll be the Shannon, and we'll do this thing. It's called Undisputed, and it's a One Piece basketball comparison.
That is fire.
Awesome.
That is fire.
Yeah, and so obviously since I'm Skip, Luffy is number 9 all time. Because Luffy, he might move up to number 8 if he beats Blackbeard, but like no, he's number 9 though. Yeah, and like it would all be stuff like the great Bartholomew Kuma saved Monkey D. Luffy's career, like stuff like that, you know.
Oh my god!
And so you can easily word this into stupid agenda stuff. It's great. It's so great. Oh man, but nah. You're spinning though, like One Piece in the NBA, like it's all about the ladder to the top. It's all about being the number 1, you know.
You can see the generational gaps and like
exactly
the torch
and like obviously like Roger would be Jordan, so Roger's obviously untouchable and Skip's guys, you know.
Use's kid is Dylan
But
Brooks.
I feel like
no, that's crazy, bro. Dylan Brooks' kid.
Like, in the current timeline, that makes a lot of sense.
No, that's hate, though. I feel like kid isn't that bad.
Brooks a bit too much credit.
Yeah, yeah, there we go. Yeah,
I was gonna say like Bill Russell and Will could be like Joy Boys or something like in the Void Century era, bro. Because that's that. No one even considers that era.
I was
Joy Boy being Wilt dropping like 50, 40, 30.
No, I was on that One Piece talk on Monday. Shouts to that One Piece talk, and I was saying they were talking about Kong, and it's like, how do you scale Kong? And I said Kong is the Wilt Chamberlain of the Marines, because we know he's good.
That's too much credit, though.
I
feel
believe
like that's too much credit? Will was dropping 100 points per game, and we haven't seen Kong do anything.
That's what I'm saying. It's like Kong. We know he's good, but at the same time, are we ever going to see anything from Kong? Probably never. You know.
There's some black and white footage of Will out there that you can look at.
Hey, the 100-point game has no recorded. You know, that's all I gotta say. No recorded.
Who do y'all think LeBron would be in the One Piece world?
Oh, that's Luffy, bro.
Yeah, but he has to be Luffy just because Jordan is Roger. At least that's
or is Shanks LeBron?
Nah, I think Shanks is LeBron, bro.
Nah, yeah, I feel like
LeBron.
I've always thought
say like generation wise, I think that makes sense.
I think Shanks is Kobe, and then someone as strong, probably stronger than Shanks is LeBron, but I can't figure out who. And also older than Luffy. Maybe Dragon? I don't know.
That comparison actually makes sense to me, where Kobe being Shanks, because like Shanks, as we've seen so far, at least the only attack we've seen is Rogers, and we know how much like his fighting style, at least I assume, is going to be similar to Rogers. So just like how Kobe mirrored his game after Jordan, so that actually makes sense to me.
Yeah, I would pick Luffy to be someone quite young, actually.
Yeah, it has to be
I don't know
then.
who.
I've heard people
Luka,
say
yeah.
Luffy could be like
I could see
Giannis.
Luca. I could see
Yeah.
Luca or Giannis.
Yeah, I could see both those.
Yeah,
Luffy,
Giannis is currently going through his Sabati archipelago right now. You know,
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? He needs his time skip. Oh my god. But anyway, One Piece is pretty cool, right, guys? I think One Piece is pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
One Piece is very cool.
It's I would say at this point in time, it's extremely cool.
Now, this is not a One Piece related topic, but it's a question we've asked everyone who's hopped in on the stream. So,
No.
King and Recon, this is an important question, right? There are 4 foods that I'm going to tell you. One of them has to go. Which one goes, right?
Oh,
Alright.
I'm ready.
Burgers, tacos, potatoes in general, meaning so like no fries, no potato things, or pasta. One of them has to go.
Let me see.
You got to answer? I got to answer. I would probably
go ahead.
pick potatoes because like fries is the only thing really holding me. In general, potatoes, like I'm not like a baked potato guy. It's just like it would be like all the types of fries, right? Like tater tots and all that kind of stuff. But outside of that, I don't like potatoes is really not in my arsenal like that.
That's
Zach,
valid.
I mean, Kev, what was the second one again? It was burgers and what?
Tacos.
Tacos. Oh Lord. Well, let me see. I'm Hispanic, so you know
Yeah, I
I'm
was gonna
struggling.
say.
here.
Oh my
Get rid of
God,
tacos.
yeah.
Come on, man.
So,
That's like me. I'm an Irish dude. I can't get rid of potatoes. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
That's
yeah.
like I can't do that.
yeah. So I think, man, as much as it hurts me, I think I might have to get rid of the burger, bro. I might have to, man. The other 3 are too strong, bro. Because the pasta at its best is among the greatest things mankind's ever produced. Potatoes,
It does indeed hit.
yeah, but potatoes go with everything and anything, and tacos. Like I said, I'm Hispanic, so I think ruling it out, it'd have to be burgers. I'm sorry, burgers.
No, that's
Yeah, I
valid.
just thought
Easily the
Luffy-
least flexible.
I saw Luffy is women Yana in the chat. Bro.
No way.
Oh man.
Wait, that actually makes sense because Webenyama's lanky as shit, and so is Luffy, and like the whole like.
No, wait. What if
stretchy
Web and Yana is like Hideo or something though? You know what I mean? What if he's like
Hideo.
blue Gilly and
Hideo.
Hideo?
or Apu? Oh no.
Oh,
not
Apu.
Apu.
That'd be crazy.
That's low-key slanders to Webenyama though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, also, Kev, you gotta ask.
Yeah.
him
The
about other
follow up.
question as
The
well.
follow up question. Okay.
The follow
okay.
up.
So, out of 10, mac and cheese. Out of 10.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
Like the best version of it.
No. Like
You
what
guys like mac
number
and cheese.
would you put on mac and cheese?
Ah, dude, I'm putting a 12. Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese is elite.
Oh.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Kev be lacking on this one. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude.
Kev is out of pocket.
Bro,
for this
come
one.
on, Kev,
The
bro.
easy
Kev,
Mac too much.
Explain.
Maybe
No,
he's been
no.
traumatized.
Yeah, thank you. Zach completely understands it. I'm traumatized because all my mac and cheese in my whole life has been the Kraft box mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Oh, come
And
on, man.
It's the most
That makes sense.
foul smelling. Dude, it like burns my nostrils, bro.
Gotta get you in like a barbecue place or something.
Right.
That's what
Facts.
everyone's been telling me. Like they're
Bro,
like, yo,
we've
come to
been
my
telling him
house.
he needs that cookout mac and cheese, bro.
Yeah.
He needs
Oh.
it.
Crazy.
100%,
Bro,
dude.
I got a funny story for mac and cheese. I remember when I was young, it was one of the first things I ever tried to cook, and I was cooking it, bro, and I had, like a lot of mac and cheese, and I messed it up so bad because the one thing I forgot was to boil the water. You just had like this really sticky mac and cheese, and it was disgusting, bro.
Oh.
Why did
Yeah.
you get to boil the water? Oh, no.
What?
Hey, when
Wait,
you're-
so
when-
was it
when-
sticky and were the noodles cooked? Like were the noodles not cooked? Were they,
Yeah.
like hard noodles.
It was nasty, bro. I'm telling
Oh,
you.
man.
Yeah.
Dude, I've had like so many different I have like at least like 10 different recipes for mac and cheese that I could like realistically think of, because one of the restaurants I used to work in, we used to have like 3 that we'd be able to put out there. In my own house, the mama's recipes, like there's like 4, and then there's some others that I've seen whenever I moved to where I am right now, that I see like in restaurants. So mac and cheese, there's just so many different variations. There's so many different things you could put on it, but just plain mac and cheese is still peak. It is still a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
I nodded in agreement, but then I was like, wait, hold on, I don't agree. Hold on. I was like, because then you said plain mac and cheese. I thought you were gonna be like, isn't it? And I was like, yeah, but then.
Nah, bro. Even when I say plain mac and cheese, I'm talking about like the ones that you like cook on a grill or.
That's what I'm saying. I've only had like the boiled in the
Right.
pot mac and cheese.
Right.
Like it's just
Yeah, bro.
Because, like,
Half
it's like-
the box is trash, bro. Come on, bro.
I've heard
It's like saying
the
ramen is just top ramen or something.
Right.
exactly.
Right, yeah.
It's like I've only had like there's no baked crust on the top. It's not in the foil. It's all in the glass pan, so there's no texture to it. It's just like mush. And I just it's not for me. It's not for me.
The
Yeah,
worst
that
part is the
sounds- that
noodles,
sounds
I
disgusting.
think. It's just like even the Easy Mac noodles, they're like
They're
practically
nothing.
like rice. Like
Yeah.
it's like so thin. You need some bite in that thing.
Yeah, it's just not it, man. It's just really not it. But hey, all I gotta say is if someone can convince me that mac and cheese is good, I'll admit it full heartedly. You know. But
Bro, how many more people you need? You got Zach.
no, I mean, I need
just
to
needs to
like,
taste
I need
it.
to taste
He
it.
just
You know
needs
what
to
I mean?
taste it.
It's
Yeah.
like I
So-
compared it to like you know that scene from SpongeBob. It's like the only people who don't like Krabby Patties have never tasted one. Like it's literally
Right.
that. It's
Yeah.
literally
Bro,
that. Man.
You
So,
use
Kev,
piece too.
so Kev, what you're telling me is when all the YouTubers get together at the end of the series,
Oh,
I need to
hell
pull up
yeah.
to someone's kitchen and make you some mac and cheese.
Oh
That's what
hell
you're
yeah!
telling me.
If it's like it's gonna be like the One Piece was this mac and cheese. You know what I mean?
Right.
The One Piece. Oh my
Yeah.
God. The One Piece was really just an oven that actually made good mac and cheese. Would you believe
Yeah.
it?
Hey, oven factually cooked and boiled the water, you know, in Oak Island.
Yeah,
Yeah, Charlotte Pudding's gonna cook the mac and
yeah.
cheese.
Don't let me make it.
Don't make reach
I
make
gave
it.
forgot to boil the water. That's
That is kind of wild. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. It's just like the
I
hard.
was young, bro. I was stupid. I had no idea what I was doing.
Right.
Do you guys want to hear this crazy? So this is a crazy story. It's not a me cooking story, but it's my younger sister, and I was like watching over the house when my parents were out or whatever, right? And she was with a friend. I think they were like I don't know 9 or something at the time, right? So it's old enough to be bad, but not old enough to be really bad. You know what I mean? It's like, man, come on. And they got like chicken nuggets from like the freezer or whatever. And she sees like, oh, put it in this for this long, right? It's like 25 minutes, right? And it's supposed to be like in an oven or a toaster oven for 25 minutes. Puts it in the microwave for 25 minutes. And all I'm gonna say is like I started smelling something and I'm like, it smells really bad. And they're just watching TV, which is like right here. The microwave's behind them. And all I see is this plume of smoke coming out the microwave. It's like a burning window. And I'm like, what's happening? And so I open it up and the chicken nuggets have morphed into like symbiote venom blob onto the plate. It is the most foul thing I've ever seen or smelled. And then no joke, like 2 minutes after I come up, my parents come back right there. And I'm like, no way. The timing could not be better.
Yeah. They just open the door and it's just massive
smoke.
smoke.
It's smoke. Yeah, literally. It was so bad. It was like, no. Oh man. I had a picture of it back in the old days on the good old iPod Touch, you know.
Ooh.
But I do not have it anymore.
Throwback.
Yeah.
For real, that's a throwback.
I know. iPod Touch, man. Damn.
Yeah.
Dude,
Like,
I'll
10,
never
15?
I'll never forget the first time somebody brought one of those things to class, and I
Right?
saw
That was
The
mobile
game has
gaming
changed.
for the
The
first
game
thing
has
ever.
changed.
I was like, oh, the game changed, bro.
Yeah.
people pretending to like drink stuff out of it too.
Right.
Oh, I
Like,
remember that.
Bro,
Yeah.
I remember the gun apps. On,
I was about
on
to
the
say
gun
that.
apps.
Dude.
Bro, when
Gun
people would go
apps.
like a hella quick fire rate or some shit, I'll be like,
Yeah.
damn, how the hell did you
Yeah,
do that?
dude. Bro, and that was when like Call of Duty, like that's when like Modern Warfare 2 and stuff dropped,
Oh,
so everybody was
yes.
super on it. So yeah, that was good times.
There was just so much to it. Like I don't know if you remember, but there was like a Flash game where you basically had like a gray humanoid thing, and you could put like weapons and stuff, and you could hit them with the weapon. That was a big app when it first came out. But also, like, were you guys like around for the Flappy Bird like craze that took over like that one?
Yeah, dude. And
I was
Temple Run.
sick at it, too.
And Temple Run, bro. Both of them.
Oh my god, that was such a wild. The bus rides with Flappy Bird, they were scary. They were scary times, man. One Piece is great, you know, because like I met all you guys through One Piece, and now we're talking about burnt chicken nuggets, unboiled pasta. You know, this is the power of One Piece. It just brings people together.
I love how the
in such a way.
segue, whenever we can't figure out anything to talk about, One Piece is just great, man.
It is.
I mean, it's real though.
It's
real.
It's a factual statement, but you know, like,
it's
so funny.
Like, think about it like this: we could be talking about One Piece right now because One Piece is great, but we're so chill that we could talk about anything. You know what I'm saying?
Kev, on that same line of thought, dude, the other day I wasn't able to tune in, but bro, I saw you playing the greatness of Street Fighter 6. Now I also played the demo. What did you feel about the demo?
I loved it. I made I don't know if you guys saw. I made Lao G as my custom character. I'll actually send a photo right now. He looked kind of nutty. So let me let me send it right now.
Okay, bro. When that game drops, 'cause I think it's crossplay. We need to play it.
Oh, for sure. We're throwing hands.
Yeah.
You know. Do you remember Roger? He did the Smash Reverie Rumble. I want to do something with Street Fighter 6, bro. There's Lao G.
Dude, I was supposed to be in so many of those Smash things, but it's always at the wrong time. Like, bro, the most recent one I wanted to be in there so bad because I had actually just come off of playing a lot of Smash, so I might have been able to get far in it, but I couldn't be there for time purposes. I need to get in one of those one of these days.
Yeah, man. I used to be a Smash fiend when I was like not even younger, like that, like even like 2 years back I was a Smash fiend, but then I lost it. My touch is gone now. It's crazy. Like I can play like Donkey Kong and like the Unga Bunga characters, but like I used to be a menace.
I'm seeing the guy who just made it on Street Fighter on stream. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's so wild. I spent like literally an hour making it. It was so bad. But yeah, I was seeing the gameplay for the game too, like some of the new trailers or whatever. And I gotta say, I think I'm Manon. I think Manon is my girl because you know, I just feel it. And the theme is cool. Could have a Bon Clay mod. You know, it could be fire.
Could be fire. I'm sticking with Cammy like I do in every game, but because I've noticed this play is very similar to Street Fighter 4, I definitely want to try Ken. I loved Ken in that one. And
the bestest. Do you remember the bestest Ken in the world? That was like a super viral video that came out in the Street Fighter 4 era.
I do not, bro. If you could find it, I would love to see it just to see if I did watch it.
Yeah, it was basically a highlight reel of just this one Ken player doing just Shoryu all match, and he won. It was so bad. It was so
toxic. That is really toxic. But that does sound like the 360 era in a nutshell. Just somebody being toxic and putting it up on YouTube or something.
Exactly. Yeah. But honestly, this might sound crazy. I think my second choice might be Honda.
So I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Honda looks great.
He looks awesome with the makeup and everything. Like he actually looks cool. But Honda is so unga bunga and brain dead that it's like I could play him any second. Like literally, all I do is just boosh towards the opponent and then instant win.
Yeah.
Zangief,
I think Zangief's the one I'm afraid of the most as a Cammy player.
He looks crazier.
It's gonna be grab season. Yeah.
Bro, he can air grab now.
Yeah,
that's scary. That's
crazy.
Scary hours right there. Yeah. But that game's gonna be fire. I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a great time for video games in general because we're gonna have
Tekken
8. Tekken, Street Fighter. We're gonna have Final Fantasy dropping soon. Tears of the Kingdom comes out in like a week or two, even though there's already leaks.
I think it's the 12th, right? Is the 12th?
Yeah, the 12th. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been avoiding that like the plague.
Oh, me too, dude. Trust me.
Yeah,
me too.
Mr. Rubik's
we're almost there, bro.
Mr. Rubik's in chat just said, thought about for the story mode, making a Luffy character, giving him Dhalsim's moveset. That'd be crazy.
That's actually really cool.
Imagine if you could do like custom like even further than making just the character. Like you could do like more, because I know you can edit it after you edit it at the start, but like what if there's like even further things you could do? Like say you get some of the moves and you could edit how the character's limbs look with the moves or something like that. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yeah.
Who'd you make in the custom character though?
Dude, so whenever I got on it, I didn't even get a chance to go into World Tour mode. Literally, what I did was do non-stop learning how to play Luke and Ryu. I was like, I'm gonna learn these characters, and then by the time the game comes out, hopefully I'll have like this foundation on. So whenever I move on to like Cammy and Ken and stuff like that.
Yeah. Did you do the level 8 challenge? Did you do the level 8 challenge?
If I'm not mistaken, was that the last one, like the final challenge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was so difficult, bro. It took me like 2 hours to beat once. I was like, this is awful. It's horrible.
It's crazy. Yeah. Now on that on a similar topic of fighting games, says because Dragon Ball, obviously Tenkaichi, we probably all grew up on that. Are you guys planning on picking up Tenkaichi 4 when it drops?
Oh, 1000%.
That's gonna be fire.
Awesome. Yeah,
I think we talked about it. We talked about it before on OPU, and I think that might be my favorite game of all time. Man, Tenkaichi 3.
Yeah, it really is
such a special game.
Is that
I'm playing it on stream right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's really, really good. Like, it's still astonishing how good it is, even though like I'm using a PS2 like emulator or something, but it's still just so amazing. All the different mechanics of the game, just the different things you can do, move combinations, freedom movement. Yeah, just everything. It's great.
I love how fighting games can like just be old as hell, but they can still be like, oh yeah, it's the pinnacle of the genre. Like obviously, like we were talking about Smash earlier, and there's people who still like to this day are like Melee is the greatest game of all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and
crazy, bro. I still play Tenkaichi 3. With my roommate. So it's still a fun game.
It's fighting games have this great way of bringing people together too. Like before, I was like in the One Piece community. I was a fighting game guy, like full.
I feel you,
because I was like, this is it. This is and one of my goals is to go to Evo one year. I would.
Me too, Kev.
Evo, man.
Me too.
This year is like so tempting because it's Street Fighter 6.
It is.
Marvel 3, which is one of my favorite games ever.
Bro,
one of my favorite games ever. And then Tekken 8. And there's probably going to be some craziness. They might be teasing new Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, which is a trash game that I love.
Kev, I love that game so much. As a matter of fact, I have the game open right now as we're talking, and I just have it in the background because I was practicing combos last night.
Wait, who's your team? Who's your team, though?
Dude, I'm running Aegis Mitsuru, bro.
Oh
that is my team, dude. Aegis is so.
Yo, if
filthy.
you want to, hold on. Do you have it on Steam?
No, I don't have it on Steam, unfortunately.
Okay, because we have to throw hands, bro. We have to.
We have to. Yeah.
And speaking of Dragon Ball, like I feel like because without that game, I don't think I even would have gotten into One Piece or anime in general. Because that was the first game, even before I watched Dragon Ball, I played that game. So like really got me into this stuff. So yeah, that game is just so important for me.
Yeah, it's one of those like keystone games. You know what I mean? It's like this game changed a person's life.
Yeah,
like I feel like the same can be said for like Smash Melee. Like so many people got into like not just Smash, but like Nintendo as a whole from that. I think another one is like Halo. I think that's a keystone game.
Huge
for sure.
one.
Like
huge one. Final Fantasy VII for me because that's kind of what made like anime a normal thing for me, or just Japanese media in general. Because I remember after playing FF7, I was like, man, this stuff is amazing. And then I remember like seeing Goku with similar hair as Cloud, and I was like, oh, I love this. And then like going to Kingdom Hearts, and it like started the whole like Japanese wave for me. So I feel like FF7 is another one of those games as well. On the Dragon Ball thing though, to me those games are so special because like Preach was saying, I still know people to this day that have never watched an episode of DBZ outside of the Toonami days, and those games are still peak to them. That is a massive testament to those Budokai games, man.
You know?
Like, yeah,
it's
just
crazy.
the game.
Like, I love Dragon Ball, and trust me, I'm not trying to like downplay the story or anything.
Yeah,
I love Dragon Ball, but I think the games are actually better than the actual anime.
Preach, and Prince as well. Have you guys played Fighters? Dragon Ball Fighters?
I love it.
I have, yes.
That game is fire.
Yeah,
like, I don't
very,
own
very
the
good
game, but that game it's like it took everything Marvel vs. Capcom did and was like, let us make this, but us, and it's like our source material and everything. It feels so like it's such a good love letter. You know what I mean?
Dude, Kev, I'm an Arc System guy. That's the reason why I have Blaze Blue Cross Tag. And as bad as it is at times, then I love Guilty Gear Strive. So you can imagine how it is with Dragon Ball Fighters, where I finally got my Dragon Ball Arc System game, and I still play it.
Hey,
still
I was gonna make a vid a while back because the director Daisuke, the director of Guilty Gear, he literally made a tweet talking about, not a tweet, had an interview. Oh my god, my Twitter brain rot is awful. But he had an interview with the actual publication, and they were talking about One Piece Arc Sys game, and it was so bait, and I was like, do I take the bait? Do I really fully believe this is possible? But hey, if they do it, that'll be one of the best games of all time. That's all I got.
100%. 100%. Bro, Dragon Ball FighterZ, the fact that it has lasted in the competitive space the last 6 years is insane to me, man.
Yeah,
it really is.
Characters like all the time, you know.
Facts. But going back on what you were saying, Kev, because you're saying you love Marvel 3. I know we talked about X-23 before. Is she in your main squad?
Hell yeah.
She is? Okay. Yeah, her combos are crazy.
Yeah, she's the GOAT.
Who's your squad on Marvel 3?
So it depends, right? It depends. Because I like characters, but most of the time they're trash. Like, I love Ryu in that game, but he is dog. He is so dog. So I usually play X-23, Super Skrull, awesome characters, Super Skrull.
Yeah, Super Skrull is awesome in that game.
I can't wait because Marvel is starting to do the Skrull stuff, like in the shows and that. He's gonna come back. It's gonna be awesome. If I see him on the big screen, I'll be like 5. I'll be like, him, you know. But then my third, it kind of varies. I don't know. Usually I like to do someone like, because then it would be all Marvel, and that's boring, you know what I mean? You gotta have the Marvel and the Capcom. So I don't know. It has to be like Hagar. I love Hagar so much. So it depends, though. It could be Akuma, it could be Hagar. How I'm feeling on the day.
Akuma's pretty fun in that game.
He's great in like all of them. He's so great.
He's great in every game. He's factually still top tier in Tekken 7. As a matter of fact, I think he's still top 1 in Tekken 7.
I love that. He's just a menace and everything. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
man, One Piece is great, dude.
Yeah, One Piece is great. One Piece is great. One Piece is great.
Yeah,
like,
you want to talk about one? I want to talk about One Piece though, real quick, because like this is my first time talking to EMD King and King Recon. So I just want to ask y'all like what are y'all thoughts on Egghead so far?
Oh, dude, Zach, go ahead, bro.
Come on, man. It's just, are we gonna say anything different from each other? It's greatness, right?
That's right. He's spitting.
To borrow a phrase from a certain someone, you know, it's peak fiction.
Yes, it really is, bro.
Yeah.
Breath of fresh air. I mean, we started off with like all the Straw Hat stuff, which I've been just dying to get. Like, I feel like we didn't get quite enough in Wano because there were so many characters. And then we moved away from the Straw Hat stuff, and now Oda's just going crazy, dropping all this stuff away from Egghead, and we haven't even gotten to the climax of the arc yet.
Right.
So you do consider it part of Egghead? Like, you consider Garp and Shanks part of Egghead?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think you have to. Yeah.
I
do too.
Bro, you know something? This arc, I thought it's so hard for me to like even talk about it sometimes, because man, I remember I used to dream about this stuff when I first entered the community, like this thinking about the days when like Shanks would do anything, Garp would do anything. I've seen Dragon, Blackbeard, Shanks, and Garp more times in the last like year than I have potentially even certain members of the Straw Hats. It's kind of wild right now. It's been such a special arc, you know. Egghead in and of itself is so much fun, but when we go to the around the world stuff, that's really where Oda balls. So it's like it's been a combination of the two. I thought he did a great job with it in Wano, switching out between acts to seeing like stuff around the world. But what this is doing is literally interweaving the outside of the world stuff with the inside of the world stuff.
Yeah.
And I think what literally was perfect is we've seen all of the goatness that's taken place so far, all of the peak. And we know, based on what the narrator said, we have yet to see the best of this arc, and that's scary. That is very scary, bro.
It's like I think what King Recon was saying, man. It blends the micro with the macro. Like, what is Oda gonna do for the rest of the story? And that's why, like, say Elbaf does have like a big bad in the arc. I feel like that's not the only big bad. You know what I mean? Like that it's going to be the battle royale is happening, and we're in
like
the end
saga villain now. It's
exactly a saga villain, and I feel like it's not even a saga villain. It's like, do we need another saga villain?
War.
Exactly, like because Emu, Blackbeard, Akainu, we've got all the villains set up. It's just like Oda's. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts guy, but like Oda's at the chessboard. He's moving the chess pieces around.
Wait, so you're telling me that One Piece is the hearts that were along the way, bro?
One Piece is the hearts along the way, maybe.
It's the King's Key, bro.
Oh god.
You said it's stuff that we can only dream of before, and it's so crazy because we even got like Vegapunk this arc. Yeah. Even that was stuff that we've been waiting for so long.
Yep.
Literally
like
over
stuff
a
like
decade.
Garp and Kuzan.
Right.
Yeah. It's just unbelievable, man.
Void Century information that I'm still trying to process. Like it's crazy, man.
And I'm still super excited to get Kuma's backstory and the Bonnie stuff. That's just like almost forgotten because of how much greatness besides that. But there's just every little tiny piece has worked out very well so far.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
I feel
it's been. No, go ahead, Kev.
I was gonna say like what Preach was saying with the Garp Kuzan stuff. It was almost like to the point where the dialogue I wanted happened. Like the dialogue where Kuzan says your new protege versus your former one. I've been waiting for that for like over a year. I was like, this is it. This is like peak. This is peak shit right here.
Mm-hmm.
Even the conversation with Blackbeard and Kuzan, it's just so crazy to see it because, like to me, I see Kuzan. He's in there with Blackbeard. And it's so wild that Blackbeard's making him laugh and stuff, and he's just like knowing who Blackbeard is, this evil man.
Yeah,
it's just such a wild presentation of how he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, with the man marked by flames, like being known to have the last road poneglyph, for me, I don't know, but like it seems like the end goal is finally in sight.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if Luffy can somehow approach the man marked by flame situation or do something with it, like he can get the last road poneglyph and it's actually inside he can get to Laugh Tale. Like it really still dawns on me that he like actually has 3 now and he's leading the race for the One Piece right now because as of the latest chapter with Buggy announcing he wants to go for the One Piece, that's Shanks, Blackbeard, Buggy, and Luffy. All 4 Yonko ready to go for the One Piece. So the race has now begun. It's just like who gets there first. And I'm excited, man.
It's the semifinals, bro. It's the semifinals.
The semifinals, yeah.
the first round exit by Kid and Law,
Maybe Kid is doing Brooks for real.
Maybe Kid coming off the bench. How many points is he scoring, bro? And
right now it's a big 0.
Maybe. Oh my god! You know what? Actually, if Kid is Dylan Brooks, that makes even more sense why Shanks is LeBron, because he bodied him at the end game. That is kind of wild.
Yeah,
he ended him, bro.
That Shanks stuff was just so insane, bro. Like I remember I used to always be a little bit nervous for Shanks because Oda been having him for so long.
Right.
I was like, he has to land this. Yeah. If he's done right, he could be one of the best characters ever. And somehow Oda went above my expectation with that one chapter. It was insane, bro. Like it was more than I could have ever asked for.
Same, 100% Preach. Like, dude, I remember so many discussions. Like, what is Oda gonna do with Shanks? When is he gonna make his move? Especially in that drought where we didn't see him from the moment he made that speech about Luffy and Ace in front of Ace's grave, all the way until the cover story. That we had, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was in the middle of Dressrosa Zo. And all those years, then we saw him in the manga again in chapter 103, and it was like all the years of Shanks hype, all the years of insanity, and to see him in chapter 1079 do what he did was like a dream come true, man. And the fact that it was divine departure, like coming off of the Roger backstory context, it's like that chapter was perfect. And I know Kid fans were in the mud, but it's like it was shit. I've said this on record before, but it's like it was Shanks, man. I know other characters probably would perform better, but by like Flagnar's, I think it was perfect for the character that was there. The fact that he used the divine departure and knocked out Killer, even though he wasn't his intended target, and he took out the ship too, was like the ultimate hype. Like, Shanks is him. All right, like he's him. Let's go for the One Piece.
Killer got hit in the crossfires, and it's like the outside range of the Kongrasaki, and it wasn't even the main target, how you said.
Yeah.
And
I thought
bro, it was.
I thought
it was
Killer
man
went
one.
to help block, right? I thought that was how Killer got
I think he
caught, right?
tried, but
so.
he didn't
He was
get there.
trying
Right?
to block, but he didn't get there, or like he did.
Oh, he
but
didn't get
just
there in
got caught in it
time.
anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I assumed
All
he
just
was,
one
like,
quick
doing what-
motion.
I assume he did what Zoro did on the rooftop. He like tried to go in front. Like that's what I assume. So maybe I misinterpreted that.
I don't
Alright.
I don't think so because Kid was more severely damaged.
Okay. Okay.
Yo, Recon really said you should be blessed to get one shot at yo. Like,
Dude,
Yeah,
dude,
not
dude,
dead.
now
dude,
Not
matters.
dead.
bro, you feel me, Zach? Because I was like, yo, if Kid is gonna take an L to anyone, it's gotta be
Yeah.
the beastly man
Yeah.
himself, bro.
That's
It's
the
gotta
best
be
Someone
way to
with
go out,
someone
right?
with respect. You know what I mean? Like you could have got one shot by Big Mom. You could have got one shot
Right.
by Doflamingo.
Yeah.
No, you got one shot by Mr. Red Hair Akagami Shanks. You know, you got one shot by
doing
him.
his first named attack, Kev. Like the thing we've been waiting for the whole
Exactly.
series to see.
Exactly. And I'm not even like a Shanks guy. Like Shanks isn't like
Yeah.
one of my favorite characters by any means, but it's just like,
Yeah.
bro, it's Shanks. Like you
Right.
can't
Yeah.
not respect it, you know?
Yeah.
The thing with Shanks too is he's so important because of the hype machine that he is.
Mm-hmm.
Like I always give Shanks a lot of the credit for Piece's longevity because I feel like a lot of people are waiting for Shanks for so long. Like they still continue with the series because they just want to see what happened with Shanks.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's a part of the reason. I mean, Otto obviously went towards Film Red sales a lot, but a lot of the people who went to go watch Film Red went to go see it because they wanted to get a glimpse to Shanks, right?
Shanks.
Like that was the main promotional material. Like Preach is saying that this is one character that has kept our interest somehow. Oda has kept this man's interest from chapter 1 up until where we are right now, where we just want to find out more about him as a character, his abilities. He's just one of the most interesting individuals. And this is a series with crocodile, dragon, like extremely interesting characters. And Shanks is right there with the very best of them because, bro, this is the one dude Luffy looks up to. Out of everybody in the verse, this is the one man where Luffy potentially might be like, hold on, that's my guy. You know, like that's the GOAT. You know what I mean? I know I'm the GOAT now, but that man was the GOAT, bro.
I love what's even better is the fact that although we've had such minimal Shanks appearances throughout the story, whenever we do see him, it's probably the most substantial moment possible.
Right.
Like for example, when he goes to warn Whitebeard about Blackbeard and telling Ace to be cautious or whatever. Then jump to Marineford, him like saving Kobe, like going up against Akainu. Then you get out of nowhere him meeting the Gorosei. Like, why?
Yeah.
How?
Huge.
Like Shanks is still a person of intrigue, even after him like using a named attack in the past, like in 1076. But like, I just need to see more of Shanks, man. It's crazy.
100%.
Yeah,
Hype
it's like
machine for real.
Shanks. What makes Shanks so crazy is like Oda. I think Oda's really good at like he's a drip feed type writer. You know what I mean? We get really, really excited for these specific things to happen. For example, Sulong Beppo, which literally happened like not even like 5 chapters ago. You know, that's something that people have been waiting for since Sulong was introduced, which is probably almost 5 years ago, maybe even more. You know, and it's just crazy to think about that we finally got it at like the pinnacle of emotional intrigue and drama that could have been possible. And Oda always does this with Shanks. It's like every time something absolutely insane is going to happen, it's like, oh, Shanks is here now. And it's like, or sometimes like in the Reverie, he's just here now. It doesn't even matter. It's just like, now Shanks is here. And it makes it even more interesting. It's like, because we didn't expect Shanks. Well, we don't expect Shanks like any of them, to be fair.
Yeah.
But you guys probably get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me because like you said with Shanks, that though the other character that the entire fandom has been waiting to move since chapter 100 when he was first shown is flipping Dragon, man. Like this one character, not only does he have like the father of the protagonist thing going for him, but man, at the world's most dangerous criminal, he's gonna be the one who declares war on the Celestial Dragons. Like this, every time I see Sabo, I'm like, man, the head of that flipping squad is Dragon, bro. Like when we see him move, especially after what I saw Garp did, because when I saw the Galaxy Impact, I was like, good lord, Garp is out of his prime. Dragon's in his prime. What is he gonna do? You know what I mean? I was like, so I feel like whenever we see Dragon Oda's gonna have to like Preacher was talking about earlier with Shanks. Dragon's another character that's been hyped up so much that whenever he eventually does end up making his move, it is gonna be massive. And that honestly might be the reason why Oda's kept him under wraps for so long. It's because of that first moment, that first initial crazy reveal of either his abilities or what he could potentially do. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm. This is a quick thing. I want to do these super chats real quick, and then I'll get right back to the dragon thing. Got to shout out Ronnie Williams with a 5, W Stream, W Chat Straight Cooking, and then he shout outs his own Discord. So shout outs to Ronnie Williams with the Nakama Discord. I'll make sure to put a link in there in just a sec. And then shout outs to Caleb Brown, $2. So far, do y'all got Egghead in B, A, or S tier with the eyes emoji? They're very intrigued by that. So I think Egghead, strong S potential. Strong S potential.
Yeah,
That's
potential is definitely there.
Yeah, potential. I was about to say that. Yeah, potential.
It's very hard to rate an arc before it's finished, right?
Right.
Because I think even with Wano, if you stopped it at Roof Piece and you asked me to rate it before it finished, it would be drastically different grade than what it finished out to be. But like so far, everything's been great. Like there's been no issues. It's just like the closing, like how you close the arc is such a big factor of the story arc as a whole. It's like it's very difficult to kind of put a grade on it before it finishes because there's sometimes ends of the story that you don't know how it's gonna close, and maybe it doesn't get closed if it's a flaw or something like that. So so far, like you said, the potential could be the best. I think it has the potential to be the best post time skip arc so far. But we'll have to see how it finishes.
Yo, now real quick, it's been a pleasure, y'all. I do have to get going. This has been a lot of fun discussing a lot of different things, but on final thoughts, dude, potential is super S tier, man. Let me tell you something, dude. If Oda continues cooking like this, we're gonna have not only some of the best chapters in the whole story coming out of this arc, but if he lands like if the ending is on the level of like, I don't know, like a Drum Island ending, a Thriller Bark ending, Skypiea ending, Sabaody ending, like whatever it ends up being, like of the most iconic endings to the arcs in the series, Egghead has top 5 potential, man, of being one of the greatest arcs in the series. Maybe even after it's all said and done, it could potentially be the one of the arcs we look back on and like while we're experiencing it, we're going crazy, and then when we look back on it all those years later and think about all the stuff that was potentially set up here, it might give us a new appreciation for it too. So I feel like Egghead has the potential to be one of the best arcs in the series, even after the craziness that happens in Laugh Tale and Elbaf and all that stuff. So a lot of greatness there. But yo, Kev, nothing but love to the brothers, Zach, Breach, Prince, Par, appreciate y'all. Love y'all.
Take care, bro.
Have a good one,
bro.
Take care.
Peace.
No, yeah, I gotta get going too, but my final thoughts on Egghead. I think this one of my favorite arcs already, like top 10 One Piece arcs for sure. Yeah, it's hard because how you said we still gotta wait for the ending, and Oda's hyping up so much. It's hyping up Kizaru coming through, the entire Buster Call situation. I've been waiting for Kizaru for a minute now, and so once he started saying, "Oh, it's gonna be a big event," then I was like, "All right, now I see why he's waiting so long." To have this fully planned out before he just goes in. I don't think he wants to rush it, so yeah. I'm excited, and I mean, I just can't wait. When Kizaru pulls up, man, I think that might be my favorite chapter in AK by that point. But so I can't wait yet. But thanks for having me on, and
yeah, not a problem at all. Man. Appreciate you for stopping by.
Yeah, check out my channel, Marshall D Preach at YouTube. We do a podcast, OP University.
Yes, sir.
It's been fun. It's been a fun stream for sure.
I was also gonna sorry I wasn't in the last few bits about Egghead, but I was listening. I was just busy doing other things.
Okay.
Yo, Egghead's cracked. I don't know.
I
saw someone commented on one of my videos a while back. Not trying to call them out. I don't remember the name, but they were like, I'm not really feeling Egghead. Egghead's not my favorite arc or anything. Like these moments, like I forget what I was highlighting in the stream or whatever, but these like special moments. Oh, I think it was like when Zoro like had like the pre-time skip thing, like he's sleeping on the ship, he's cutting stuff up, and then like there was just so many, like, I think the way Lucci was talking, like after the Lions, like so many different things, and they were like, I'm not really feeling it, and I'm like, damn, like what do you like? Because like Egghead is like the most One Piece like feeling thing right now. You know what I mean? Like there's so much of everything, and I feel like there's something, regardless of where you're at, like you can like even Jay. You know, he's not much of a he doesn't like the theory side of things, but he likes the narrative stuff. And like right now, you know, I don't know if you guys saw his like TikToks, or not TikToks, his shorts. He's having a blast, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of agendas, but then there's also a lot of narratives being like put out there, right? Like the nuance of the Kuzan Blackbeard moments is pretty cracked. So there's a lot of different things, but I am gonna head out as well. Thank you for having this stream, Kev.
Not a problem, bro.
Glad I got to talk with all of you guys. I'm D King, Zach. We'll talk soon again.
For sure,
Prince. Bro. Peace out. Peace out, chat. Thank you guys for being so loving and supporting. Make sure to get those likes up. All right. All right. Peace out. Have a good one, guys.
Later, man.
Buggy's king.
True. But I don't know, man. I appreciate like I'm not in the stream right now, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, I love like moments like this in the fandom where we're all like at the point where it's like not critical mass, because things are gonna get crazier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like the end game, the final war, but like we're reaching that point where it's like, what even else could happen right now? We've got 4 chapters that are considered like 10 out of 10 by like most people in a row. So it's been over a month of people just fiending for, you know, Oda's Wild Ride. And honestly, I think it's just, what makes it so crazy is that like last chapter, I assumed we were going back to Egghead like 100%. I was like, okay,
yeah,
we're probably going back.
I thought like 2 chapters ago, right? Like,
I mean, yeah.
Around this
if
long,
we continue
right?
with Garp, I was like, what? Really?
I really thought after Shanks we'd get to Egghead. I was like,
Yeah,
let's
same.
get back to Luffy, let's get back to the crew, and nope.
The craziness.
All of a sudden we get Garp. My God.
Yeah, and like I'm gonna be honest, if the Buggy stuff was the whole chapter last chapter, I would have been like, are we getting Dragon next chapter? Oh yeah, actually getting Dragon. But it was the same, because people were speculating like, oh, 1081's probably Dragon or Mihawk's first attack, and the next one is the same suit, because it was Garp and Shanks with the first name attack stuff. So I don't know, I thought that was incredibly fascinating, not just from a like, I'm not a power scaler, and unfortunately that has become very aware to many people, but I just mean like seeing these moments that we've been waiting for such a long time, and really being in the moment, you know what I mean? And actually, like, I feel like stuff like this is like a cool like time capsule in a way, you know what I mean? It's like we're seeing the fandom at the time, and how we're like excited and seeing what's to come, and I don't know, the anticipation is cool,
Yeah, I think especially being a part of the community, like as a content creator too, you get to see like more of everybody's reactions and stuff. I feel like you felt this type of energy with like Gear 5 and Roof Piece too, when all of that happened. I really wish I was around when like the Yonko bounties and like Roger and Whitebeard bounties were like revealed and stuff. Like, we're just getting these types of moments, but it's happening like more and more, because this entire saga is about to be it's like gonna give us all of that, which is crazy.
Yeah, once we get to the final war, like, I'm genuinely expecting, similar to these past 4 chapters, just 10 after 10 after 10 from Oda, like with all the different perspectives he's gonna put in the final war, or just anything he does in the final saga. Like, I'm genuinely expecting, like, for all like the storylines to come to a close, it will be just continuous peak chapters, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna reach, again, not like critical mass for real, but like there's gonna be some moment where it's like, I can't believe this is actually the series that we're reading. It's been built up for such a long time, and it's not fan fiction, and it's not just speculation. It's like, this is literally what Oda is writing, his pen's to the paper, and it's like, it's time. It's like that one gif of Gunna, with the writing the fire, that's what Oda's doing.
There's no, I mean, like we've said it many times, One Piece is great. Like, there's no other story that's gonna kind of invoke this type of experience where like thousands of chapters over 20 plus years that he's been like Oda's world building is all paying off because we've been in such anticipation for all of these answers.
Yeah. And he keeps adding stuff that we don't even expect, like
for sure.
Like again, like the buggy thing. Like I feel like no one expected that. But
yeah, the cross guild was like out of left field.
Yeah. And it just makes it feel so much more like, oh, no way. It's like, even when we think we have all the things panned out, it's just like, he always manages to throw like a curve, and it's always fascinating, you know? Because he's a master of improv, and it's crazy. Like for example, we were talking about Shanks earlier. Apparently Shanks wasn't even supposed to be at Marineford. Like, what would Marineford even be like if Shanks wasn't there, you know? It's like a complete... Yeah. Kobe's dead. Kobe's turned to a shish kebab or whatever. Yeah. Or a donut, yeah. It's just insane to think about. And I love stuff like this because, again, it's like a time capsule. And, Zach, we were talking about this way earlier. Like, I think at, like, the 2 hour mark. And we were talking about how lots of people in the One Piece fandom are very reactionary and focus on agendas and stuff. But it's moments like this where that kind of all is put to the side a little, and we're just like, look at the story we're reading, and like actually think about like all the stuff that's happening right now, not like in a whoa that's crazy way. Like it's not some Sanji cooking cover spread type thing. It's like a oh my god, look at everything that's happening. Like seriously, and it's awesome. It's really really awesome. I was saying, man. This is I think one of Oda's best tears, like ever, like genuinely one of his best like runs for a while. Because, and I'm saying Egghead as a whole is pretty good. You know what I mean? I think we all agree. But
for sure, like
this 4-chapter run is just like, bro, like this is gonna get people hooked on the series. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
hey,
I think.
Oh shit! Go ahead, Zach.
I was just gonna say the fact that we've had like breaks in between like almost every chapter, I feel like definitely built into that anticipation as well.
Oh yeah, it definitely does build into the hype because we're waiting to see what could possibly be the next chapter, and then we get an even better chapter than we anticipated, and then it keeps going and going. It's like wow, Oda really has like this planned out. Like to the breaks, to like the amount of breaks we get per chapter, and just like every single moment of anticipation he has planned out. It's crazy. But yeah, I had to say, Kev, I wanted you to go on. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I got a dip too.
Sorry,
you know, but thank you for so much having me on the Buggy Bash. This was crazy. Like, I think how long has it been? Like 5 hours now.
It's almost 5 hours. It's almost 5 hours.
Shout out to everyone who's been in the chat since literally the first minute. Y'all been showing so much love to Kev, and like I'm sure he appreciates it so much. So thank you guys so much for stopping by. Yeah,
it's crazy.
And then shout out to Par, Preach, Recon, Dak coming in as well. Zach, Kev, thank you so much. You guys can find me on YouTube, Prince of All Anime. I'm dropping a Will of D video literally like in 2 to 3 days. Hopefully it comes out soon. But yeah, I'll leave you guys to it. Gotta get some food as well because I'm starving. But yeah,
it's all good.
Thank you so much, Kev.
No problem.
Right, peace out, you guys.
Bro.
Yeah, and then there were 2. Now it's like a normal-esque thing and not like a reverie-esque thing.
Well, I will say the game's coming up for the
game is coming up. The game is coming up. We could turn it back to the basketball podcast. Oh my god, I'm still shocked we won. I'm gonna be 100%. Like I'm shocked.
Yeah,
I know. I think it's fascinating that you think with Embiid you guys will win. I think that's fascinating. I really do. Like
the thing is, like this team just needs something to focus. And like when they throughout the season, like I'm sure you watched the games too. Like we were 3-1 against the Sixers in the regular season. Yeah. With that last loss coming with like Embiid dropping like 50 and like Jaylen Brown wasn't even playing. When this team is like turning it on, like and they're focused, I think like I said, I think they could beat anybody. The thing is like they get relaxed so easily. So like while that was a shocking loss as it should be because you guys didn't have Embiid and James Harden went crazy. Yeah. I think out of everybody, the Celtics fans are probably least surprised.
I do. That actually goes kind of into the thing I was saying about like people because we were comparing reactionary One Piece fans to reactionary sports fans, right? And we were saying like, you've definitely heard the phrase like, you're only as good as your last game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what people would do with like characters in the story, like Mihawk sweating bullets. They were like, oh, Mihawk's a bum. But clearly he's probably one of the strongest in the whole world, but no, he's a bum because he's sweating. It is crazy. It's kind of crazy too, because I don't know if you remember, but Seraph and Mihawk fighting Zoro, there's a bunch of controversy about him sweating there as well. So I don't know.
Yeah,
seems like Mihawk can sweat really changes the game, I guess.
Yeah, the week to week like following, like it gets really rough, right? Because like it's like we get one chapter a week and that becomes the whole discussion for like the entire week. So like when people have like having these debates, especially about power scaling, without like the grand scope of the full story, it becomes just really difficult. I remember like when I was first starting, like at the beginning of the raid on Onigashima, like when Luffy got knocked out by a Pooh and Zoro got slashed up. That was like
that
a
was
crazy
hilarious.
thing.
Do you? All right, wait. I gotta ask. Were you following Cole at the time or nah? Like, were you aware?
Yeah,
of
I
King
was
of Lightning?
keeping. Yeah, of course. Like I saw
Bro,
JD going crazy, Cole's going crazy.
that-
It was just like
do
that was
you
like
know-
my first introduction to like the agendas and power scaling.
For me, one of the first ever One Piece things I've ever seen. This is some little lore right here, but it was the King of Lightning Supernova tier list because I was like, oh, I like the Supernova. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, they put Apu S tier with Luffy, and I'm like, what is happening right now? Because of the Zoro and Drake block. I was like, no way.
Yeah,
That just
it's
happened.
crazy. The power scaling side is like kind of niche, I think, to like the global audience. But like once you're in the community and you just see this whole side of it, it becomes like could get really toxic, but it's like really hilarious and fun at the same time.
Yeah, man. Like calling Kid Dylan Brooks. Who else is gonna do that? Who else gonna do that? Because for me, for the Supernova, I'm not like, I guess I'm like out of the ordinary or whatever, because lots of people's favorite Supernova were like, you know, Law and Kid, obviously, because they popped on the scene, they were equals to Luffy, and I was like, I don't know, guys, Hawkins is pretty cool. I don't know why you're sleeping on Hawkins.
You might be down bad now after.
No, honestly, I'm gonna be 100%. I think Hawkins went out in the best way possible. You know what I mean?
All right, man.
Because, like, he died in an actual cool story arc way, you know? But I don't know. People,
Okay.
I've been wanting to make a video for a hot minute that's like, you guys don't understand Hawkins or something like that. Or, like I don't know. I feel like he's cool, but people are like, he's weak, though, so he's lame. I was like, that's the point. That's literally the point of his character. I don't know.
Hey, man. I think you should do it because you're probably one of the only guys that's batting for Hawkins at this point.
Yeah,
He's probably like I think he's probably in the lower tier for most people.
Oh no, he is. I know
Yeah.
people think he's trash, and I'm like, guys, come on, bro, come on. I don't know, but like he got a good One Piece death. If he's dead, I hope he's dead. But he got a good One Piece death, in my opinion. You know, his arc kind of
got a 1v1 fight.
Yeah, and it was a good fight. It was actually a pretty good fight too.
To me, like I think Hawkins for me is like I just never knew his purpose. Like it just felt like he was kind of empty in that way.
I thought he
In
was
which
like
he
the
just kinda-
coward type character. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yo, apparently Chestnut loves Hawkins. Might have to do a video with her then. You know, we got some Hawkins
go.
stands in the chat. Boom. That's a collab video. Let me manifest that real quick. But then my other favorite was Drake, because I'm a simple man and dinosaur powers are cool. So I was like, Drake is cool. But also because he was an ex-Marine, I was like, he's the wave. He's the wave right now. So, I don't know.
Yeah, man.
And both of them got some Wano shine, you know? So that was cool.
I feel like Uruj like has that low key mystery, like that mystery vibe that is gaining him a lot of like fans. People are just curious because we've seen this man like once.
Yeah.
Most times skip and have no idea.
And he was like,
what
all
his
right, Kaido,
role is
you're going to
at
die
all."
now.
Yeah. He just showed up there and then like we just don't know who he's affiliated with, like how he's gonna possibly be involved at all. So like the theories are going crazy and stuff, but
Yeah. I think a lot of the hype for Rouge, I feel like kind of died when Kuzan was revealed.
true.
You know what I mean? Because, like, don't get me wrong. Kuzan being it makes perfect sense and is cool and is awesome because Kuzan is an amazing character. But man, the Rouge fans would have been up if they saw a Rouge coming to Egghead or something like that.
That would have been cool. That would have been cool.
I'm curious. Did you have like a favorite supernova like off rip that like changed over time? Because I'm assuming you like Kid in Law probably more than other ones now. But like, was there one off rip that's like, oh, that was the one?
Off rip, I think the two people most interesting to me was Bonnie because of her interaction with Zoro, like her being clearly like a good character, like a good-hearted character. Off rip, I wanted to see more of her and was she, how like she kind of like Luffy like in a way as well, with like she's like a glutton, like super free and type of stuff. So I think she intrigued me, and then Yusa's kid was definitely there because like giving him the bigger bounty than Luffy after
that was
everything
crazy.
we just saw Luffy
that was
did.
crazy.
That was crazy. I think that really set him up for failure, to be honest. It was like from that, like you set such high expectations by giving him that bounty, and then from that point on, it's just been
it's like this dude literally just broke into he broke into Ennie's lobby and saved Robin, and it's like
we just saw like the
what does Kid do?
craziest stuff ever.
And what does Kid do? Crucify some people? Is that it? Like it's like, bro. No, I totally feel what you're saying, man. Because like Kid's power is also awesome. Like Kid's power was so sick, but it's just like, and I'm gonna be honest, him making the alliance with Hawkins and Apu was super hype for me. I was like, yo, we're getting a squad going, especially because
they got decked.
They got bodied. Yeah, they got
5
bodied
seconds as soon as it.
Literally in the same day, it formed, it ended. Oh my god. That was great. Alexander, the chat says Bonnie and Beige, the will of B. Yeah, I think Bonnie and Beige at this point, like we're not going to count Law and Kid, obviously, but like they've been the supernova that got like the most shine, I would say.
Yeah, and like characterization, like I think Beige's characterization of him being a family man, and he was just a really good side character in Whole Cake Island.
Yeah, I agree, and like especially with the connection with Chiffon and Lola, we got that back in the story through him too.
Yeah,
like
concluded it with the cover page too.
Yeah, now that I know people hated that one, bro. People were
the pound stuff.
Yeah,
the pound stuff was kind of
rough. You're like, nah, this ain't it.
The Will of P was going crazy.
The Will of
then.
P.
That was like, all right, where's Pedro?
Where's Pedro? I mean, Hulk, that would be trash. Imagine it's like Pedro was actually calcified in the candy, and now he's a lot. It's like, what's it? Are you a Star Wars guy or not really? No.
Little bit, not like a super Star Wars guy.
Okay.
I've seen the movies.
Okay, so in one of the movies, like Han Solo, he gets like turned into like rocks or whatever. Like he's stuck in. That's Pedro. Pedro's stuck like that. That would be horrible. That'd be horrible. Yeah, I just say that because like I know some people are like obsessed with that stuff, and some people haven't even seen it. It's like a super like, you know what I mean, like spectrum thing. Like for me, I'm like in your boat. I'm like I like it, but like, am I like fiending for like the new show or the new?
Oh my god, yeah, the Mandalorian, give me that. Yeah,
it's like
quite
bro,
there.
Nah, that's not it, bro. I this is completely unrelated, but I just think it's a weird topic, and I'm curious what you think. So, they found this actor that looks apparently just like Luke's actor when he was young, like almost identical. The face is like identical. Yeah, Mark Hamill. Yeah. And the face is like almost identical, right? And the thing is, they're putting like dots on his face so they could deep fake Mark Hamill's face onto his face, and it's like literally why, bro. Like I don't know.
For what? For like the TV show or something?
Yeah, I think it's a show. I don't think it's a movie, but I just think that's so strange, right? If you have someone that looks exactly like the dude, like why do you care? Because like think about it like Batman and Superman movies, they get new actors to play these roles. You know, why don't you just? I don't know. Sometimes techie stuff gets weird to me when it comes to like movies and all that.
It's like the universe, I guess they're trying to preserve, but then they'll have characters that are like recasted. So
or they're like, like what's gonna happen when the actors like die or something? Like what's gonna happen then? Like that's just weird. I don't know. Disney's got that creepy vibe though. creepy vibe. Oh my god. But I do have a general question, if you could, because this is a difficult question, I would say.
All right.
Of the past 4 chapters, would you say there was one moment in particular where you were like, this is it? Or like, this is the best moment? Because obviously all the chapters have like insanity going on throughout.
Yeah.
But I'm curious.
I think it has to be the Shanks moment still. Because it's Shanks. Like we were talking about it earlier. And the one thing I always point out, like up until these last couple of chapters and like the end of Wano, for like 20 plus years and over 1,000 chapters, Shanks has consistently been like a top 10 most popular character, and he's been in like less than 10 chapters. Like it's insane to maintain that level of hype and like interest for a character for so long, and to finally get that moment was just like, even if it was just one attack, just like to finally get that moment, I think it just tops everything. Because like you think about other characters like Dragon and Mihawk and like even Garp, who we saw in action as well. Like these are characters that everybody's definitely interested in and would love to see stuff from, and it's going to be hype when we see stuff from them. But none of them are like touching top 10 in popularity. It's like they haven't maintained that same level of hype and curiosity that Shanks has, because he's been around since chapter 1 and just keeps repeatedly gets the spotlighted in these epic moments, right? So like I think he takes the cake still.
And even think about it, like early on in the story, Shanks was still a cool guy, and we knew he was strong. But this is like, think about how great, because like, I don't know. Sometimes One Piece is so insane to think about, because like Shanks was just a cool guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
he's
then
like a regular pirate that inspired Luffy.
Then like 300 to 400 chapters deep, you're like, oh wait, no, he's not just a cool guy. He's one of the strongest guys in the whole world. It's just insane. It's so insane to think about, like how Oda can just. But it doesn't. The crazy thing is, it doesn't even feel forced. It doesn't feel forced at all.
Yeah.
It's. Man,
because like even when you start going back, you start like noticing little hints, like when Luffy like talks about Shanks to Usopp's like kind of freaking out, and you're like, oh, okay, what is that? But you kind of just gloss over that and stuff like that, right? So these little moments and all,
because you're like, oh no, Usopp just hates pirates, you know?
Yeah, right.
That's nothing.
He's freaking out. He's scared of cat. Yeah, whatever. Oh, he's a Yonko. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I just saw a really great comment in the chat from Wani Williams, of course, and he said Shanks equals Oda. Now, I'm gonna go further in on this because Par and King Recon, they were in here earlier, obviously, and they had a really great discussion, and they talked about One Piece as a whole being a metaphor for writing and creativity itself. Now, that might sound strange, but like, hear me out. So, the idea was Oda, being like a novice writer, started as Luffy. You know what I mean? He's going through the trials and tribulations, but then as One Piece became this like dominating force, Oda transitioned to Shanks, and Shanks being the one who guides the new writers, who are now Luffy, to what's going to be. And that makes it so perfect, because Luffy's end goal and his devil fruit are imagination and freedom, meaning that all the new writers, if they just, are able to channel that imagination of freedom, they could do like anything. And I just think that's a really powerful sentiment for like,
for sure,
storytellers, writers, stuff like that. I know it's not like, obviously it's not one-to-one with the story, but I don't know, I just think that interpretation of the story is really fascinating, because we see a bunch of people trying to make the world their own thing, but Luffy's trying to make the world their own thing for everyone but himself, I just think that idea is really interesting. I'm curious what you think about it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of One Piece, right? It's just like Oda's creativity is kind of a big reason why the story has extended for this long. Not even just beyond like what he's trying to achieve narratively, but like he's always creating new characters that he's interested in. I think the Toby Roppo were kind of like a last minute thing that he made up, that he just added in there, right? I'm sure he's had many characters like that, like the Supernova, I believe, were like that as well. I think the editors,
which is so crazy to think about,
right? Just like threw that in there, and then Law has a huge arc in Dressrosa later, right? So like the beauty of One Piece is like he's just created such a big world and the creativity and inspires not only writers but like just creators in general. Like we have a whole niche on YouTube of video content creation based off of this one story. Like some amazing artists are always creating art. Like one of my favorite pieces of like One Piece art is like Oda like drawing and like you seeing like the story come from his pen, and like you see like the ocean and the islands coming up. So like
I know that one. Yeah,
you've seen that, right? Yeah,
yeah.
I think
it's like a swirl, right?
It's like a swirl, and you see like the just goes from like his transition from like his pen into like a physical thing. So like like the message of One Piece being like freedom, creativity, and adventure, it just inspires like all creatives, and I think that's why it's such a big niche in terms of like YouTube and content creation and all types of creative fields.
Yeah, and it's so perfect that you say that, because like there's so many people dedicated to like making One Piece like something that means something to them, to add to that and make it something that means something to other people. Like for example, you've got like over 100K subscribers, and you have people who think your opinion is like interesting and your viewpoint is interesting, and I feel like stuff like that is so interesting, like not to say interesting 3 times, but stuff like that is important to people because it makes them think about the story in a different way and speculate and further continue the story and further make it something that is more integral to their thoughts on this, but also their thoughts on, oh, if I wrote a story or if I did that, I would like it if this happened. The idea that One Piece is so out there that you could think of anything, I think is perfect to the theme of creativity, imagination. Like, would anyone expect any other series that's not already established something crazy to have characters like Big Mom and Kaido who are literally like taller than the house I'm in right now? No, it's just like it goes to show just how wild the story is. And when you're saying about the artists and the video creators, even that, like for example, King Recon has said that One Piece has inspired him to be a writer. And Joy Boy Theories literally is writing a book, you know what I mean? And it's currently on Amazon, but you know what I mean?
Shout out the booms.
Yeah, exactly. Like seeing people who are so dedicated to the series and then get inspired by that to make their own thing. Now, obviously, it's not One Piece 1-to-1 because nothing should be One Piece 1-to-1. It should be embracing your own creativity or your own interests and giving your own view of the world to the world. And I don't know, I just love that type of stuff. I'm a big fan of that. So
yeah, the scale of this story is insane. Like there's niches upon niches, like in this one, like a story that like we created like a video creator niche, artist niche, but then even deeper down there's like a theory community, there's like a power scaling community. There's like so much to this story that it has to give for people to kind of discuss and create around.
And it's what makes it so fascinating to me is I was talking to my one friend one time, I think like a week or 2 ago, and I was saying we are so deep in it that you said you caught up to the story during Wano, right?
I caught up to the story during Zoe, actually.
Really? That's pretty crazy, actually. I thought because your bio says you wanted to make it during the pandemic, so I was like, oh, okay, so maybe during Wano, but no, that's crazy. So were you weekly reading all of Whole Cake too?
Yes, which is why I think Whole Cake to this day is like a little lower for me, because like that was just like literally my first manga that I read. Yeah, so I was anime only. I watched the One Piece anime through Dressrosa, and then the story, it was the first anime that was like, the story was so good that I just needed more, so I hopped over to manga, and that kind of like broke my seal, and now I'm like reading all kinds of manga and stuff now. But I caught up in Zoe, and I read week to week Whole Cake Island, and I think that being my first week to week with like the breaks and stuff, the pacing when it got to like Big Mom's wedding cake and stuff like that, I think to this day I have like just that memory is like a little tinted for me probably for Whole Cake Island, so it's like on the lower end for me in terms of rankings than a lot of other people. But yeah, it's always interesting, like the week to week experience to like the anime, or even like the binge experience overall.
Yeah, like seeing how people view the story, especially like for me, like I said, I caught up and they were in Wano, but for my story like as a whole, I did start during a lockdown, so that's why I was like, oh, that's fascinating. And basically what I did was I binged like basically every day I finished a saga until I got to I Want to Live, and I'm like, I can't binge this anymore because I'm getting too invested in this now and I don't want it to end. So I was like, I'm watching this now. I did like the opposite of you. I was binging it, and I was like, now we're going slow. Now we're going slow.
That's good. Then that means you got to see Mary's death in the anime, because I think that's one of my favorite scenes of all time.
Yeah, and basically the second I saw the I Want to Live in the anime, and it was different. Like it was more like built up, because they had the swell of the music, the way that she's like surrounded in a void, and then the light comes in. It's like, oh man, it's that peak cinema, not peak fiction, peak cinema. You know?
Yes, sir.
But yeah, like stuff like that, I just think is so fascinating. Like seeing how people get into the story and like how they view it, you know. And that's why it wasn't when I caught up, but it was around when I caught up. I was basically completely absent from like the community, so it's so fascinating seeing how people think of the story. And I had the thought, like I said, for how the deepness and the niches, like you were saying, right?
Yeah.
And basically I was talking to someone, and you know, obviously I'm a theory type of guy, you know, I love theories and speculation and that. And I was saying, I can't even imagine thinking about One Piece and Wano without thinking the raid will fail. I literally can't, because it was so in the, you know, it was everywhere, and it was crazy.
Yeah, it's like part of it, right? That's like another aspect to it, I guess. Like the community itself kind of affects your perception of everything too.
Yeah, we were talking about like ZKK people earlier and how they think
that was the whole
worse.
thing as well.
Yeah,
crazy.
It's wild to think about how just people's agendas literally can like change the story for them and make it their own thing. But if you just don't have that, the story can be anything to any person depending on what they think and feel, because of how long it is and how invested you can get in certain things. Like, for example, shouts to the people in the chat, when Moda the Milkmaid came back, I was so hyped because I was so stupidly invested in Moda the Milkmaid. And I see my friend, my guy Edens, is in the chat, and he was me and him, we were like bickering back and forth, like, no, she has to be alive, man, she has to be alive. So like stuff like that, it makes the story feel so like personal when you got your like,
for sure,
your own agendas and stuff like that. But like, I don't know, you got to make sure the story is the story and your agendas don't impact the story. So with that segue, I gotta ask, what was like, you're like a speculative guy and you like to think about the possibilities and stuff, but like, did you have like the one where you're like, okay guys, this has got to be it, but like your thing, you know what I mean, not like something you saw? Did you ever have like the one or nah?
Did I have one? Let me try to think. I don't think I've ever died on a hill that strongly.
No, that's fine. I just mean like you're like so certain it's like this has got to be it, you know?
Man, I have to think back to like what, because like Wano was probably the last time it was like super speculative for a while there for everybody. I'm trying to think like what were the talking points back then, because like I've kind of like Wano's like almost like blacked out, because it's like we've now moved on to like the final saga. Man, nothing comes to me right off the bat, to be honest. Do you have one?
For me, well, for me, the hill I was willing to die on was Vegapunk and his design. That was like the one I was willing to die on, like, because I've heard no one else talk about it, so I was like, oh, this it's got to be true then, you know, like if there's somehow no way this is happening, it might happen, because you know how Oda tends to be a wild card, you know. But the other one was Buggy being a Yonko. I was willing to die on that hill forever, because I was like, this has to happen, because when people said Katakuri or Marco or Kid or Law, I'm like, why though? Why them? You know, because you like them? Because you like them, they have to be Yonko? Yeah. Like, that's not how One Piece works, bro. Like, you're going to get Caribou, you're going to get Weevil, you're going to get these characters you might not like, but they're still relevant, you know?
Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, there were like, I think the speculations. I thought for a while that Killer was gonna die. Because I thought the Kid and Killer storyline was gonna go a little deeper in Wano, but we never ended up getting that. Killer is still fascinating to me, and his story with Kid, even though we kind of got it in SBS surprisingly. But like I always just thought like, because like I felt like that was such a good opportunity to explore Kid's character in Wano.
Definitely.
Because like for me, I've never been cared too much about the power scaling aspect of Kid. To me, it's like he's just kind of empty in terms of like all we see is talk and we don't know the motive behind it, and there's nothing to connect to, right? Like Law takes L's. Law, is not the strongest character ever, but everybody still loves Law because of his story, right? We're connected to him. Kid, like the only thing we had was I want to be a pirate king and I'm gonna compete with Luffy, and then he just keeps
I'm a bad
losing.
guy.
Yeah, exactly. So like that was my thing. I was like, I wanted to see more of Kid, and I think Wano starting off with like the whole Kid and Killer moment, that was such a good moment. I thought, okay, maybe we could build off of this, find out like what was their story growing up. Killer, even though his mask came off, was still wrapped in bandages. That seemed like it had potential to go a little further to
maybe like the 3-Eye tribe idea. I remember
exactly that, or like maybe like something really messed up happening in their childhood. That was like opportunity to explore there. And then, potentially with Killer dying, that could be, really focus the spotlight on Kid and make him the character he was initially kind of maybe set up to be in Sabaody, when he all of a sudden had this huge bounty that was more than Luffy's, right? That we talked about earlier. So that was probably one thing I was at least really hoping for. The one I probably was pretty adamant about, and that was gonna happen and ended up being wrong, was Yamato being a Straw Hat, because I thought that made the most sense for her character easily, and then it just kind of turned out she said psych, and now her character, in my opinion, is just like wasted.
Redundant.
Like
for me, I know so many people are divisive on Yamato just because of the trans stuff, so that's why I always just say them, because it's just like I don't want to step on toes or whatever. But for me, it's just like I always felt Momo, if any Wano character, was going to be the one that joins the crew, because especially when Odin joined Roger's crew, I'm like, oh, this could be huge, because they did the whole flashback with Odin and Roger, so I was like, oh, I could definitely see this being a possibility. Especially like my other thing was like I thought Kinemon and the Scabbards were probably gonna take some big old L's, some big old L's, but they didn't. None of them did, which was, well, except Ashura Doji and Izo. Man, that's some slander right there. That was some slander. But I mean, like, of the majority, like Kinemon, Kanjuro did as well, and he was great. Shouts to Kanjuro. What a good character.
Yeah. Once he became a villain, was 10 times better.
Yeah, he
Kinemon not taking a death though. That was
tragic.
That was tragic. Yeah.
Because I was waiting for the moment where, and they had it. They literally had it with Kaido, and then Kinemon's thinking back like about Momo calling him.
Yeah. They yanked them.
Yeah, two great deaths
killed off
in a row.
2 people that were kind of like not great deaths.
Hey, Ashura Doji was kind of cool. He was cool.
True.
He was like a B.
I feel like Ashura Doji, if you isolate his character arc, which some people do, and they really appreciate it, but that was one of the issues I had with Wano, where like from Act 2 on, it becomes kind of like a lot of things happening, where if you're just reading casually, as most people do, right? Like they're not like hyper focusing like every single narrative, where if you're just like a normal ass reader that's just reading the story, it becomes like a lot of these storylines could kind of get lost, which I think Ashura Doji's storyline probably does a little bit. So like it wasn't necessarily had a bad arc, I just think he was kind of lost in all the other things that was happening.
I completely agree. It just feels as though Ashura Doji, and I think a lot of the Scabbards could have got more, but Wano is already so huge that it's like we got all these characters and all this, you know what I mean? I think I don't know if you've heard this concept before, but basically I was talking with Randy one time, and we were saying like everything Yamato did was what Denjiro was supposed to do, and that's why Denjiro isn't present in the raid like at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like,
Just-
why are you here, bro?
Just gone for like 40 chapters, comes back and kills Orochi, and that's it.
Because Denjiro was awesome. I loved
He was.
Denjiro.
He was cool. He was super cool.
Real quick, Shasta Killer Comedy for the 10 gifted. Much love to you, my guy. But nah, man, the Scabbards. I feel like the Scabbards are like a mixed bag for the most part, because some of them are amazing, and then some of them, like, for some reason people love Kawamatsu, and for me, I don't really understand it, because Kawamatsu, he's cool, you know, but he's not
there.
Like, he's not Kinemon. He's
Yeah,
not.
Kinemon's the guy. Kinemon's the guy.
Yeah.
He's with us for so long. I think that death would have been perfect exit for
Facts.
him. But I still love Kinemon as a character as a whole. I think easily most connected to him out of everybody.
Definitely. I feel like he, like, as much as people like meme on him in general, because people like it was kind of like a thing, kind of what's it called? It's like when you push the agenda. I don't know the word for it at the moment, but basically that the idea was sort of pushed by like so many people that like, oh, he does nothing in the story, and it's like, okay, like, what is he supposed to do? Like, is he supposed to like
his moments
be a straw? Like, if not to be that guy, if he did turn to a straw hat, that would have been kind of crazy, because he was cool in Dressrosa. You know, he was doing his thing. He was dripped up just like Frankie, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy. You know, if he did something, that would have been crazy. But that was never his end goal. You know.
Yeah.
And Doron Ross here says Kinemon is better in the anime. I completely agree, because the voice acting makes him way better. Because his voice is probably my favorite anime voice, because it's so stupid. I love his voice. But yeah, some of them are just like, like, even, I'm gonna be honest, even Izo, like, I know Izo was like super hyped for a lot of people, but for me, I'm like, Izo's cool. They're
Yeah,
cool,
he
you
got
know?
like the least screen time,
Yeah.
really, because he showed up late. I think Kiku is probably one of the more better done ones, because she was like kind of around during like Act 1 and stuff.
Yeah.
So we got more time to spend with her. The Minx, we had a great
They
arc
got
with
added.
Zoe.
Oh, we're talking about
yeah.
Inu, and I thought you meant the mix as a whole.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Inu and Neko.
Oh no,
they're great.
yeah, they were great. They got their fights in as well, but it's just like the Wano specific ones. I think like Ashura Doji, Denjiro. They just didn't quite get enough screen time to really for us to lock in. I think.
Yeah, I definitely like Denjiro more than Raizo though. I definitely like Denjiro.
Oh yeah, Raizo. I literally forgot about Raizo. Like that's all you can say about Raizo right there.
That's some slander.
He did pull an ocean in his back.
He did.
His back
He did
like,
the Zunisha Secret Ninja Scroll or whatever.
The reverse Uno card on Kaido.
That was
the longest
crazy.
Fight on Onigashima.
Oh yeah, did that finish in the? That definitely finished in the anime, right? That definitely did. Actually,
not sure.
it might not.
Maybe it's still be going on. Yeah.
They're still going like this, you know.
Yeah.
They're still. But I heard what's it called? The concept with Denjiro doing whatever Yamato was supposed to do, and I just thought that was so fascinating, because I could totally believe it. I could totally 100% believe it, except for like Denjiro clashing with like Kaido on the rooftop. That's great.
Yeah, no, that would.
I could never imagine that in my life. But like everything else, like with the bombs, with like everything else, that could be like, this is something. This is possible.
Yeah, and plus, like, even her connection with Ace, you kind of already had that with Tama. That you could have kind of like explore that as well. So,
and that's why,
yeah,
I'm curious what you think of the idea. But like, everyone was thinking there would be an Ace in Kaido's crew, because it's Jack, King, Queen, Ace. You know what I mean? I feel like Yamato could have easily been the Ace, but they didn't. Oda didn't go that far, and I was like, really? He didn't go this level. I just feel like it's right there, you know. Whitebeard says Ace is his son. You know, Kaido says the same thing with Yamato. Like, I don't know. I could easily see that being the.
There was just in general a lot more that could have been explored, which was part of the reason I thought, you know, she was gonna end up joining the crew.
More development.
Because give us more time to explore the arc and stuff. But now that it was just over, it was just like, oh. Then you start to look back into the character. It's like what
was the point?
What did we really have besides like? And then and then with like other things feeling rushed that you might have wanted to see more of, and then it makes it especially worse, I think.
Yeah, and I think for the Yamato point, the main thing saying Yamato's gonna join the Straw Hats was seeing Ace's grave. In my opinion, I feel like that was like the lock. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
besides that, I mean, I didn't really see that much, to be fair, because I feel like they didn't interact with the crew enough. That was my main thing.
True.
It was like,
that's a good point.
yeah, but I mean, Yamato was cool. I would definitely give like a. Like I feel like I slander characters when I'm like they're B, you know, they're cool, they're cool. But like I don't know, that's not slander. Like Rebecca's a B, but people hate Rebecca, so I don't know. I like Rebecca. So.
More probably the anime. The anime did her dirty. To be fair,
yeah,
that was like the amount of reaction shots you got in the.
It's just like please stop, bro. Please stop. Oh my god. But I am curious about one thing in particular, right? So you said you started reading in Whole Cake. Where, what? So you started in Zoe. So you read Whole Cake through the whole thing, like all weekly. So when did the fatigue start? I'm so curious because like I feel like the wedding must have been hype.
Yeah,
the wedding must have been so hype. So
the fatigue, I think it gets really bad when like Big Mom is chasing for so long. Like reading week to week, even the Katakuri fight could have felt a little long, as epic as it was, and like the conclusion of it. But like in the middle of it, where Luffy's just getting repeatedly beat up, like it could feel when you're reading week to week with breaks, it could feel a little slow, especially if it's the first time you're reading week to week. I think like you feel it right away though in the Seducing Woods. That's when it was really like. Oh, okay, this is a bit.
Think about that.
Nothing really. I just waited a like week or 2 weeks for this, and like we're just running around in the Seducing Woods still, kind of thing. So like that's when you probably initially feel it, but like as it goes on, I think like Whole Cake Island, you got to remember when we first go there, people are expecting it to be this quick stop before we get to Wano, right? Because especially at that point, Wano was getting gassed up. The editors were like, "Oh my God, Wano's going crazy!" Everybody, yeah. Everybody's so excited for Wano. We think there's this one quick stop in Whole Cake, and Whole Cake ends up being the second longest arc in the story, like at like 86 chapters, right? So like it really just kept like maybe it was expectations too, but it just really kept going. Like so many times where you thought, okay, this is gonna probably be over. It just didn't stop.
I just see Dak popped into the stream once more.
I have returned. I have returned. Hey, I'm D King. It's nice to meet you, man. It's the first time I think I talked to you.
For sure, man. It's nice to meet you as well. I've been peeping your content. I think you make really, really. I've said this on stream many times. It's the quality that you're producing as early as you are already is incredible, man.
No, man, I really appreciate that. I think you reacted to Lafro Tale like 5 months ago or 4 months ago. Maybe it was a while ago, but. No, I really appreciate that. I think I was in the chat a little bit, but I couldn't get your attention. But I mean, you didn't know who I was yet. But I mean, I think I only sent like 1 or 2. It was like at the end anyway. But
got you.
But no, man, no, it's nice to talk to you. I'm ready to talk about some Buggy stuff or whatever we're talking about. I know we've drifted kind of far from Buggy.
Hey, it could be basketball again. Like could be basketball.
No, I'm good.
Someone was curious about the Cavs. Someone was curious about the Cavs.
Maybe draft season. Hey, when we get to the draft, or maybe it's like the off season. You know,
the off season.
Speaking about basketball, it is coming up soon. So like,
it's 11 minutes. We got 11 minutes
in here, and I feel really bad going away, but I gotta go grab some food right before this basketball game. But Dag, it was really nice meeting you. I'm not like ditching you.
Oh no, you're good, man. I'm carrying the torch, man. That's all. You know,
all right, man. And it's actually really good timing. You can tag in for me here.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Right. But Kev, appreciate you inviting me, man. It was really fun. Sorry I couldn't join a little earlier, but I'm sure we'll chop it up.
Yeah, exactly. Any opportunity to chop it up with some of the people that make the community great, you know, it's a great time. So I appreciate you for stopping by.
Yeah, of course, man. All right, man. Catch you guys later. Take care.
Have a good night,
going, bro. And look at that. Now we're back into the mac and cheese duo ourselves. Back to
God, bro.
Back to the mac and cheese duo.
All right, wait. Here's another question. All right. If we were at Chipotle,
okay. Okay.
Burrito or bowl?
So I'm gonna be honest. I do like the bowl. Because I like shaking the bowl. You know, it's very satisfying.
Okay, that's fair.
But the burrito is also good. So that's just my preference. But you know, they're both good. You know.
if they were done properly, it's the burrito every time, no question. But I agree that like the bowl is safer. You know.
Plus, I could just like usually I'd pick it up and then I have to walk back to my place or whatever, or drive back. So that's just nice to have a little lid and all that.
Yeah, I mean the cheat code back in the day used to be getting the tortilla in the bowl, and now you have to pay for it. I think I never.
Yeah, I think it's
really
like you have to pay $1 or something.
I think it's 25 cents where I'm at, but
really.
But man, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like I used to be a GM at Chipotle, and that I hated it. I'm not gonna lie. Like putting the tortillas in the bowl, it was just like. I don't know. It's just like it just takes longer. It just takes longer. Like I want to get the line out of the way and go home. Like that's all. Like, and I guess it was just everyone did it, bro. It was just like, if it was just a bowl, it'd be easy as just grabbing the bowl and I'm ready to go and we can just keep the line moving. But then sometimes I gotta like the more people who get those, I have to open up a pack because there's only 10 tortillas per pack in the box. So like there's like 20 packs in the box, but basically. If that wasn't like nowadays, they probably go through so many less tortillas, and that would have made everything way easier on the line because I was always on the line. That was my thing. The
line sounds miserable. That sounds miserable. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, if it's slow, it's the best. If it's busy, it's the worst. It's that, like, and unfortunately, that was just like my best position. And if you have good people at the line, you pretty much always make them do it because. It's just like it is hard, but like whenever there's like a big burrito, man, good luck. You need a pro. Like I literally would get called like up to the front line to come roll big burritos sometimes. Yeah. So
it's like are you an Adventure Time guy, Dak? You like Adventure Time or nah?
Not necessarily.
All right,
because there's like I've watched it, but I wouldn't say I'm a guy.
Okay, there's an episode with the everything burrito. It's like that's what you had to make, the big burritos. The size of people, bro. That's how big.
Like literally, like you would have to get 3 tortillas in a triangle. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, well, honestly, man, like that was kind of fun sometimes. The worst, and I had this happen a couple times, is when people are purposefully trying to make it annoying for the worker, like literally like it's like a meme to them or whatever. Like that's happened. And I'm like, bro, like I know you're not actually going to eat this guacamole, triple sour cream, double pinto bean, hot sauce burrito. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously sofritas, like you're obviously doing this for a meme and like laughing. Like well, like I know you're going to pay for it and stuff, but like why? Like it's just we don't need to do this. But that was pretty few and far between though. But yes, I mean sometimes people just got like big burritos and it was kind of a challenge. And shout out to the people who don't care if the burrito rips.
Oh my god! When the burrito rips, it's like that's why I get the bowl, man. That's why I get the bowl, man. Because the burrito rips, then
I'm gonna be real. If it rips towards the end of one of the ends of the burrito, I mean, you're kind of a wuss if you need it rewrapped because like I can just wrap it and point an arrow to that end, and you just open that end and just eat where the rip is. And
because that's like.
But I had people. Already. I've had people with the tiniest rip on one of the ends. Like, I wouldn't even count it as a rip. It was probably ripped like the tortilla. It was probably just natural with the tortilla. It's a very small little hole in it or something, and they would demand a whole roll, and I'm like, bro,
why are you doing the whole thing again, man? What's the point? Yeah. What's the point?
And it's bro, and I'm not even kidding. Similar to the other thing, it's all about keeping the line moving, bro. That is all I care about. Like whenever people do that, the whole line can't move because, I mean, I'm just making a sloppy mess over on the end trying to redo a burrito. But you know.
But the customer is always right?
No, they're not. That's that. Hey, listen. When you work food service for like a year plus, you quickly learn that's cap. The only time that's true is if you're not working in the store and you're like the boss of the store.
Exactly. You don't have to deal with the customer, so they're right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Bro, I've had a Tabasco bottle thrown at me, bro. They're not always right. I don't care.
That's crazy.
They're wrong all the time.
You're about to get the hot
maybe even
sauce
more
attack.
often than they're right, bro. But
what is it called? The Tabasco. The Tabasco star, bro.
That's what he was going for.
That's insane.
He said my cashier handed the card disrespectfully back to him, like his debit card.
Disrespectfully.
Yeah. Oh, I watched the tape. I pulled the tape up to show my boss just because like it was just so crazy. Like the police came and stuff.
Wow.
And it was literally like she had it. She was trying to hand it to him for like several minutes, and he wasn't paying attention because he was talking to me. Like we were just having a pleasant conversation, and so she just put it like right in front of him, softly, like on the table with his receipt, like very. I don't even know what else you would do. It was the most appropriate
non-confrontationally, very non-confrontationally placed it onto the table.
Yep, and he like wanted free food and stuff, and I was like, bro, you're. And he also had 3 kids with him, and he was like, kids go outside. And I'm like, what are you about to do? I literally, the second he said that, that's what I said. I was like, what are you doing? Like, what?
Yeah, what's happening right now?
There's like 20 people in line on my side looking, like, what? Yeah, it was just the craziest thing, bro. And he threw it like really hard. Like it smacked, it went all the way to the back and like hit the back wall. So like if it would have hit somebody, it definitely would have done some damage.
That's crazy, man. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen, though. Lawsuit waiting to happen. So.
Oh yeah. Hey, I mean, if I would have got hit,
man.
Workers' comp, but
yeah, that is actually insane, to get hit, bro. Well, yeah, good call. But that's
I had I'm trying to think. I had a. There's a lot of situations. Like another woman tried to like steal our cash, not our cash register, but like our printer, like a receipt printer. I don't know what that was about.
What would that even do? Like, what would be the point of stealing a receipt printer? That doesn't.
They're like $100-something, and it's like you can't. Like if you get like a cash register, I mean it's like locked up or whatever, but you can just sell a receipt printer. I think that might be.
Maybe.
And also, if you take a cash register, like the cops are definitely coming. If you take a receipt printer, it's like $100-something that you can sell easily on eBay.
Don't want to deal with it. It's like a one and done type thing.
Mm-hmm.
They can't track the receipt printer as well as the cash register.
Exactly. I see some people bringing up Chipotle. Duran Ross said, "I want a Dak rolled burrito." Hey, no cap. Like I said, I was best at line. My burritos were goated, 100%.
All I gotta say,
I can still do it to this day.
What's the Dak special? What's the Dak special?
Like, what's my favorite burrito?
Like, if you made a burrito right now, what's the one you're like, this is it? This is it.
I mean, I had a bowl from Chipotle today. That's actually what I ate in between this because I had to go eat. And it's tough, man. Because like whenever I'll say this, the one I get now is I get steak every time, no question. I don't even care. It's my favorite, but I'll get like a bowl or a burrito depending on how I feel. But always white rice, steak, tomato, hot sauce, cheese, and then maybe I'll slip in some beans or corn here and there. But that's the general. But back in the day when I could like make my own burrito and I like was able to really survey the food and have a hand, my Chipotle was way better than average. Like I got an A rating at my Chipotle. Like I knew what I was doing.
Okay.
And I got to meet the CEO, bro.
That is kind of nuts. That is kind of nuts.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because like there was like an all managers conference that I like every GM got to go to, so I was going no matter what. But only the A restaurants got to meet the CEO, and it was based off one single month, and I only got A 1 month my entire time, and it was that month. So I think very lucky.
There's a trend there. There's a trend there, There's a trend.
I got very lucky, but yeah, basically, if I was working though, and I like knew the food better, like I knew who was cooking and all that, it would be burrito, extra white rice, double chicken, double hot sauce, double cheese.
So you get a chicken burrito. You get
if it's made right. Chicken's not always made right, or what happens is what, and so everyone knows this is definitely what 85% probably Chipotles are doing. They like the chicken can be stored for like 4 hours after it's cut before like it would have to be tossed out. So for example, if it's slow at like 1 p.m., which it would maybe 2 p.m. is better. If it's slow at 2 p.m., I can go and cook like 3 or 4 pans of chicken and they'll be good until 6 p.m. And so like people will get way ahead. And so like at 6 p.m., like it depends on the part of the day, but like at 6 p.m. Or something like that, the grills will just make a ton of chicken and then it'll just like sit in the hot box for the rest of the night because it won't hit the 4-hour mark because like they close at 10, you know what I mean? So basically what I'm saying is a lot of the chicken sits around a long time where the steak has to be made like within like every hour basically because it goes bad really quickly. So that's my thing with chicken. If it's made right and fresh and I can go get the fresh stuff, then I'll eat that for sure, but it's not always the case.
Yeah, that's a solid, I'm personally not a chicken guy for the burrito or bowl or whatever. I always get like, I'm gonna be honest, the barbacoa. I love barbacoa.
Barbacoa quesadillas.
Oh
Don't
my
even
God.
get me started,
Oh
bro.
my God. See, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Because
It's yeah.
no other. Where else are you gonna get barbacoa for the low? Where else? You know.
For the low, nowhere. That's true. It's
For the
always going to be
low.
expensive.
Because that's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like people see it as like, oh, it's kind of uppity, and I'm like, it's really not though. It's really not.
I mean, it's just like shredded beef and juices and fats.
Yeah.
Like literally, that's like
Probably the most
I know the
unhealthy thing
ingredients.
to get. Probably the most unhealthy thing to get at the supposedly healthy Chipotle.
Let me. Yeah, probably. Actually,
Yeah, it's
well,
just like no.
yeah. Well, yeah, probably. I
Yeah.
mean, it depends on what else they're offering. Like for instance, chorizo was definitely the most like artery filling one.
Oh, definitely.
But
Yeah, but isn't that not even on the normal menu, or is that it? Or
no,
is that
it's
still?
not. It might be the best thing they've ever had on the menu, no cap. But it's temporary. They haven't had it for a few years.
Yeah, I remember people were fiending over the carne asada and cauliflower rice era of Chipotle. People were fiending.
Trash.
Saying trash.
Oh man, that's I don't know who was fiending over that era.
I'm
Is
just
that a
saying,
thing?
like people were there. People were there nonstop. Where I would go, they were there nonstop. Maybe I just went to Chipotle at the wrong
that's crazy.
time. You know, maybe I
That's
just went at the
crazy.
wrong time.
Man, that's actually crazy. I'm shocked.
You're shocked? I don't
Yes,
know.
that's crazy.
When I was at college, maybe there were a bunch of hipstery kids who were like, the cauliflower rice is healthy, right? So they would get it.
Well,
Maybe.
hey, as long as you're not getting sofritas. Sorry, all the people that like the tofu option, but man, it's not even the tofu. It's the worst tasting thing other than sour cream. But I know people like sour cream, but it's the worst tasting thing on the line. I literally. We were supposed to like taste the food, like not a lot of Chipotles actually do it. We're supposed to taste it before we serve it to make sure it still tastes good and whatever. I refuse to eat the sofritas.
I'm gonna be honest, sour cream ain't it either, bro. I'm not a sour cream guy.
Oh, same. For me, you can't put it in the bowl or my whole bowl's ruined.
It's
Like
ruined.
my tongue has like a detector, like it just knows if there's any ounce of sour cream in there.
That happened to me one time with a place that was literally called Burrito Bowl, and what they did, it wasn't sour cream.
Dude, how long was that planning session for the name?
I don't know. It just seems like a bootleg Chipotle that was in because when I was in college, I was right next to like the sports arena place, so there were like restaurants in there you could go to, like a normal sports arena place.
Right.
And the place was like a bootleg Chipotle, like I said, and I was like, ooh, this Korean bowl thing looks pretty fire. And then right on the top, little sprinkles of like gorgonzola cheese, and I'm like,
Oh.
I was like, that ain't it, bro. Because like I had 1-2 bites and like there was no cheese in it, but because I shook it around and I didn't think about it, it just the essence of gorgonzola or whatever that would be everywhere.
Now imagine gorgonzola on mac and cheese.
That would actually make me vomit, bro. That would actually make me vomit. I hate that.
Oh, that's what you're eating at the cookout. That's
No,
your first ordeal.
no.
Yes.
What happened to the baked crust? What happened to the breadcrumbs? Possibly, what happened to that?
Wait, all right, chat. Regular pizza or stuffed crust pizza?
Stuffed crust for sure. Stuffed crust.
If every answer isn't stuffed crust, I don't even know what to say about the chat.
Yeah, I gotta ask. So now we're talking about pizza, right? So
Okay.
what's the DAC pizza?
Man, I really like pepperoni, especially the cup pepperonis. They get kind of crispy. Big fan of those. Not gonna lie. If I had to pick my favorite pizza ever, it's that I've ever eaten myself at least, is from Lou Malnati's from Chicago.
Okay.
That was really
it the
really
deep
good.
dish?
I really like them. Yeah, it's deep dish, and they're like really famous. They're like really expensive too, but they're really good. Like the sauce is on top and stuff. And it's one of those things where like even when I look at pictures, I just kind of went because like it was famous and I was in town. It wasn't even like I like was expecting it to be really good, but it was one of the most mind blowing pizza experiences I've ever had. So that's it. But I definitely just pepperoni. I mean, I do like pineapple also. I know that's like a debate. I like pineapple. I think it has
I
a
do
place.
like pineapple on pizzas as well.
Okay,
Not,
good.
like it's not like my favorite, but it's valid. It's valid. I think I think personally, I'm more of a sausage than a pepperoni guy. I do like the sausage more on pizza, but pepperoni is fire. Now, if you have both, that's perfect. You know, that I think is like the way right there. But again, the pineapple pizza, that's not bad, man. That's not bad.
No,
have you had a
dog it too quickly?
Yeah, have you had a pineapple burger, like a grilled pineapple on a burger?
Yes.
I think that's pretty fire. See, you understand. You see the vision. You see.
I worked at a vegan. You can almost call it like a vegan McDonald's. It's not. That's a long story, but that's kind of what it was. And one of the burgers, or one of the most popular ones, had pineapple rings on it. And we could like make our own food like at the end of the night or whatever. And every time, like, you just got to slap. Maybe not every time, but had to sometimes slap pineapples right on there. Like, it's just, I don't even know, like the acidity, like the sweetness. It's just, it accentuates the rest of it, because like the pineapple taste doesn't really come through that strongly. It's mostly the sweetness and acidity that just builds on the rest of the item. And so yeah, it's great.
It's like shouts to Guga Foods, you know? Shouts to Guga Foods, the pineapple disintegration, you know? Shouts to you know.
You know my love for Guga, man. I was watching a video earlier. He dropped one today.
He did
with
drop one
butter. Did you watch it? The butter one?
Not yet.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
All I gotta say, man, you know why we like Guga Foods so much? You know why?
Picanha.
Well, of course, but it's because we're always cooking too, just in different ways. Just in different ways.
That's true. And Oda also.
Well, Oda always cooks. It doesn't matter like day or night, sleep or wake. He always is cooking. You know, it's on the pot. You know, it's like a big old pot of one piece. You know, sometimes he scoops in a big ladle. Sometimes it's a small ladle.
Yep.
You know, but he's always cooking that. He's always cooking.
Oh, Oda has locked himself in an industrial kitchen with everything on full blast for the rest of the final saga. It's confirmed.
For the past month or two, he's been in there just, you know, sweating and, you know, going crazy. I think
agreed.
You know, honestly, I'm thinking of a new emote to put in, and I want to put like pudding in the chef hat just to show like we're cooking. But I don't know how far we should go with that, because I could easily do Sanji, but like,
right,
you know, we need the chef hat though. You know, we need the chef hat.
Yeah, I mean Sanji in a chef hat.
Exactly. Oh, there's that one SBS thing. Yeah, there is that. Yeah, people are saying I'm a sausage guy. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Like, what do you mean by that, huh, Chase?
That's a Guga Foods joke.
That's a Guga Foods joke. Exactly.
Yeah,
it's like
they always say that stuff.
Yeah, it's like PG enough, but it's like, hey yo.
Yeah.
Oh,
but no, yeah. I mean, we and Oda are always cooking, man. It's I mean, I don't know. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I feel like
I was listening to you guys earlier cooking. Is all I was gonna say.
Yeah, we were going crazy. Shouts to Par, because he was cooking like I said on the podcast. He's a monster in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Par is a monster in the kitchen.
Yeah, Par is the Uncle Roger to the Goldie Roger. Like he's cooking today. You know what I mean? You know, Uncle Roger from Guga Foods.
I know.
Always cooking. Oh, great! Absolute greatness. Like the best. I mean, the food is good, but just he's hilarious. He's like the funniest.
He's got the flavor.
Yeah, the flavor exactly. And and Par's carrying that torch all the time for sure.
Most definitely. I did think it was funny when Larry said that Par was your Roger. That was so funny, bro. That was so funny. I love that. Because it's like, I feel like your Rogers are like Randy and Par. You know what I mean? They're like the people who inspired you to be on the journey, the Daksake theory journey.
That's probably accurate.
Yeah. That just means you're the Luffy of your own story, man. So, I think
Par might be like, well, it's tough. Like these days, he might be like a Roger and Whitebeard these days.
That's fire.
But originally, I'm trying to think of like a One Piece story, or maybe like a Aokiji and Garp.
Aokiji and Garp. You're like,
I started as the understudy, and now I'm challenging. But I just got face thrown into the ground.
Oh my god, bro! Got the analysis no me going off right now.
if Panda Man ends up being the man marked by flames and not Mass Deuce, that'll be the same as Garp
Literally,
throwing out PG. Yes.
Oh my god. Oh, I see Uncle Roger. I didn't even think about that. You were talking about Uncle Roger. I didn't even think about Roger.
Yeah, Uncle
Goldie
Uncle
Roger.
Roger, Goldie Roger. That's
I
it.
really didn't even think about that. That's so funny.
Yeah, but the Goldie Roger's gone, but Uncle Roger is
He
still cooking.
lives. He lives
in the form
for
of
sure.
Par. Yep.
Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of insane because this has been going for like 6 hours at this point, but I'm still just like, yep,
That's true.
still here, still ready to talk about the greatness that is One Piece. And I was talking about this earlier with Andy King, man. I feel like the story is so crazy because it's like we could literally talk about anything. You know what I mean? Because we have the bond through One Piece, but like we were talking about Guga Foods, pizza, your Chipotle escapades. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
One Piece is this great like glue that brings people together. You know what I mean?
100%. I mean,
And
that's
even-
why I like getting my friends into it. you
Yeah.
know?
And like even though we don't always agree on the things, it's like a way of like bringing people together. Like in the chat, there have been people who have been here almost all 6 hours, and I'm seeing it. It's like that's
Facts.
crazy. That's crazy to think about, man. And it goes to show like how far the story can bring people and stuff like that. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think Ronnie's been here most of the time. Who else? Brandon King's been here quite a bit. I don't know if it's been the whole time or not, but
Just like stuff like that in general. It's just
Alexander, I know, has been here a minute.
yeah. And some of the people have been saying like fire questions and continuing the trend of pushing that greatness, And it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm looking at the member thing right now. I think we like literally doubled the members in here, which is wild.
Oh, nice. That's big
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, man. So I'm not gonna end it right now. I'm just thinking about like like retrospective stuff, and it goes to show like how One Piece is like one of those series that's like it's like that we are a part of One Piece in a way, if that makes sense. Like
Yep.
we're on the journey. Like
Hey, that's a perfect segue to the video that I'm working on, the Morgans one, because that's like pretty much the point. Is like we are like connected with One Piece almost directly, like in so many ways. Like yes, like the community aspect, obviously, like we're talking about, but even like within the story, like once we get closer to the end, like the people around the world of One Piece will be watching the end, just like the people
Just
around
like
the world
us.
in real life are going to be watching it. Like, and obviously they have a little bit more, skin in the game. Like,
Like
they're
they
all
could
going to
die.
die if
They could die.
but
Yeah.
yeah, cleansing. But still, it's the same moment where we're all like in anticipation together. And I mean, Oda's done that in a bunch of arcs, right? Like Skypiea, Thriller Bark, Dressrosa. There's a million arcs where we're all kind of together watching the events, hoping for the same outcome, like all together. And Luffy goes in and changes their opinion from like wanting the status quo to stay the same or being too afraid to challenge it, at least, to Luffy changing it. And it's like, we've been waiting for Luffy to do that to the whole world for like 30 years. And we're approaching that end. And like you're saying, like we're a part of that as the community because, I mean, like we're here making this content and all that and like theories and all of that and whatever. But like I said, like with the world watching the end and like the citizens of the One Piece world watching the end, like us as creators and the people in the chat and all this, like we're an essential part of that as it's happening. Like, you can go back and watch these time capsules as it's happening. So it's like we are also the same thing as all that, but we're like almost leading the charge in a way because we're creating these time capsules and talking about it as it's happening and being able to go back and look. So it's amazing.
Exactly.
For sure.
Like Morgans might say he's a DJ of words, but I feel like we are in a way as well, because people who make content on the stuff, people who theorize about the stuff, people who spread agendas about the stuff, that will, like, the ideas that these people create will live on more so and affect the story for a lot of people. Like, for example, I was talking about this deck since we're super deep into the the theory niche, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine reading One Piece and not thinking the raid may fail?
Yes.
Literally.
Yes. it's like a core part of the experience, even though it wasn't in the story. It's still like I don't want to go as far to say like, you know, like the biggest, I don't know, like all the best or biggest One Piece fans or something would know that, but that is like an essential thing to the story that's like a not in the story, but it's if you were a part of the community, you know what that means. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like you're able to hear about the raid and think that thought and like understand it, but like obviously without being in the community, or if you're like 20, 30 years from now reading One Piece, you won't be aware of that unless you come back here to these time capsules. Like, and that's kind of the same thing. Like, if you look at the One Piece world, it's kind of like what's happening, you know, there's a lot going on in the One Piece world that doesn't get, I don't know, saved or whatever, where like I don't know how to put it. Basically, I don't know how to put it. I don't know. Having the raids gonna fail is like, I don't even know how to put it. As the One Piece world's developing and, you know, the final events are happening, not everything's going to get recorded and saved, but a lot is happening in the world. You know what I mean? And it's like essential. Like there are probably cultures and stuff around the One Piece world where like we haven't learned about it yet, and in the grand scheme of things, it's never going to get recorded. But it matters. It's important. It was an essential part to the experience, even if the whole world doesn't know it. And that's kind of what like the raid's gonna fail is. It's like you had to like be there. Like that's like part of the One Piece world. Like if you could take a snapshot of the One Piece world and look everywhere, like the equivalent of the raid's gonna fail. Like there's probably people talking about it. Like either there's communities talking about what's going on in the One Piece world in general, or ones who don't even know what's happening, and they, you know, have their own legends and stuff. It's kind of like the same thing where like, you know, we have our own sect of the community, and creating that where it's become an essential part of, you know, the experience. Even if it's not going to be captured in the story for everyone to remember forever, it's still like us here today know it's an amazing element, you know, kind of like, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of how I would put it, I guess.
No, I totally get what you're saying. It's like these things, they might not be real, but because they're ideas, the idea itself is real. You know what I mean? It's like any of your theories,
yes.
Like Pluton is a mole. Let's say Pluton isn't a mole, people will still think about Pluton is a mole and like the what might have been,
yes.
Or the possibility in general. Like, if we're talking about Wano again, like ZKK, that was such a massive theory to the point where people hate Wano because it happened. Exactly, like because it didn't happen, people hate Wano, which I affirmatively disagree with still. But you get what I'm saying. Like this affects them. This is a part of their One Piece experience. But then like imagine you're like 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line. One Piece is over, obviously, at this point, unless Oda is a, you know, menace. He was going forever.
Oh man, maybe,
man. 5 more years, right? 5 more years. Yep. 5 more years till 2045 or whatever. But stuff like that is super pivotal to our experience in One Piece, present time experience. But One Piece is going to be one of those stories that lives on for generations, in my opinion. And
oh yeah,
having it be you know, this integral thing. Some people are going to experience things differently, but because we're here in the present, they might look back on what we saw in awe or disbelief because of what we were thinking, how maybe crazy or prophetic it might seem, you know?
Yep. Like I almost think of it like with sports championships. A lot of the times you just look back through history and just see who won the title, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. But you don't know all the finer things that were going on, the discussions that were being had, the storylines, and like a big example that's just like for my life, I guess, is like Ohio State won the title in 2015 or whatever in college football, and like a lot of people might look at that like, oh yeah, like Ohio State, like another big school won a championship, whatever, cool, like that's their only one in however long, whatever. But it's like, but then if you go look at it, like we lost our starting quarterback right before the playoffs, we lost him earlier in the season, then we lost our backup quarterback early, so we had our third string, and like a lot, like all that stuff. Like you could find it if you looked really hard, but that's not going to be captured in like the grander scheme of things. And it's like it's going to be extra special to the people who were a part of it and got to experience that because it just meant so much more. Like you were talking about, there's so much like camaraderie around that idea of, you know, being the underdog. So whenever we come to One Piece and we're talking about these theories and stuff, it's like everything for us is richer than even the story itself says, because we talk about these things, because we know these finer things, because like if it's Pluton as a mole, I'm gunning for that theory, or certain people, you know, like it and are gunning for it. Or if it's just, you know, like people want certain characters to come back, or, you know, like Mr. Bushido wants Carrot to come back. It's like these all add like little extra layers and important elements to the story that just make it that much deeper once we get there. So it's just, it's amazing to be here now and being able to recognize it. That, I always think that's amazing, like in life, even beyond One Piece. Like whenever you're able to take a little bit of perspective and be like, man, I'm right in the middle of like an awesome thing in my life.
Crazy times. You're living in crazy times.
Yes,
man.
that's exactly it.
Not like bad crazy times, but like we're living in like we're here at the moment. You know what I mean? We're here. Like, like we caught up. You've been caught up for such a long time, obviously, but like it's so perfect. Like I caught up and I'm seeing like, oh, Kaido, Big Mom, Luffy, Wano, Roof Piece, like crazy stuff that's been like, people have probably been waiting for this. Well, not waiting like this exact thing, but they've been waiting for this clash of these characters for so long, like probably a decade or more. You know what I mean? And the fact it's finally happening, and especially with like Egghead, for like most things in Egghead have been like things people have been waiting for not the entire series, but such a long time. You know, like Shanks' first named attack, and you're here. You saw it happen. You reacted to it live. Like you are in the moment. Like something that's crazy, man. Something that's so crazy.
Yeah, it's just, it's one of those things where, you know, like when you're done with the story, or even with your life to a degree, which like I know One Piece is just a part of a lot of our lives, but it is like a decently big part. You know, whenever we, you know, end, like we're on our deathbeds or whatever, we're gonna look back, and this is the kind of stuff we're gonna be like, man, it was so dope being, you know, talking about the story as it was happening, and maybe getting this thing or this thing right, or just being here with those people to experience that. Or I remember how crazy the chat was that night when this thing happened. I remember we talked for 3 hours about this one little thing, like. Or even now with like our food jokes, like whenever we're done, we're gonna talk about, man, remember when we kept talking about potatoes and pasta? Like it's so cool to be in the moment and recognize that you're in that moment, you know, and that you're like, it's almost like you like put yourself in your shoes in the future now. So you're like, you know, like I'm imagining myself like on my deathbed now, which don't always do that. It's not always good, but just in general,
slightly morbid.
You could do
what you're
that.
saying.
Yeah, but you could imagine yourself there, and you're like, man, this is 100% some of the stuff I'm gonna think about, you know. And so it's just cool to think about that and be there and make the most of it. That's really the big thing, I think.
It's like when you think back to some people, like you were talking about sports stuff. Obviously, I know people. Obviously, I'm from Philadelphia. When the Eagles won the Super Bowl, I know people who were like, this is one of those moments, you know, like especially like my parents and their generation. They were like, oh, it's been such a long time, you know, and I'm here. I'm here when it happened, you know, stuff like that. And like my one cousin, who's like around my age, he has a tattoo of the Super Bowl victory thing, and it's like that will be a part of him literally forever. You know what I mean? That he got a tattoo of it, and it goes to show. And obviously, One Piece and sports aren't. They're different, but they're different in the way that the community is more a thing that's a focused thing in reality, and this is more of a story. But to be fair, the story is being released in live, live time. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a part of this thing. You know what I mean? It's just it's crazy.
Agree more.
And the way you said like specific things, you know, make it so the story is more rich. Like for example, you mentioned Bushido and Carrot, right? It's crazy because that's one person's thoughts, but because that one person is spreading their thoughts and getting their voice out there, it spreads and allows more people to think about it and more people to think about it. It's like people think that you don't really have the voice and the way you can, you know, spread your thoughts and stuff, but really in reality everyone does. Literally everyone does, because for example, Mr. Bushido, you don't have like you're not literally talking to me, but I see you and your words are reaching me, stuff like that.
Yes.
And because of that, it's affecting me. And I feel like that happens with One Piece. When it's like, for example, we've had Dak, I'm D King, King Recon, Preach, Par, and Prince of All Anime. You know, that's 6 people, and myself, 7 people with probably very different views on the story as a whole, but we're so passionate about it. We all decided, all right, you know what? Let's put our voices out there. And because of that, it's allowed people to grow and have different viewpoints of the story from interacting with other people, either online or maybe even in person, if you're lucky enough. You know what I mean? But I totally get what you're saying, man. Like, being in the moment is the craziest thing, because you just get to see not only how the story unfolds, but in a way you get to see the community itself grow, and then you grow along with the community. And the community, it's like One Piece grows, but you grow because of One Piece, if that makes sense. It's like,
absolutely.
It's like, it's not symbiotic, of course, because you directly aren't affecting One Piece, but because your views on One Piece are growing,
I mean,
it changed. You know what I mean? It's like
I mean, I would almost say it does, because I mean, you know, the One Piece community is probably the best part about One Piece. And even though, like, we individually may not have a symbiotic relationship in the sense of, like, how much are we helping, you know, just ourselves.
But the community helps us.
But the community in general, I'm just thinking, for the One Piece story and stuff, like, I mean, obviously we just help bring awareness and bring more people into the fold to, like, think about it more. And I guess I'm thinking maybe from, like, a financial perspective, there is a symbiotic relationship, because we bring a lot of positive attention to the story because we all love it so much, and we're like an extension of that beyond just the manga. You know what I'm saying? So there is like a little bit, but I get what you mean, though. I get what you mean. That the main point, I definitely agree with. Like, you know, it's just amazing. Like with the Bushido thing, like whenever we see Carrot come back, obvious. Like if you're just reading the story generally, like there's a lot of things you could think there, like all the implications of what that means for Carrot to be back, like with Zoe and. Oh, is she going to join the crew now or whatever? There's like so many things you could think when/if she shows up. But because of Bushido or other Carrot fans, you're going to think that. You're going to be like, oh, the Carrot fans are so pumped.
They're so
and that's
happy.
literally just the community. That's like literally, like you would not think that if the community didn't exist, because you would have no idea that was a thing, you know? So there's so much richness. That's the best part. There's so many layers. Everything's an onion, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't even know how to even respond to that, because you're spitting. You're spitting. I can't even. I agree wholeheartedly. You know what I mean?
The mic is soaking wet from the spit.
Yeah, literally. Like, you think it would be on fire, but the spit, I guess, put out the fire.
Yeah,
you know?
it looked like. Oh man, that gives me an idea. So I want to get a stream deck eventually, and that spitting idea, I might get like one of the things that I pop up on stream might be Squirtle using like squirt gun. And it'll be like because they're spitting so hard. That'd be so funny.
That's wild. You could get licky would be gross. Never mind. Don't do licky.
Yeah, I'm trying to do something wholesome.
Yeah, I was like,
we're talking about spitting. I was like, I need to get something.
Yeah, I was like, he is spitting, but like that's weird spitting. I'm not messing with that.
Yeah. We'll just take water getting shot out.
Exactly.
But yeah, man, no special
times.
times. And Buggy, I know the namesake of the
Buggy
stream.
Bash, the Buggy Bash.
Yeah,
I feel like
he embodies all that.
Exactly, he embodies like what I was talking to IMD King earlier about. It was like weird because Par and King Recon were in the stream, and I talked to IMD King about a stream the two of them did together, separately. It was like, I don't know, it was very strange, but basically the idea was that One Piece is like symbolic of the creative process. And I feel like it's very interesting as a way of viewing it, because so basically Oda starts out as Luffy, but as the story continues, Oda becomes Shanks, and then we become Luffy. And it's so perfect that Luffy's ability is imagination, creativity, and trying to free people to do whatever they want to do, because that's what Oda thinks we can be. You know, we can be the people who make their own story or their own videos or their own whatevers, if we just believe and actually do whatever you want to do. And then, obviously, in regards to Buggy was one of those people who didn't believe in himself, but now he finally is starting to believe in himself. And to me, it's just like, what's going to happen, man? What's going to happen next for good old Buggy D Clown?
Scary hours for everyone else.
Yeah.
No, for everyone else, for the world.
For everyone, for the whole world, it's scary hours for Buggy. It's scary.
I'm saying because of Buggy. I mean, if Buggy's got confidence, bro, sound the alarm.
That's true.
You know,
Shouts
that's what
to
I'm saying.
Shouts to Nikki. I'm about to pound the alarm right now.
Say what?
That's a bad joke. That's a bad joke.
Is that another?
It's a Nicki Minaj joke.
What is it? Philly, don't say pause or
No,
whatever.
it's a Nicki Minaj joke. You never heard Pound the
No,
Alarm?
but no. What I'm saying is that another one, like another joke that we don't get is what I'm.
No, it's just a Nicki Minaj lyric. That's why I was like,
no idea.
Maybe Par would get it. He likes Nicki Minaj. That was very unexpected. Par liking Nicki Minaj. I mess with it. I mess with the idea. You know, would you picture ParVision as a barb?
As a what?
A barb.
A barb.
Nicki Minaj fan. A barb.
Is that what that is? They're called barbs. I have no idea. I'm
like
very
barb.
not.
Yeah, you're not Nicki Minaj guy. You're not Nicki Minaj guy.
No, I mean not that I dislike her music, but
you're just not into it. You're not.
I don't really follow music like that in general. I just listen to it. I don't really know much about the fandom. But
yeah, it's kind of like how Beyonce has like the Beehive because she's Queen Bee, stuff like that. It's like the same kind of thing, but with Nicki Minaj. You know?
Hey, real quick, Duran Ross, peace out. I see you said you got to go.
Oh, Duran
you were in
Ross,
the stream,
appreciate
like,
you for
day,
stopping by, man. I appreciate you and staying around. Most importantly, because he goes to and shout outs again to all the people who have been in the stream for a hot minute. Because like I'm seeing a lot of names, and I'm like, some people have left and come back. I saw some people be like, "You're still streaming." That's crazy.
No, I get that. I get that. I did that. So I feel it.
Yeah, it's the power of the Buggy Bash, man. You know, it's so perfect that
even when you're defeated, you come back.
You come back. You come back because that's Buggy's whole story arc. You know, he might
reinvigorate your will.
Exactly, he reinvigorates you. Yo, put some Buggies in the chat. Follow Edens's guide. Put some Wodas, some Buggies. You know, there we go.
Dude, we both put 4 Buggies like without telling each other that.
That's some subliminal stuff.
It's because of the 4 poneglyph rubbings waiting at Captain John's treasure spot that I was talking about.
Oh yeah, and they're all 4 Buggy, you know.
Yeah, it's 4 because that'll be Buggy's face 4 times. Because he'll just be
maybe he'll pop his head off and it'll split into 4. Yeah, maybe something like that. Who knows?
Oh yeah.
Man, this story is so great, man. I love streams like this where, like, think about how we all came together to talk about the greatness that is One Piece. I just love stuff like this.
And Buggy, the greatness is Buggy.
And Buggy.
Yeah. But no, it has been great. I mean, we talked a lot of stuff that wasn't Buggy, but
definitely a lot of stuff that wasn't Buggy. I'm sorry you missed the basketball talk. That was unfortunate. Timing.
I'm glad.
You're glad? You're glad?
I don't need to. Man, everyone's hurt in the playoffs. All the only teams left are all big market teams, and I hate that. The playoffs. It's almost like last year. I stopped watching after the first round last year, and I'm in the same.
Wow.
When the same teams win every year, I hate it. I can't.
You're rooting for. I'm trying to think of like the most niche team possible. The Wizards. Root for the Wizards.
The Nuggets. Well, no, because they didn't even make the playoffs.
No, I'm saying like you're rooting for like the teams like that. You know what I mean? Like
them, but mainly small market teams. I mean, like the Wizards are kind of small market, but like DC area is like a ton of money. They're like really rich. You know what I mean? So like
sure.
They bring a lot of money to the league. Is kind of the way I look at it. But like
I thought you meant like they aren't like popular. That's what I thought you meant.
That too. I mean, popular is part. Like, if you've won a bunch of titles, I don't even care about anything else. You know what I mean? Like the Lakers and Celtics. I'm cool if they miss the playoffs for 50 years in a row because they've won 17 and 18 titles between or like each like
the
35
legacy.
Or whatever it is. So I'm like, bro, you're good for so. Like, if you look at other leagues, like baseball's kind of bad too. But like, if you look at the NFL, for example,
isn't it just like the Yankees? Isn't that like the baseball team that wins all the time?
The Red Sox have done decent, but they didn't win for a long time. So like, they don't have like a large number, but they're really good all the time or consistently. But whatever. Point is, in like football, for example, like even before Tom Brady and the Patriots were dominating, the highest number was like 5, and then the Steelers got their 6th one during that reign, and the Patriots also have 6, but Tom has 7, right? I think that's how it works. And so it's like that's not even that bad. That's not that bad. Like, obviously they started with the Super Bowl. Like they got rid of the other championships. So like the numbers are a little skewed, but there's not like any teams significantly running away with it. Where in the NBA it is kind of that way a little bit. So I don't know. Like if you go look at like the finals games played, the Lakers and Celtics are just it's obscene. They probably have like half the the total finals games ever or something like that. Like it's insane. So
Wait, together or just one of the teams?
like I think combined, I think that's like half of the games ever played in the final or something like that. It's like some crazy stat like that. I forget what it is exactly. I'm gonna look it up now because I've been sending people the list of franchises games played like in the finals, like the list of franchises and how many finals games they've played. And I've been telling people I'll never root for the top 9 because the Cavs are the 10th team.
Oh wow, that's like.
But there is a big drop off from 9 to 10. It is kind of valid. The Cavs have played like 25, and the team above them have played like 36, and then like the Lakers and Celtics have like hundreds. So it's just like but like Eden said Pelicans. That's another team I would love to do well. The Grizzlies are another team. Nuggets for sure.
Not the Grizzlies.
Timberwolves. Oh man, I don't care who's on the team. The Timberwolves can win the title like for a couple years in a row because they've had it so bad.
They got a cool name too.
Go Kings. I know they lost, but light the beam. I don't care. Go Kings.
Light the beam. Light the beam.
I'm trying to think. There's what other teams? I mean, like the Hawks. Like they haven't won anything. I don't think. But yeah, it's just right now. Like I mean, look at the teams that like even so Phoenix. That's a team that normally I would be really pumped for them to win, but they got KD on the team. So
yeah,
I'm
got
good.
a superstar. So
because KD's been cheating. I mean, like cheating, not like actually like breaking the rules, cheating, but just going to super teams constantly. So I'm good. I'm never gonna root for that. Like if he was on like the Thunder still, that'd be cool.
I don't know. I do like the Suns because they have a cool logo. I'm simple.
One of the coolest.
Yeah,
them and the Heat. The Heat also.
Dak, I'm so happy you said that because they have the 2 best logos in the NBA, in my opinion. They are the 2 best logos.
Bro, I'm so glad you said that.
Bro, because I use and you know what? Shout outs to the Raptors as well because the Raptors logo is fire.
One more, the Magic. The Magic.
All
of them with the basketball. All of them with the basketball.
I love it when the basketball is a part of the logo. It hits, right? It hits.
The Magic have that. There's like stars following it and stuff. Like the ball's flying through the sky. So I'm cool. All of those are great. Whenever I used to play like NBA like 2K6, like way back in the day, I would always choose the Heat because I didn't know anything and I would just see the logos and be
the
like,
logo is so cool. Like
the cool.
See, I'm glad you understand. The Magic logo is cool. I just don't like it as much. I do love the colorway, though. I do love the colorway.
Yeah, it's in the same vein. It's like a very good logo. Like I would never tell them to change it. I'll put it that way.
Oh, never.
Like,
never.
Yeah, like it's solid. It's a perfect rendition of everything. It's fine. But but yeah, maybe some other people could use a basketball.
I'm gonna be honest. I think both the Raptors logos are fire because as you guys know, I love X Drake. I love dinosaurs. I'm a simple guy. So having a dinosaur in the logo, pretty cool. But also, the new logo, where it's just the ball, but with the scratches in it, fire.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. Anything with a ball in the logo. Like, shout out to the Cavs, but they don't have a ball, and it's kind of lame. It's just a C. So
yeah, no offense, but yeah.
I mean, they change it all the time, to be honest, so it'll probably come back.
So Brandon King just said the Pacers logo. It's kind of I'm gonna be honest, bro. It's kind of like I get it. There is a ball in the logo.
Bro. They could do so much.
Yeah, it's just a P. You know what I mean? Like
that was cool in like 1975.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you get? But what is a Pacer? You know what I mean? Like, what is it?
I think they do. I could look that, but it doesn't matter. They could just make a cool looking basketball. I don't care. Yeah. Like, okay, like there's one with like a car that has basketballs for wheels. That's cool.
That sounds cool.
I don't know. Yeah, that's cool.
I'm messing with that. You know.
That's cool. It's actually really cool. Or yeah, there's a lot of things, but I don't know. Yeah, you know what? I mean, like I said, with the Cavs C, the letters, I'm cool. I'm cool in the letters. They're not good. They're not cool.
Yeah, and like even though like I'm a Sixers guy, bro, having Benjamin Franklin be balling, that's weird, bro. That is a weird logo. That's a weird logo.
Yeah.
It's just like I'm not messing with Benjamin Franklin balling.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what though, the old 76ers thing, Like they're like the one with AI, where it's like gold with like the basketball swooping in front with like the star under the 7. That's cool.
Let me see it just to make sure. Oh yeah, definitely, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, that's great. That one's
the gold
fine.
logo is clean. The gold logo.
I don't like the one that's just 76ers in front of a basketball.
I do like the Liberty Bell one that's been going around. I mess with that with the snake around the Liberty Bell. That one's clean.
I feel like I feel like the snake makes it a little bit much. It's just too much design to it.
That's
I guess
valid.
like they're usually kind of basic.
Yeah, that's valid. I think the snake is cool though.
It is cool. Like it's cool. It's kind of like for me with the Cavs. Like I like the Cavs sword and stuff, but it's kind of cleaner whenever you just do.
It's like minimalist. It's minimalist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look up NBA logos at this point. Gonna get the whole list up.
We're just gonna do an NBA logo tier list.
Oh, that might be.
That would be fire.
That might be a free dude.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I've done this before, and our S tier is very similar, very very similar, which I love.
Oh yeah.
I'm still gonna put.
Might be the only.
They're the S. They're the S.
Hey, I got to give a special shout out though to the Jazz because they have like a music
Jazz.
note basketball is the J. They could do more with it, but the J earns them a lot.
The J
of points.
is clean. The J is clean. I don't like the mountain one at all. The mountain one is trash.
Yeah, I agree.
Also,
if we count vintage, the old Nuggets logo that's like rainbow.
That is fire.
I always love that logo.
We should do that. That would be fun. Honestly, this is boom. You guys heard it here first. Basketball logo stream tier list. You guys heard it here first.
Half of them are going to be F tier.
Oh, for sure. Everyone that's just like a generic animal.
I mean, the animals are going to be mid tier. I think it's the ones for me.
The Pacers. No offense to Brandon King, the Pacers is probably F tier.
Like I'm going to give you a couple F tiers. The Clippers are an F tier.
F tier.
I mean, yeah, or maybe D, but definitely low tier. The Pistons is an F tier. I don't even care. It's a guaranteed F tier. The Nets is probably a D tier and F tier.
I feel like it's just so dull. Their logo is very dull.
It's like, even just black and white.
Yeah,
to make it more dull.
Yeah.
And everyone's gonna probably hate this, but bro, the Lakers might be an F tier for me.
Really?
I'm not gonna lie.
That's kind of crazy.
It's just a basketball with the Lakers in front of it. There's nothing special. Nothing.
I mean, you're right, but it's like you know that Eric Andre clip. How could you say something so controversial yet so brave? Like something like that.
Earlier, you asked me what was a Pacer.
Yeah.
What's a Laker, bro?
Well, I actually do know the explanation for that because apparently the Lakers used to be in Minnesota.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense.
And where they at now?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So what are we talking?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it's just man. What's the Utah Jazz?
Yeah, they definitely don't have a lot of jazz there, but at least I know what jazz
is. Yeah.
Yeah, there's you could be listening or playing jazz anywhere. You to be a Laker, I feel like you kind of have to be near the lake, but
with the lake, yeah.
But that's just me. But I mean, then again, there are 0 actual Cavaliers in Cleveland.
That is true.
And nobody has magic powers in Orlando.
Hey, Disney's in Orlando.
That's true. That's why they're named that. But yeah.
Actually, is that actually why?
Yeah, I'm almost positive that's why.
It's kind of crazy.
I'm pretty sure Disney World predates the Magic.
Wow. You know what? You learn something new. You learn something new every day. You really learn something new every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think it's just like that's just branding. You know, I'm pretty sure. Wow. I would be shocked if it's another reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest though. The King logo, the Kings logo is kind of rough, bro.
You think?
I don't know. I think it's like a solid C.
Ball.
I think it's like a C. I just don't like the colorway.
Oh man, that's tough. The purple. The purple is so cool for me.
I don't like the gray in the ball.
Dude,
I don't like the purple's fire. The gray I don't like.
no other team uses purple like they do. Like the Suns have purple, but like, and they do use them, but the Kings are like
That's their
like their primary color.
Exactly.
So I love it.
Yeah, we I don't want to do this right now, but we
need to eventually.
The Toronto Raptors logo, that's S tier.
It's
S tier.
It's probably A tier for me, just because I put specifically the Heat. The Heat logo might be the only.
The Heat logo is the pinnacle of NBA.
It is the
logos.
pinnacle.
It's
insane. It's absolutely insane.
Even like
the Halo.
Shout outs to Dwayne Wade for indoctrinating me into the Heat when I was a child. You know what I mean? Shout outs to Dwayne Wade. He's the guy.
I mean, low-key, I hate the Heat, and I hope they lose ASAP because they took LeBron, and again, they're yet another team that has.
They took LeBron.
They played in the finals enough. I'm good. They don't need any more finals runs. I'm good for a long time. You know, like they won with Dwayne Wade. They went to 4 straight with LeBron. They even went recently with Jimmy, and now they're back in the second round after barely escaping the play-in. Like, look, hey, they were good. You know, and they're also always good. Like they're never
always good.
They had one bad year with D Wade, like pretty much on purpose to get Michael Beasley and make some trades and stuff and get their super team, and that's been it, bro. Like I'm good. I'm good on them winning anymore. I want some fresh, like the Charlotte Hornets, bro. Like if the Cavs are gonna
not
lose,
to be confused with the New Orleans Hornets. Not to be confused with the New Orleans Hornets.
But the New Orleans
also not to be confused with the Bobcats. You know.
Yeah. Oh man, that's the worst franchise in NBA history. Like if you're talking like a name, like if you count the Bobcats as its own franchise, it's the worst one of all time.
Garbage. I know so much of the Bobcats lore now, who are not to be confused with the the New Orleans Hornets.
So wait, if you know the lore, are you familiar with Gerald Wallace?
No, I mean not the lore of the actual team. I just mean the lore of how the team came to exist in that.
I got you. Yeah, he Gerald Wallace was like their lone all-star other than Kemba, I think, but then like Kemba was there whenever it transitioned to the Hornets and stuff, but with Gerald Wallace, his nickname was Crash. I love Gerald Wallace because I love Crash Bandicoot.
Crash Bandicoot. We gotta. You know what? Let's transition the topic real quick because basketball. But now, Dak. You know, Crash Bandicoot, right? So Crash Bandicoot. You know what Crash Bandicoot does? He spins and breaks boxes. You know who else does that?
Who?
Buggy. Because he spins and like a chop tornado, bro. He does the same thing.
Oh.
But anyway, back to Crash Bandicoot because Crash Bandicoot's awesome.
Greatest
so what's
game.
your favorite Crash game if you have one?
Crash 2.
Fire.
There's no question.
Not Crash 3.
Crash 3 is very close second. They're very similar. They're almost the same game, but just like different worlds and stuff. You know what I mean? Like extremely similar. Like the graphics and everything look very similar. So, very close, but Crash 2 has a few more memories for me, and I don't know what it is about some of the levels and stuff, but it's just, I don't even know, man. It's like the quintessential PlayStation 1 game for me, because like I feel like Warped to a degree, like it's great, and like even as I'm like now that I'm older, I might like it more if I were to like play it for the first time at like now at this age. But it was like as a kid, it was kind of hard to figure out all the secrets in Warped. And so it's kind of frustrating because like I could never get all the warp rooms or all the colored gems and all that. But in Crash 2, it was a lot simpler. Like it was still hard, but you could.
It was more streamlined. It was more streamlined.
Exactly.
I'll definitely agree there. I think the main problem with Warped is all the different control stuff out of nowhere that is usually like a one and done thing.
I feel you.
Yeah. But now Crash 2 is elite. I'm gonna be honest. Crash 2 is so good. The ice levels are good.
Oh. The best, dude. The best.
Like, it's kind of insane. Like, imagine thinking ice level, one of the worst level tropes in gaming, and they're like some of your best. Like, especially the polar bear level, amazing.
Man, I gotta plug something while we're on stream real quick. Just because we're talking about Crash 2, it's like such an insane connection. It's just like the universe lined it up. Gotcha. One of my good friends who I got into One Piece, like he's caught up and has been reading weekly for like over a year because of me. Like he started reading after we met, and he is doing a gaming series on YouTube. You've been there, Kev. Max, my friend Max, and he's literally as we're speaking right now, he's playing Crash 2. That's the game.
Crazy.
And he just started early because of his schedule. Like he never streams this early, so literally he got on like a little bit ago to play Crash 2. It's insane.
That is crazy, bro.
Everyone don't leave now or anything, but in the future, because he's gonna be playing all night.
If you want some saucy Crash 2 action, ooh, amazing question from my guy Edens. Have you played Crash 4? Have you?
Crash 4 Wrath of Cortex or
no, the new one.
Crash. It's About Time.
It's About Time. Have you played It's About Time? That game was fire, right? Like that game was fire. Gary, in general, yes. But as someone who always wants to 100% his Crash game, that was terrible. The 100%. I saw that and I was like, no way would I do that.
It's one of those things where I literally have to watch videos to just see someone go through the level, because there's like random stuff off screen and stuff that you'll
boxes
never
like crazy.
And it's because like in Crash 2, for example, like if you wanted to get like you could probably figure out how to get all the boxes. A couple of them were really hard and you had to look it up, and that's perfect. That's how it should be. But like every level, I felt like in Crash 4, I had to look up how to get all the boxes for the gems. And even like in Crash 2, like for example, if you wanted to get the blue gem in the initial, it's like the very first level of the game, you can get a blue gem. There's only 5 colored ones. You just don't break any boxes, which like isn't something you would think of off the bat, but that's like but
it makes sense.
Semi-realistic thing you could figure out.
It's like, yo, what if I did it without breaking any boxes and see what happens? And it's like, oh, something happened, you know?
Exactly. And it's just a little bit tough, but the graphics were good and everything. I like how there's like so many different people you could play as.
That was cool. So, that was cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
And the different masks.
Similar yet different, you know?
But it's a great game. I actually haven't beaten the whole game, to be honest. I'm trying to 100% it as I go, which I know seems silly. Like I should just go beat it first, but that's just, I don't know. It's just
I get what you're saying.
I can't not do it.
You can't not get every box. You can't not, do everything.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like halfway through on the 100%ing right now, so I'm getting pretty close. Like I haven't played in probably like 6 months, but I need to get back. Maybe that's a stream, but
that could be a stream. Chill stream, whatever. Yeah, like Crash grinding.
That could be cool. I got it on my Xbox, so I'd have to figure out how to get that. Like,
is it like Game Pass or like you actually have it on your Xbox?
I bought the. Or is it PlayStation? It's on my PlayStation. I'm sorry. It's on my PlayStation. But I bought the digital version on my PS4, so I have it, on there to play. And I just would have to. Actually, yeah, I could figure that out. I could get it. I could probably do it soon too.
All right.
Well, but first, the gaming stream I'm going to do first, which is probably going to be like next weekend, is hunting Pluton in RuneScape.
Oh, you're actually doing it? Nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, nice. That's 100. Dude, I'm gonna log on right now because I gotta kill the giant mole in RuneScape like 1,000 times, and I might as well stream it.
Might as well, you know what I mean? Might as well.
How many? So let's see. I have 2,800 toad flax, and I get 3 things per kill for the toad flax, so I would need to kill 933 moles.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro.
Yep.
You're gonna be on the grind set. Yo, shout outs to we got breaking news. We got Par breaking news. We got Dak breaking news. Look at that. So we got a big screen. I said stream. You're probably gonna be screaming from killing all those moles, but I get.
Yeah, I mean, if I get the mole pet, which is 1 out of 3,000 drop, if I get the mole pet, I'm gonna lose my mind. But we'll see. We'll see. It's a little baby mole.
Of course, man. The little baby Pluton.
Mm-hmm.
Can you name your pets?
No, you can't.
Unfortunate. I would have said you could have had like a little word over the mole that says Pluton. That'd have been great.
Oh, believe me, if I could. I mean, you can't actually in the game. There might be. It's kind of hard to explain without playing the game, but there might be like a plug-in for this little thing we use, little client, and it might like certain people that use the same plug-in might be able to see it, but. Yeah.
All right. Well, with that masterful display, I will have to say, I think our time of bashing has come to an end with our talk of Crash. The bash will end. ultimate segue. We end on Crash Bash.
The Buggy Crash.
You ever play Crash Bash?
Yes, and I want to give a shout out to Crash Team Rumble. Have you heard about this?
I have heard of Crash Team Rumble.
Yes,
I really want to play it. I really want to play.
Yeah, I heard the beta was like surprisingly good, is what people were saying.
If that comes to PC, we're squadding up, man. We're squadding up.
There's not. There's no question, but I got to look through the roster. But I might be demanding of my player choice. I don't know if they have different skills that might. I got to see the roster first. It depends.
Okay.
I love Crash, but
if Tiny Tiger's playable, bro, that's me. That's me, bro. That's me, bro.
He's all yours. I definitely like Crash. If the mask guy like Aku, right, or is it Uka Uka? It's I can't. Whichever one. I was getting confused. But whichever one.
Uka is the good one.
The good one. Yeah, Uka Uka. If Uka Uka is playable, there's no. I don't care what anyone says. That's like picking Yoshi in Mario Kart. But I mean, I like Ripperoo a lot.
Oh, I love Ripperoo.
Ripperoo's maybe my favorite villain. Tiny the Tiger, though. he's goated too.
He's great.
Tiny the Tiger. So wait, so you're about to end the stream though, Kev?
I am. So I'm gonna give a massive shout out to all the people who've been here, either watch from the beginning or come in. We had, I think, what I saw. Let me actually peep the stats. I wanted to mention this so bad, but at the start, someone said love from Tunisia. That is crazy to think about, man. Like how universal the series is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm,
Stuff like that is so fire. But I'm gonna check the stream thing really quick so I can see how it panned out. Because man, I want to just give a big shout out to everyone who was here. Shouts to Dak, obviously. Shouts to Par, Preach, Prince. You got the 3 Ps. That's the Will of P right there. You got King Recon and I'm D King. Major shout outs to all you guys for pulling up and all the chat for giving us fire questions. It's giving, just amazing stuff in the chat. Embracing the memes of the channel. That's always fun.
Absolutely. Hey, you mind if I get a quick word in, Kev? Real quick.
Of course.
Everyone, this was amazing. It was a pleasure. Even whenever I left and I came back, I was in the chat here and there, and you guys were still just firing off great questions as usual. But I do want to say, like I just said a little bit ago, one of my friends is streaming right now, and he makes awesome videos too. He actually taught me how to edit. So I just want to say, since this stream is ending, I'm going to be hanging out in his stream after this. So I just posted the link. Come through and watch him crash. I'll be chilling in there, still chatting. And he's caught up on One Piece, so say whatever you want about One Piece in the chat. So, but yeah, Kev, thank you very much. This was excellent, as always. A lot of fun.
Yeah, and, we'll definitely do the NBA logo tier list or whatever. We always chop it up. But now the NBA logo tier list, that'll be a fun time. And then right after this, I'm gonna be watching the leftover of the Sixers game. Hopefully we lose. Hopefully we lose.
Whoa,
that was slander. That was slander, yo. That was slander.
Is Tom B. King a Celtics fan? He's not in the room anymore. You don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to say that.
Oh yeah. He said they're gonna win with Embiid on the court, but not with him off. They lose. I was like, that's kind of wild to me. But okay. But shout outs to all you guys. I see you guys spamming emotes in the chat. Much love. And big shout out to all the new members. I think we hit like over 70 members, maybe even 75 members, which is insane.
Oh, it's a lot. Shout out to the gifted memberships.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a cook. We're getting a cooking. We're getting a cooking emote for sure. We're probably gonna get pudding in the chef hat.
I like that. Or Wanzi. Nah,
no one
will recognize him, but that would be funny.
Yeah, maybe I'll make one of my donation alerts pudding with the chef hat. That could be fun.
That'd be nice.
Some more variety in the whatever. But yeah, so big shout outs to all you guys. Shout outs to everyone who was on the Buggy Bash, and this has been the Buggy Bash. So obviously this is more of a summit-y, reverie-y type thing. I appreciate you all for staying around for almost 7 hours, which is crazy to think about, but we were chopping it up. So big shout outs.
Chopping it up. Chopping
it up.
Oh
my god!
Hey, that'll be the next one. That'll be the next buggy stream. Like chopping it up.
Chopping it up.
chopping up the chop. I don't know something.
I didn't even notice that I've been saying, yo, we gotta chop it up. That sounds like man.
That's fire, bro.
You took it to the next level. You just took it to the next level, man.
Hey, shout out Buggy.
Shout out to Buggy, man. Shout out to Oda for cooking this masterpiece character, this dry aged A5 Wagyu picanha. You know, shouts to Oda. You know, he took him out of the dry aging bag. You know, he's a sous vide dry aged steak. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, but much love to everyone here.